Good morning, everyone. We are live here in Jaipur Rambagh Golf Club this morning. This is the final round of the Jaipur Open 2021. With a prize purse of rupees 40 lakh, the Jaipur Open is presented by Rajasthan Tourism, Rajasthan State Sports Council, and the Hilton Hotel Jaipur. Jaipur, also called as Pink City, due to the dominant color of the buildings in the city. We have our first group on the tee now.
And leading the way here is Arjun.
Our first group of the morning at 8 a.m. is Arjun Prasad, Shivendra Singh Sisodia, and Kartik Sharma. Arjun is from Delhi, Shivendra from Gurgaon, and Kartik Sharma as well. We are your co hosts, Rahul Bajaj and Shaurya Singh. We both are former professional golfers and here to guide you through the PGTI live telecast of the Jaipur Open.
So, good morning to all our viewers, ladies and gentlemen. We are really excited, as you can tell by our voices, and this is the ultimate day. This is what it boils down to. Rahul, I'm sure you're excited as well. What do the viewers have in store today, and what are we looking at? What is the significance of this final day? Can you just run us through a little bit of that?
So we've been having a very, very interesting roundup of players up atop the leaderboard with extremely, extremely good playing. M. Dharma leads at minus 21 after 3 days, an average of 7 under par per day. So that's quite a feat. We also have Kalin Joshi trailing him by just 2 shots, and Veer Alawat is down at minus 16. So a really good star-studded young field out here with the veteran, of course, taking the lead on the final day. Dharma has been playing consistently through the last 3 days. He shot 8 under, 8 under, and 5 under for the first 3 days of the tournament. Now, we have a very, very interesting setup of the course. The course has been playing very favorable for the players, a lot of red numbers out there. And what Dharma is doing is really capitalizing on the form that he's been keeping for the last couple of weeks on the tour. And definitely, Cullen is also, you cannot discount Cullen out. He's just 2 shots off the pace, and definitely with the start that he had at Delhi Golf Club last week, also the way he finished over there, I think Cullen is going to be the one to look out for trailing Dharma. So you never know when Cullen really sneaks in those 2 birdies, and if he does that early on in the day, especially in the first 3 holes, which are quite a few tough holes in the start, I think this is going to add some pressure to Dharma.
Absolutely, absolutely. GPS is not on. I also managed to have a conversation with a lot of the players yesterday and to understand how the golf course is playing. And the common theme that I was able to get across the board was the greens are a little softer due to the precipitation that was experienced by Jaipur recently, and that has made for conducive scoring conditions for some of them. Now, as we have a look at Arjun again, going with the utility club, and his trademark sleeves that he always wears, and let's have a look at that classic golf swing.
Arjun has a very classic looking golf swing, not much fancy stuff going on over there. He's tried to keep it pretty simple, leaks that out a little bit towards the right, but that should be fine, ladies and gentlemen. The right side has a little bit of a bailout area, so I think he should be fine, be able to get a shot up to the green. Definitely no player wants to be off the fairway because it just reduces their chances of being able to attack the flag. But nonetheless, you got to take the medicine once in a while. We have Shivendra Sisodia now from Gurgaon, ready to tee off. He appears to be teeing off with a rescue club. Most players on this golf course are looking at putting themselves somewhere between the 220 and the 240 yard mark off the tee on the first hole. Predominantly, not because it's a very tight hole. It's because there's a lot of tree lines in the fairway. So it just makes the second shot a lot tougher if you're too close to the trees. Looks like Shivendra's given it a good swing. We have Kartik Sharma now, the only left-handed player on the PGTI, getting ready to tee off. Kartik's been having a pretty stellar start to his pro career. He's been doing phenomenally well, keeping things very, very consistent. And yes, he's been playing more or less consistent throughout the years. And we're just looking forward to seeing, more four-round consistent around with him.
I think we've picked up from where we left off. The theme of the day again seems to be unified clothing. You're looking at the same color combinations. The players sporting red and white. I think it's going to be interesting, and there might be some background conversation to this.
100%. I think the players are getting together in the evening and discussing what they should be wearing.
So, just a little bit of introduction to our viewers and what the final day means and what it all actually means, and some of the jargon that we use. We'll try and limit that so as to ensure that the newcomers are also able to understand the game. And for all the veterans and people who have played golf, please do excuse and bear with us. So the final day is actually the culmination of a golf tournament, and the scores accumulated over the first 3 days, and the lowest tally wins on the final day. And so obviously we have 50 players making the cut this time, and the winner is decided at the end of the 18th hole. So it's a long journey, and every position counts. And now the PGTI also has world ranking points. So with the advent of the same, you'll see that the players are not just playing for the victory; they're also playing for those very important world ranking points and ranking all the way to the 50th rank. And as you go through the motions of the day, we'll be covering different groups, showing you the leaders, the penultimate groups, and also the people who just teed off or trying to improve their position on the leaderboard. So Rahul, I mean, starting off with a hole like the first, it's a very comfortable hole to sort of ease you into the round. I think that must definitely help to control the nerves of some of these players. Not feeling as anxious as they normally do because it's a comfortable hole to get off to.
Absolutely, sure. Yeah. In fact, I think hitting 4 irons and 2 irons off the first tee box with a relatively wide fairway is something which does help soothe down the nerves. Definitely coming from Delhi Golf Club, where everyone's trying to maximize their first hole tee shot, it can really throw down the jitters on your spine because you're trying to hit a 250 to 260 yard tee shot over there and trying to keep it towards one side of the fairway while the penalty for not making it in there is quite huge. So I think that really relieves the players of that first tee box. The only thing that I'm sure the players are looking forward to on the first hole, though, is their second shot to get it close enough to be able to get off to a strong start on this final day.
Absolutely. And one of the things that we see when you tee off in the morning, how the conditions actually gradually change over the day, and how the leaders actually face, if you may, a separate sort of golf course as opposed to the earlier groups who tee off in the morning, is that there is dew. If our viewers can actually zoom in and have a look, you would be able to see a slight sheen of dew on the grass. And that actually makes a difference because when the player is hitting a shot, there's a little bit of dew that is caught between the club face and the ball, and what that does actually reduces the amount of spin that the player can impart, and and now you can see the players are calling out to a referee. So there is some ruling that they require a clarification on, and when the players can't come to an agreement regarding the rule, or they don't know better, then that's where the professionals are called in.
So, talking about dew, a couple of different things that happen through the day. Of course, the dew does affect the way the ball's going to spin off the club face. What it also ends up doing is that when we are hitting a short chip or a short pitch onto the green, the ball could end up having a bit of a skid due to the dew on the grass instead of having more of the spin which the player was expecting. So yes, definitely, players have to be creative and think on their feet to be able to do this well enough to the tune of their own abilities. So each of the players is going to be going through the motions of the day as the sun goes further up atop. We will also see that the dew dries out, the greens will start to dry out, the course starts to play a lot harder. So the players are constantly thinking as to what the ground conditions are also throwing at them.
Yes, absolutely. And in the foreground, we were able to see the referee, a welcome sight for these players. But other times, maybe not so, because of the recent improvements and additions in the rules of pace of play. Players only have a limited amount of time, and that's something that is seen very keenly now. And so, if you ever see a referee who is following a group of players and there's no clear requirement for a ruling, so you are safe to assume that that group has actually lost its place on the golf course. Every group has a stipulated amount of time for each hole, maybe 10 to 12 minutes, sometimes 20 minutes, and depending on the length of the hole. So if you fall behind, then you best keep up, or the boogeyman comes calling.
I'm very intrigued by what the routine that Karthik Sharma follows, and I like the way he's very forthcoming with it. He doesn't hide it, he's trying to feel the things that he's trying to feel for his shot and trying to visualize it the way he does with his hand gestures. I'm quite intrigued by the regularity he does it with, whether it is a short part, whether it is a long drive. Either way, he's on it with immense amount of focus. It's a pretty decent shot there, leaves himself about 20 to 25 feet for birdie. Looked like he was coming in a slightly angled place into this green, slightly from the right side of the fairway, of the tee.
From these players, they're probably in the middle of the pack. Would you look for them to attack these first few holes, and what would you recommend that because this is important to climb up the leaderboard? Should the perfect strategy be to attack these opening holes, or just sort of feel your way into the round and then see how it goes? Because this is a very accessible shot that they have in front of them. Like Shivendra probably has 90 yards. Look for this to be close.
So Arjun and Shivendra are both tied at 7 under par after 3 days, and Karthik is at 8 under par after 3 days. So if we look at the top of the leaderboard, and if we were to look at the top 10 numbers, I think the top 10 is going to go anywhere around 13 to 14 under par. Here we have Shivendra shot, leaves himself a nice 6 footer coming in for birdie, and that's the kind of start that one is looking for with the wedge in hand for this 300 and something par forward on the first. When we look at the scoreboard here, I think each of the players will need to get to a number of about 13 to 14 under to be able to comfortably glide into the top 10. And talking about players who are at 7, 8 under par, the first group of, I think they basically need to keep themselves very, very steady. It's the fourth day of the tournament. You could be starting to get a little ahead of yourself, getting a little bit fatigued. I think if they can keep themselves steady through the last 18 holes of the 72-hole tournament and take their chances where they get them, and those will usually be, on the par fives, couple of short par fours on this golf course. So just use those to their advantage and not try to push the pedal much harder than that. I think that's what will play to their advantage to be able to get up the leaderboard.
Yes, very nicely put. Now we have a shot of the green. We can see the players. Shivendra has done well. He has a very realistic birdie chance. And for the rest of the players, I think they'll do well just to walk away with par.
We've got next on the tee now, the 8:10 tee time, Abhijit Singh Chadha from Chandigarh, Pawan Kumar from Delhi, and Abhishek Kuhar from Gurgaon. We have all these three players tied at 8 under par.
What we just saw was Abhijit lean over, and what he was in fact trying to do was to ensure that the ball is actually placed between the tee markers and not ahead of them. So you can go up to two club lengths behind, but at any point your ball cannot be placed ahead of the tee marker. So he would have just been trying to check that.
A good idea for some of the junior golfers who might be joining us this morning for the Jaipur Open is that each of the players, if you notice, does follow a certain kind of a routine, and they keep on going following that. So I think that could be a really good learning for any of the junior golfers who might be watching. We have Pawan Kumar now getting ready to tee off.
Pawan, a Delhi player, and has been a professional for quite some time. And, he's somewhere close to being called a veteran, but not quite grizzled yet. But a good player in his own right, has been improving. Has always been a top 60 player on the PGTI, and is going from strength to strength.
So Pawan's been, playing the amateur tour and the pro tour, and I've had the good fortune of playing a couple of tournaments with him. Very, very sweet guy. He keeps things very, very simple, and really is able to give himself some really good birdie opportunities through the days. I've also seen he's been coming up with some really solid scores. Not really happy with that tee shot, pulled it a tad bit left, but he should be fine and in play. Abhishek Kuhar now, the long hitter of the ball.
I had a look at Abhishek yesterday. He had a good outing. Just goes about his business, doesn't meddle around too much. And for the co-players, he would be a good player to play with because he's just pulls the trigger so quick and actually can inspire confidence because he has a lot of confidence and goes about his business. And look at that. The flight of the ball was quite low, and that actually indicates a lot of compression on the ball.
Interestingly, I'm looking at the score sheet right now, and Abhishek Kuhar actually started this tournament with a 67, which is a -3. Went on to make a 69 on day two and a 66 on day three. Uh, and he's at a total of -8. I think sometimes we run after the big deep numbers so much, but what is a testament here is that smaller numbers of under par, but keeping it consistent also does the job very, very well. And I think Abhishek Kuhar is really putting up a good example for that. So another solid round for him should be able to catapult him definitely around the top 10 position.
As you say, now we are in the peculiar position where there's the coin of another player right in the line of Karthik. So he would ask Arjun, I think, whose coin that is, and Arjun would have to place his coin to the side. Now, Arjun also has the option if Karthik would ask that please go out and finish so that he can actually be spared of having to change, replace his marker. But depends on the player because you're able to get a little bit of an advantage by having the player actually putt over your line, and that reduces any doubt. So is depends on the situation.
So I just noticed that Shivendra is using the plumb bob technique. It's been a while since I saw someone using the plumb bob. Have you ever tried that, Shaurya?
No, I think he's taken us back to the 90s. I've
Absolutely.
not seen that. I have tried it, but it was quite a complicated technique. To be honest, I gave it up midway. I was confounded by the specifics of that technique, and we used to see a lot of that on the US tour earlier with better players.
Yeah, I think there was a player called Justin something. I'm forgetting his name. Clearly, that plumb bob didn't work very well,
Yes,
ladies and gentlemen. So there was this player called I'm forgetting his last name, and he was a regular player on the PGA tour. He used to use the plumb bob technique, and in fact, a lot of uh, people doing his interviews, the media people, used to ask him what the plumb bob technique was, and But I have
I
really not seen it after that.
I think at one point or the other, the best putters like Billy Casper or Larry Mize or all these greats would have used this technique, and even I think at Paul Azinger at one point in time, because as you see, players do dabble in so many different techniques, and so this definitely does have merit, but I think it's somehow lost favor with the players of late.
I think there's also another technique called the aim point. Do you think there's much merit in that, where people use their hand gestures and fingers to understand how much line that they have to play? Do you think that holds true for the Indian greens as well?
Yes, actually, that in fact, I myself was taught that for a little while, and I've seen a lot of my co-players in my playing days actually try that, and that seems to be one technique that actually helps because it helps you gauge the gradient of a green, and then also by sort of approximating the shift through the gap in the fingers and so on and so forth. It helps you gauge that. So that's a technique that has been employed quite. Quite a lot. And also to that effect, I remember, one of our professional players, Kunal Bhasin, was a very good putter and very, very professional. I remember he used to have a book and some sort of, implement with him as well. Can you shed some light? I always found that very complicated and couldn't quite get around to it.
I just wanted to quickly run the listeners through this what Arjun just did. So he moved his marker, but it's also very important for him to move that marker back before he gets ready to hit his putt. Also, if the viewers noticed, Arjun actually got uh, cleaned up his putter before he made that putt, because while the dew is there on the ground, it is going to end up catching up on his putter face, and that will start affecting his putt. So the players, want to keep a clean club face so that they can hit their putt the way they want to. Abhishek Kuhar seems to have put himself into a little bit of trouble on the first hole itself on this final day. So
Yes,
yeah.
just hitting out of the rough, and the first shot was pushed a little to the right. But again, that's not much of an impediment here. It's a very forgiving hole as the first, and we can see the other player in the left bunker, and that would be Pavan. This would be a little bit of a tricky shot. It's considered one of the tougher shots in golf, like over 80 yards, trying to hit over the trees, and it seems to have had a good solid connection. Looking at it, well, that's a very good shot from
That's a
there.
pretty solid shot. He's given himself about 15 feet for birdie, and I think that's a pretty good shot because from that bunker, the yardage is very awkward. It's like about 100, 110 yards, and uh, playing long bunker shots with wedges is always a little more difficult than it is to play with a 7 or a 6 iron. We have Abhijit Singh Chadha now going with a wedge.
Abhijit, one of the longer hitters on tour, long levers, built like an athlete, sinewy, and generates a lot of speed. But the good thing, I think, over the years, he's learned how to control the beast and is able to dial back and have good control on his wedges, which is pertinent that a longer hitter is able to do that.
I think one of the things that Abhijit does very well is, he contains himself. He doesn't go after every shot. He's found his tempo and his rhythm, and he sort of keeps doing that around the entire golf course. So I think that's really helpful. So he is long, but also, he's got his game in control. He knows where that ball's going to go.
I think for our viewers who are watching, and I think there's always, we are always in the quest for hitting the ball further. That's one of the things that actually unites all of the golfers. They want, and that's all the major advertising, all the brands, new clubs that come, they always promise you extra few yards. So I would suggest have a look at a player like Abhijit and how he generates that speed. And now we have Rashid Khan. No, no, no amount of words can do justice to the amount of talent this player has and how well he's done in a short span of time. No stranger to success. Look for him to shoot a good number today.
There's a good mix of players in this group. We have Rashid Khan, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, and Dhruv Shoran, all three players running in form. Rashid, of course, is slightly rusty. He's been working on a few changes in his game. As you can tell, he's trying to remind himself things he wants to do. So, all those things are going on, but still, he's still got his scoring in place and able to compete at the higher realms of the game.
Yes, absolutely. We have Yuvraj there, looking dapper in dark blue. Golfers do take their fashion quite seriously. I think it actually translates into some positive energy on the golf course, and you will see, plethora of colors and color coordinations and what have you on the golf course today.
There's a friend of mine, and this is outside of the golf course kind of a story, and he'd always dress up very well. And I always asked him, I said, "You're not going anywhere. Why are you so well dressed up?" And he said it just makes me feel like I'm going to be doing something productive today. And I think that sort of translates as to how you feel about yourself is probably also how you're going to feel about yourself on the golf course. So it's nice to sort of put that effort, also stay very professional with what they're doing. That's Yuvraj stretching his body, trying to activate his muscles right before the round. So is Rashid now. He's doing single leg squats.
you, whatever you can do, I can do better. Rashid is not to be left behind.
There you go. Think we're going to look at what Dhruv Shoran's going to do now, but I think he's decided to bite into his tea.
Yeah, that's interesting. So obviously, a lot of limbering up required, and when you're standing on the tee, that's one thing that a viewer should know. It's very easy for nervous energy to build up because golf is a sport which is you're moving, then sometimes it's static. The ball is static. You're walking, so there's a lot of things going on, and long waits, especially on the tee, can actually be a little bit of a distraction for players, and they hence need to keep their wits about themselves. The customary high finish and the high backlift of Rashid Khan, a very hand oriented, wrist oriented swing, if you may.
Absolutely. In fact, Rashid does have a lot of hand action in his golf swing, but he does coordinate it with his body pretty well. Also, a lot of people don't know, and they keep thinking, how does Rashid hit it so long when he's, so lanky? The thing is that he does do a lot of work on his fitness. He does play other sports like cricket. He's very passionate about that. And most importantly, he's extremely flexible. I remember when we used to train together, Rashid could actually, stretch easily and could do positions of yoga and asanas, which a lot of us couldn't really do. It used to take us 15 days until we could get the posture, and Rashid could do it easily.
I think one of the ways in which our viewers can actually think about that kind of golf fitness is as we'll have a look at Dhruv Sharan, looking good in pink and black. Is that one of the things you think of a golfer as, a golfer tensing up his muscles, actually operating like a rubber band? So better the tensile strength, the further they can hit it. So a lot of players have that flexibility, but it has to be matched with the right kind of muscle strength because flexibility alone, without the accompanying strength, is not going to give you the ideal result. So you have a look at Dhruv, very good hitter, compresses the ball a lot, gets it out there like a tracer. So he's an embodiment of that kind of fitness that we're talking about, a good balance of strength and flexibility.
100%. I think you've hit the nail on the head. Also, I'm just wondering, did Dhruv plan this out? Because it goes really well with the Pink City and the Jaipur Open board at the back.
I think the players really are paying homage to this great city and this tournament, and obviously how excited they are to be back in the thick of things, and they're ready to go. And I think it should actually give them good vibes, trying to wear the color of the city, so as to speak.
Talking about good vibes, we now have Pawan Kumar getting ready for that birdie putt after his second shot from the fairway bunker on the first hole. I think this is exciting. It's about 15 feet, and the confidence that he would have got from that shot. Hopefully, he can make this putt.
So as we spoke yesterday, that how important it is that good putting actually plays such a vital component in a player's overall game, and Pawan obviously is one of the better players in terms of his game on the green. Seems to have misread that a bit, but he'll make a par and move on. Coming back to players and their dressing, there's sort of a joke that goes around that men dress, professional golfers keep their best dresses for their rounds of golf. They're actually better dressed here than they are in social functions. I mean, they. 'Cause I remember it from my playing day. You actually. When you pack and go for a tournament, if you're going for one, you'd actually end up taking five pairs of clothes. They'd be color coordinated with your shoes and with your cap and glove. And I think that's the nature of golf. It's very important, I think.
Abhishek there getting up to make his par. Seems like he's left himself a 6 foot task to be handled early this morning.
He should be able to make it. You got a good read of the previous player, or another little tidbit. Abhishek could have waited 10 seconds, and if that ball had fallen over, that would have been still counted as one putt. But obviously, he didn't think that would happen on this occasion.
Right. So usually, if the ball's hanging about halfway in and halfway out of the cup, is when the player really, he takes his time and waits to see if gravity does its job. Clearly, gravity wasn't paying much attention on this one.
Yes, absolutely.
In fact, talking about the dressing of the players, one of the club golfers at the club that I'm associated with, actually, I asked him one time because he'd have a fancy golf bag. Let's watch Abhijit, 5 feet.
I'm hoping he makes it. And yes,
Absolutely.
we are off to a good start now.
Steady start for Abhijit be able to take that forward. He didn't hit that second shot very well, left himself a little bit of a task to be handled. So this gentleman at my club, Shaurya, he would have the best golf bag, the best equipment, the best towels hanging off, and great clothing. Really the fanciest of the lot. So whenever I complimented him, he only had one thing to say. He said, "If I can't play like a pro, at least I can look like one."
I think that's half the battle won right there, and that holds true. Yeah, have a look at Rashid in the fairway. What a beautiful shot of this wonderful golf course, lush green. We seem to be having a little bit of a lag there. Let's have a look where he's gone. We'll know in a bit.
Talking about lag, that's something that all of the golfers try to create. And here we are, we're having it automatically.
Well, sorry to say that I had a tough time creating lag, so I'll create it on commentary now.
The lack of lag.
The lag. Yes, we have a look at Dhruv. As you can see that netting, so our viewers might be confused. Why are they looking through this prism, if you may? It's because this net is there to stop errant balls from actually going on to the neighboring hole, because the second tee is in close vicinity, and we don't want players hitting each other with the ball, because that can be catastrophic.
Solid shots there by Rashid Khan and Dhruv Shoran on the first hole. I think looks like the boys are on fire and should be able to take on this golf course early this morning. Like I said earlier, if guys can get off to a solid start on the first three holes, I think the rest of the golf course really becomes much more inviting for them until they actually find a couple of tough holes at the back. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. It's almost like a love triangle over there.
Well, that's why these guys are so good. I'm sure they'll walk away with at least two or three birdies here now. That's very impressive, and that's what I was saying, that the opening few holes actually are inviting for the better players, and the first three, four, five holes, if they can even go one or two under par, there's no stopping them on the back nine, because there are a lot of horde of good par fives. And the thing about the par fives this week, I spoke to some of the players yesterday. They're saying that due to the prevailing wind direction, they're actually playing reachable for them, and especially for the longer players.
Right. So, in fact, that's what we saw on the 18th hole also yesterday. We were seeing a lot of that. Uh, some players were hitting irons into the green, a couple of them hitting woods into the green. And usually, when the wind turns the other way, it's very difficult to hit a driver and three wood and get it up onto the green on that 18th hole. So, yes, definitely the wind's favoring. But at the same time, the control of the ball is also extremely essential, just like these boys have just shown on the first hole with their wedge shots. That's something that's worth appreciating because all of these pros really practice each of the yardages of their wedges for thousands and thousands of golf balls a day. And what that helps them do is to dial in these wedges and have control on the shots that they are hitting. So it's commendable work that they put in to be able to be that accurate with their shots. What you see over here is repairing of pitch marks, ladies and gentlemen. Pitch marks are sort of like inundations caused by the dropping of the ball from their shots. So, care for the course and the etiquette calls that they repair these pitch marks. Dhruv here as well, moving that marker. Uh, because he had to repair the pitch mark that his ball was inside. So he had moved the marker to be able to repair that. So that's another rule that must be known by all of you viewers who are playing golf or would like to play golf.
Yes, and for those of you who do play a lot of weekend games, it's important to note that you can't repair a pitch mark that is in your line and when you're off the green. So if you're playing from outside the green, there is a pitch mark which lies between you and the flag stick. You can't repair it. Of course, we recommend you repair it after you hit your shot, because you have to play the ball as it lies. So what's different this week? You might have seen the players actually picking up the ball from the fairway. That's because we're playing preferred lies, because there was some because of the previous incessant rains, the ball is picking up a little bit of mud, and we want that the players are able to get a condition where everything is equal. So, in order to make the playing field fair, we have this rule in week this week.
Dhruv Shoran getting ready for his attempt at birdie. Dhruv Shoran there misreads it. I know this flag. It's just above that bunker on the right side, and there's like a little bit of a ridge around the hole, so it can be a little bit difficult for players to read the line. It appears to be quite flat, but these are the tough parts because here the subtleties of the greens really come into play, and players have to really do their homework to be able to grab the right line. A lot of times, also, it's difficult to see the grain on the grass. But clearly, in Jaipur, that shouldn't be a problem.
Yes, so grain also plays a very vital role, and there we have Om Prakash Chauhan, OP as he's called, going.
That's match number four. Om Prakash Chauhan, Abhinav Lohan, and C. Munyappa.
So even Om Prakash Chauhan is having a very good week. He's sitting at 10 under par. And do you think he has a realistic chance of contending for the title, even though he's 11 shots back? I doubt it, but
I think that if OP plays a steady round today, he definitely has a good chance of finishing top 10. Uh, but other than that, I think 11 shots is a bit of a far outreach.
yeah, maybe if he has a round of his life, how about like a 13 under par?
Yes, but looking at the quality of play, Shaurya, I'm pretty sure the leaders also are going to end up shooting about 4-5 under. So there's a lot of work to be done on the golf course. So we see these Abhinav Lohans bringing some jungle theme to the golf course this morning.
That's a good way to blend in and please the golf course.
He's literally camouflaging himself so we can't find him. But clearly, Abhinav has no idea how good we are.
So yeah, no getting away from the commentators this week, and I hope you enjoy our commentary. And if you have any questions regarding the game of golf, I would really recommend that you head over to our live stream and leave your questions there. We really like it when you ask us questions and doubts about the game of golf, and looking at more players join the game, and Lohan really going after that.
Lohan's a very steady player. He can keep hitting it down the fairway all day long, pretty much in any golf course he wants to. See Munyappa now, the former Indian Open champion, on the tee box, starting his round.
Muniappa had a good outing yesterday, just sort of getting back from injuries, getting back into good form. Let's have a look at the swing. He seemed to have been a little ginger with it. Again, I think there's something definitely troubling him in terms because he's going very slow. He doesn't seem to be swinging that hard. He's sort of just hitting half shots, if you may.
Well, a lot of players actually appear to not be using a lot of power on their shots, but that's because they use their bigger muscles to play the game. So the appearance of it might look very easy, but not entirely. So, Muniappa is a good example of a lot of hard work. He's, working on keeping himself fit, as one can tell. And of course, the moment he finds a little bit more form with his putter, I think he's going to be coming up with a win. All these players are starting at a total of 10 under par for 3 days and surely looking at catapulting themselves into the top 10. All these players currently are tied 15th position. We have Abhijit Singh Chadha now on the second hole, trying to read the line of his putt. Clearly, he's hit a pretty decent tee shot up onto the green.
The front flag on the second hole, I would say, if anything, is probably one of the tougher positions because if you leave it short, you have to actually try and make an up and down for par, and you can easily go beyond and have a long downhill putt, which is deceivingly quick.
Yeah, actually, Shaurya, what the front flag does is it makes the shot appear to be a little closer, and all players tend to get a little bit on the cuter side to be able to get very close to the flag. Of course, the more experienced player will not, fall for it and hit the ball a little bit further up towards the left side of the flag. But definitely, if you leave yourself short or right on this flag, you're going to have a tough time making an up and down. It appears to be simple, but when the ball's in the rough, it's very difficult to stop it.
Absolutely. And there we have a look at Abhishek's putt. I think should be able to make his par. An aggressive putter player altogether, he can definitely shoot some good numbers on a golf course. Can Abhishek. Now you see the caddy is surveying the line, and what would be important to note here that the players who don't have that turn to play right now at this point, they would be using this time to actually gain some knowledge on the green and about their putt. Because as we spoke earlier as well, the new rules and the time to take a putt. So the players are very judicious in how they use their time when the other player is there, so that when their turn comes, they're just ready to play. So we'll look at second hole now. And for viewers who have just joined us, we are live at the Jaipur Open 2021 presented by Rajasthan Tourism and live from Rambagh Golf Club, Jaipur. So we are covering the tee offs from the first hole, but concurrently there would have been players who have teed off from the back nine as well. And look at some of the players who are on the leaderboard. And at the bottom parts of the leaderboard, we have Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan, we have Arjun Sharma, and they would be looking to have a good day as well today to climb up that leaderboard. Abhijit sending that putt on its way. I think he seemed to have hit a little bit firm. As I said, that downhill putt is deceivingly quick. So that's what can happen in the blink of an eye. Now you were looking at a birdie. Now you have your work cut out for par.
I think, but where Abhijit placed his tee shot was a pretty solid place to be attempting a birdie from. It can be deceptive at times on these greens as to what the slope's going to do. And also, if you can tell from the camera, you will be able to see that the slope's very, very subtle. But when the ball's rolling on it and the grass is cut along the slope, the putt just becomes extremely different from what the rest of the greens might look like. We have Pawan Kumar now getting ready to make that putt. We're unsure if he's putting for birdie or for par. It appears to be a birdie putt.
The caddy gestured that it's going to turn, break a little bit to his left, and you can see it's downhill and it's quick. So he will look to leave the ball a little bit to the right and let it trundle back to the hole and simply fall into the center of it. That is what he would expect. Now, what would happen? Only time will tell. We hope he holds it.
Pawan's a very steady putter. He keeps things very, very simple as the rest of his game. Well done there by Pawan Kumar on hole number two. Gets off to a pretty decent start. Either way, whatever that putt was for, holding a 6-7 footer at the start of the day always helps the player get a little bit of confidence into his putting so that they can actually capitalize on that going forward.
It's very good that you say that. I always used to find that putting is something that used to help you take momentum into the round. If you would miss a 3 or 4 footer, that would you make you nervous. Dhruv now cleaning up for par. So he makes it par and moves on to the next hole.
Something sure I've been, I've seen about Yuvraj is that his father and his mother both have walked with him at Delhi Golf Club, and in fact, they are walking with him here in Jaipur as well. I see that his father's always on the golf course with his camera. He's very passionate about the photography part, and also he's always extremely positive, no matter how his son plays. He always keeps a very calm and positive demeanor about himself. Very very pleasant gentleman to meet always.
That's a good point that you made, and I think that goes out to the parents that it's a very tough game, and obviously, all of us want that our wards should be playing the best or winning, whether it's our offsprings or even our friends. But that's not always the case. What is important is that golf is played in the correct spirit. The spirit of competition, camaraderie, bonhomie, that's paramount and above everything else. So you can't always win, but play with the correct attitude, and that's something that Yuvraj's father embodies.
Next group on the tee, we have Gaurav Pratap Singh, Kshitij Naved Kaul, and Manu Gandas. Gaurav Pratap Singh hails from Noida, and Kshitij and Manu Gandas playing alongside him. Nice little laugh on the tee box for these gentlemen this morning. Always a pleasant thing to look at, and always nice to start with a smiling face.
I can see that a lot of camaraderie here on the tee, but when things get towards the business end of things, and you're seeing the leader group. In years gone by, there are many stories of how players would actually try and gain a mental edge over each other. There was a story where Lee Trevino, a very famous American golfer, actually put on a rubber snake on the tee to try and deter Jack Nicklaus and confuse and scare him.
I think Kshitij is about to eat his glove.
Maybe this might be something similar.
So we have a question here on our YouTube channel, Walk Cricket. Uh, the gentleman asks, "Do you think that Dharma can hold on to the lead, or will Cullen win the tournament?" Well, I think Dharma is an extremely seasoned player, and he will go on to play a very good round of consistent golf today. And of course, we cannot count Cullen out. So I think it's going to be a neck-to-neck competition and an interesting day to keep a lookout for. I wouldn't count any of the two players out. It just depends on who holds it up there and is able to continue making the birdies and reducing the mistakes on the golf course.
I think that question is a very good one, and we saw Dharma's medal yesterday. I thought a moment that could have been a pivotal moment where he dropped a shot and he actually came back with a drove of birdies. He made like three or four birdies, and that really signaled his intent and showed that he's not going to move off the perch. So I think he's a safe bet. I should be able to hold on to his lead and do well because he's been able to follow up very strong rounds, and my money would be on him.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you can tell, Gaurav Pratap Singh is making a bunch of his practice swings right now. And actually, Gaurav Pratap Singh prefers to play a little bit of a fade. So, always the players are looking at emulating what they are trying to do on their next shot and the shot after that. So, all the practice swings that he's making right now are all for that purpose, to keep his body moving and keep himself warm in the area that he wants to swing at.
Yes, very important. And normally golf courses favor one or the other type of player. If you're a left to right hitter or a right to left hitter, I think it'll be important to note that what do you think is the predominant shot shape that would favor this golf course? I think it will be left to right because a lot of the holes bend to the right. What do you think?
Actually, in my opinion, the Jaipur favors a little bit of a draw player with the couple of dog legs here and there, but also a lot of tee shots. Also, the way the greens are nestled in a few places, I think draws are suited a little bit more than a fade is.
Okay. So you're saying there's more than one way to skin a cat and get
Absolutely.
the work done?
Absolutely. In fact, if you look at hole number three, that's probably one of the only holes which favors a bit of a fade. Then we move on to hole number five and seven. They're both going to be rewarded with a good draw shot because the player can get in a little bit of run as well with the ball. He can actually go very close to the green and be able to make up and downs for birdies. And similar goes a lot of stuff in the back nine, like the 10th as well as the 14th. All these holes are favored more for a draw player. Gaurav Pratap Singh now hitting his customary bunt cut off the tee box.
I hope Gaurav doesn't hear us to saying that favor the draw because he he would not be listening. I think in his mind he's the best suited to shoot a very good score today.
In fact, you'd be surprised to hear that Gaurav does hit a very, very good draw. His predominant shot is a fade, but he's also a very good draw player. That kind of versatility is not there with each and every player, but Gaurav definitely is able to do that. Kshitij Naved, call now, homegrown, Bryson DeChambeau.
Going with the Tiger combination in the final day. And there a little bit of clattering here. We couldn't hold our excitement, and there you go. Um, it would be very interesting to see him hit the driver because I'm sure that technique is going to resonate well even with the driver. And but that's his hands are really far away, so I'm sure he's honed that technique. And whoever his coach is has done a lot of work, and they've stuck to it, and it's paying dividends now. Now we have Manu on the tee, very deliberate, a very different sort of a technique, a very in control player, and rarely does it show any emotion. Now, that's actually a way to play this game because there's so many ups and downs, especially in competition golf, where one putt can actually change your fortunes and make a lot of difference in terms of the financial uh, outflow. So I think an attitude that Manu has is very good, and that's something that younger players can actually learn from. Is just play the game, treat each shot as the same, and just move on to the next.
Really
Con-
a Zen player, isn't he? Just goes about his business without any expressions. Apparently, he and Veer Lawat are actually regular roommates, and Veer tells that he's actually quite talkative in the room.
Oh, okay. So maybe he just gets a job done, and then his personality comes out otherwhere. So that's also good. There are different ways to play this game, but I used to envy players who could actually have this kind of a disposition because it's very helpful in terms of professional golf. Because each shot it has a lot of pressure to it, especially when you get towards the last few rounds, or if you're on the second round near the cut. And unfortunately, that is where I found myself a lot. So a lot of golf is played there. So you really need to understand how to handle pressure, and that's what actually had us going to professional sports psychologists and so on and so forth, and have our own routines. So yeah, it was a fun time.
We do have Ajay Besoya now on the first green alongside Udayan Mani, the Olympian. It's always nice to play up on the leaderboard for all of these gentlemen. Pukrat Singhil also putting in good steady rounds on during this tournament, and hopefully he can also build on that performance and get some more confidence for the coming tournaments. PGTI has got a packed calendar this year. We have a bunch of more tournaments left before the season really ends.
I think the crown jewel is obviously going to be the season ender, and the take Jeev Milka Singh Invitational. That's and undone by the break on that, and would miss that. Normally, you would expect Ajay to make those putts. He's very good with the flat stick, but not this time. So now Udyan is going to clean up for his par. So you'll see that on the smaller putts, the pressure is less. The caddy is also almost looking disinterested when the putt is less than a feet, and that's the time they can actually relax and decompress because the caddy also is doing a lot of calculations, has his own book, walks the golf course a few times before the tournament, once at the practice round, even at other times, and you'd be surprised that some of these caddies are actually very very good players in their own rights. Now we have a look at Chinnaswamy Muniyappa cleaning up there. Look for him to do well and sort of get back into the thick of things.
A lot of players wearing these printed T-shirts these days on the golf course, keeping things extremely interesting for themselves. I mean, wardrobe is something that we constantly keep talking about, just because how players do take this very, very seriously. This is their livelihood, and they are complete professionals at what they do.
Yes, absolutely. Wardrobe and nutrition. And when you talk of that, one of our tour partners, Fruto Nick, is doing a lot in that space. And the players are actually really taking to that drink, and that's helping them stay hydrated. Fruit Electro Plus is what they have in their bags, and that's the adding arsenal to their armory.
So the couple of tournaments which are coming up after the Jaipur Open 2021, we've got the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2021 in Chandigarh with a prize purse of 1.5 crore. We've also got the Indian Oil Servo Masters in Assam for prize purse of 60 lakh rupees. We have the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship with a prize purse of 40 lakh rupees. We have also the Pune Open Golf Championship at 40 lakh, and the final will be the Tata Steel Tour Championship with the prize purse of 1.5 crore. Gaurav Pratap Singh there, giving himself a good look at birdie. I think that's a smart play by Gaurav. He's left himself a nice 10 to 12 footer coming back uphill into that hole. I think most of the wise guys would end up giving themselves that putt because that really would be one of the best chances to make. You get the bunker out of play, you give yourself a good look at birdie with the simpler putt than most, and that's exactly what players are doing.
Yes.
Looks like Kshitij has been working quite hard on his golf swing and reminding him the things that he needs to keep working on.
I think especially this group, if it has to really make a realistic challenge, they need to birdie the first few holes and maybe make the turn in about 4 or 5 under, shoot something close to a double digit under. That can really cement their challenge. So they understand that, and that's why I think you would see a lot of flag hunting in these groups now from here on.
Tim
Very wide arc, if you see.
uses his levers very well, keeps his arms far away from him, tries to keep the arms in front of his body through and through the golf swing. A little bit extra extension of the arms there, but it works for Kshitij Navid Kaur, and he's done very well so far in his golfing career. Not very close for this birdie putt, but gives himself about a 40-footer outside chance to be able to make that.
So, how do you feel about this technique? Because I feel it might be counterproductive on these shorter shots because you're standing so far away from the ball and your arms are extended, and would that actually help? I mean, I can see that helping you in longer irons, maybe eliminating some of that wrist play, but the shorter clubs you require some of that artistry and being able to use the bounce. So, what do you feel about that?
So I think you're right to a very large extent. The thing is that another person who does this is Bryson DeChambeau, and Kshitij maybe picks up his cues from there to be able to work on his golf swing. But I think you're right. There is a little bit more of finesse required in the short game. Might be all right with long clubs. Manu Gandas has given himself about 20 feet for birdie on hole number one. Coming back to Kshitij, I mean, uh, for me, I would say I prefer to see consistency and repeatability in a player. So no matter how they are able to do it. So even if you look at a couple of other people who have very unorthodox golf swings like a Mukesh Kumar or a Vijay Kumar or a Vinod Kumar, we also have Jeev Milkha Singh with completely unconventional golf swing. Repeatability is key. So if Kshitij can repeat what he does over and over again, and especially under pressure, I think there is no doubting what he's doing is absolutely correct for him. At least it is.
Yes, absolutely. You're on the money. And here a look at Ankur Chadda on the tee. Again, dressed in pink and white. So obviously they are paying homage to the city. And he is currently sitting at 12 under par. So he's sitting pretty at 12 under par, and nine shots is doable with a really good round if the leaders if the wind picks up and the condition changes. Because mind you, this group will have first few holes in a relatively quiet wind. And the greens are also sort of soft, so I would look for them to maybe make a challenge. One of these players can at least get close to 20 under par.
Ankur is one of the two players who did shoot a 7 under par yesterday. That was his best round of the tournament and also the best round of the day yesterday. So Ankur is definitely coming in with good positive energy into the final day, and definitely still has his brother on the bag. So hopefully they can both show that magical duo once again as to how deep they can really go. Ankur got off to a stellar start yesterday. He started off the 10th and was 5 under just through 9 holes and kept building on that through the front nine as well.
Absolutely, I think he's doing well. And what is your thought on having a family member on the bag? We see a lot of players on the European tour, and then sometimes here professionals who would have their partner on the bag, and maybe some would have their younger golfers would have their father. Does it add pressure, or is it more helpful? How do you see the whole situation?
I think it Completely depends on the kind of relationship you share, with that person. If that person and you share this friendly relationship where you guys can talk about anything and everything under the sun, the person understands where you're going to go under pressure, and how to sort of get you out of there. I think that essentially is the best thing that a caddy could do for you. It's not really going to be reading the lines that a caddy is really good at. It's actually, and not even getting you yardages and deciding clubs. What's really going to help you is going to be a person who understands you as a person and can keep you calm in a situation of duress.
I understand, but also like we see caddies are in effect professional caddies, and so you think we can actually look at our family members being able to do the entirety of the job that requires perfect yardages, the walk and how to keep up with the player and everything, the advice. You think they can actually double up as a professional caddy if required, or they would be working behind the scenes to hone their skill as a caddy?
I think that they could do either or. They could also get on the bag and they could also stay on the sidelines. That's totally a personal choice. I think the player has to make the choice that does he really get that comfort on the golf course with that person on the bag. I definitely think that caddying is fine skill, and each and every caddy does get trained over a period of time, whether it is to read lines, whether it is to get the yardages and understand clubbing. But most importantly, and even every caddy will tell you the same thing, that the job of him to keep the player calm under a situation of pressure is what is the most important and timely thing to be done by them. So it doesn't matter who the person is going to be on the bag as long as they understand the player. We have Karandeep Singh Kochar now, our money leader on the Order of Merit of the PGTI.
Also, a shout out to one of our other professional golfers who joined us on our live stream, Raj Randhawa, saying that he's really enjoying viewing the golf action today. And Raj, yes, we echo your sentiment, and it's we feel blessed to be watching this level of golf here in India. And Karandeep now has striped it down the middle, looking a little anxiously, but should be fine. So as you see now, after this, we'll have the penultimate group tee off. Karandeep had a very good finish to the round yesterday on the 18th, making an eagle. Manu here with a mallet putter, and should do well. Maybe make this putt and get off to a good start.
Generally the mallet putters are known to be face balance putters, more for the people who do not have an arc stroke, or definitely not a big arc stroke. So what I find very interesting, what has been happening in the last 4 to 5 years, is that the neck of these putters has been changing. So the head of the putter remains the same, which appears to be a face balance, but then they have changed the neck of the putter with one shaft, which is a single bend shaft. Then they also have the plumber neck, and then they have the single bend. So each of these putters actually performs differently according to the arc of the stroke. But what is helping the players is the high MOI of these putters, in essentially in putting.
We see a lot of players actually switching to this, so I think maybe our viewers can actually give that a shot. So if putting is your Achilles heel, I think just switch to a bigger putter.
I think everyone sort of always is wanting to improve their putting and constantly keeps tinkering with their putters. Although one of the things that it always takes me back, one of the advice that I got from C Muniappa back in the day, I was ending up using 2 3 different putters and trying them out on the putting green. And one of the, I think, the finest advice I've been given, he said, just stick to what you're doing, use only one putter and keep improving on that. And I've found that to be one of the best advice that I've could have ever received on the putting green.
Yes, of course. We saw Tiger in his heyday only using one putter, but I think he also now started experimenting with different putters. I think whatever works, just stick to it. And why, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, and it ain't broke because Tiger's gone back to his old putter.
Oh, okay. So there you have it. So obviously, we are eagerly waiting that from the unfortunate event, he gets back and is able to compete once again, because he's able to motivate a generation of golfers across the world and across different ages. And we are hoping that the next big star of international golf is going to be Indian homegrown. And I think that's not a far fetched dream. Our golfers applying their trade all over the world. Shubhankar doing so well previously. Jyoti G, Arjun Atwal, such accomplished names, Shiv Kapoor, Gaganjit Bhullar, Rahil Ganji. There's just an array of golfers who are doing so well and who have done. And the younger crop, we can expect them to actually take inspiration from the previous lot and actually do better than what they did.
Absolutely. In fact, Shaurya, all of these players have been playing regularly outside of the country, and still a lot of players are also preparing to qualify for the higher tours. And I think it's interesting for our viewers to note that each of these players, in fact, the ones that you're even watching on your screens right now, are preparing to go to higher tours and play better. The Shubhankar definitely is leading the pack right now. In fact, so is Anirban. And Shubhankar has started to find some form again, starting a couple of weeks ago, and that started showing. It's nice to see Shubhankar back playing well. He's always been a good timer of the golf ball and very, very consistent. He's got a really good head on his shoulders. So I think all of that put together, he will definitely keep building up as he goes along. We have C Muniappa now back on the green.
Yes. So C Muniappa now, which appears to be on the third hole, slightly elevated green, and an interesting hole. The players are actually hitting their tee shots on the right fairway, then trying to gain a favorable approach. I do remember his victory very fondly. I remember walking the golf course, seeing how he's playing, and it was a very exciting week. And it's taken a long time for the game to turn around. And that golf is a very unforgiving game, even at the professional level. That's something that players should learn. That they're only as good as their last performance, and when it goes downhill, it really does gather momentum, and it's very tough to come back from a trough like that. Even international greats like Henrik Stenson, who were lost to oblivion and then came back, and so it is, if you keep the faith, and that's how you roll your rock, so as to speak. And I think he was correct with his advice, and it's nice to see him smiling again. I met him at the Delhi Golf Club, and I missed the cut by one shot, but he's made amends here.
One of the interesting things I'm noting, Chikka has actually played 68, 69, 68 in this tournament the first 3 days, and he's tied at 33rd position. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can well imagine the quality of golf being played here at the Jaipur Open 2021. It's incredible that players are shooting 3 rounds of underpars and still in the second half of the leaderboard. It really goes to show what kind of depth of fields we are talking about. Definitely, consistency is going to be king. Here we have consistency of really, really deep numbers this week.
With our golfers doing well, that the importance of the team behind them is also a key. And how important do you think the role in all these players, their parents have played a part? And just any advice that you'd want to give to parents, and if something from your experience you like to share, and how important that is.
So parents definitely, Shaurya, play a huge part in the development of a player. Not only parents, but their friends also, and what they have around them, whom they hang out with, what kind of an atmosphere do they have around them, if things are positive on and off the golf course or not. At the end of the day, the player really needs to get back home and be able to stay calm and feel happy, no matter how he played. And if the player can find that sort of comfort in his own family, nothing like it. He can come out here and then work on his game and not worry about what the results are going to be. Of course, extra pressure is on the kids uh, really never helps. It There's already enough pressure when kids are going into competition. So the home should be one place where they can really put their feet up and relax and be able to talk very freely with their parents. On the second hole, we have Kshitij Naved Kaul practicing his customary move.
I agree with what you're saying. I think many parents actually, unknowingly suffer from the tiger parent syndrome, the tiger mother syndrome, as it's called. But because they tend to, we want what's best for the child. But I think golf, you can't force it. You can't really force performances, and you have to take its time. And it's should be seen as a holistic sport, and actually helping in academics as well. You'd be surprised to know many of the golfers are good at the academics as well, because that's helps them balance things out. And one thing that golf does is teach you how to manage your time effectively. So I think play other games, and also enjoy the game of golf. The main thing that golf is a great walk in a green and open environment, and that's what should be the primary focus of the game.
I don't know what you're talking about, Shaurya, because I really couldn't pass a single exam. Although Shaurya is, ladies and gentlemen, he's in MBA and he's gone to a good B school. So maybe he's talking only about himself.
No, I think I'm also referring to my mother, who was a tiger mother. I think when I look back now, at that time I was pushed towards golfing excellence and even academic, and it was tough to keep up. But I think it is possible. We have a lot of good players, even Aditya Ashok and others, who have actually done both. But I don't think that's really important. At times, it's important to just follow your heart, and maybe you're just so good at the game you don't need anything else. But that's a call that a player, family, and the friends can make. But I think this golf is, out of all the games, it teaches you so much more, and the whole golf industry around it. Now, you were a a good professional golfer with all the success and accolades that you got, and now you are in the golfing industry. So obviously, there's a lot to this game, and that's why we're here, and we're live, ladies and gentlemen, from Jaipur for the second week running on VAR Cricket by ABP News, and we're excited to be able to bring you live coverage of PGT golf, and you can feel the excitement with us.
One of the other things that I think the viewers can notice over here is how there is the shadow of the tree line coming onto the green. And I think this adds up to a little bit of toughness for the players to be able to read the line correctly, because the shadow is actually not allowing them to see the true nature of the green.
Yes, very rightly said. And Rahul, you are one of the most proficient longer hitters. And what are the tips that you would give to some of the amateurs and even the juniors watching? How do you hit the ball further? Is that an innate ability that you're born with? Is that something you can work on? What would you say to that?
So I think there are a bunch of things that go into the mix for that. Of course, using the levers properly, which is your wrist, elbows, and your arms properly, is going to be the first part. And how you're going to time that up with your body. Essentially, after you end up doing this, you are going to be using mostly your bigger muscles. So while I say that you're going to be training your levers, you're mostly going to be using your bigger muscles to hit the ball. So you will notice a lot of times, Shaurya, that the bigger hitters actually appear that they are not hitting it very hard, but actually they end up hitting it really long. And that's because they're actually using the bigger muscles to drive that club into the ball instead of trying to hit it with their arms and wrists. So, each of the kids, if they really want to hit it long and consistent, which means consistently even with direction, then they will have to work their bigger muscles through the ball. And that's the only way that you can really get this. And Viraj is a good example of that. He uses the bigger muscles very well. And that's pretty much how you will keep the club face in control
But I
under
think
pressure situations.
great point, but I think it's sort of putting the horse before the cart. You must have bigger muscles to use them. Viraj has them plenty, and that's really important. I think goes back to physical conditioning, and I think Viraj has really changed from his younger years. He's put such an emphasis on physical fitness, and he's really a specimen. And I think he's somebody who is going to hold the future of Indian golf very bright. I have a lot of promise and expectation from him.
Yes, in fact, a lot of speed training, agility training, balance training does help the players hit it much longer. Uh, Unless and until players are working on all these aspects, they aren't really going to be maximizing their potential. We have Sunil Chaurasia now, who seems to be himself working very hard on his game and his fitness. Sunil Chaurasia is a nephew of SSP Chaurasia, fondly called Chippa Chaurasia, multiple time European Tour and Asian Tour winner, and the legend of Indian golf. Sunil Chaurasia now, ladies and gentlemen, at Rambagh Golf Club.
From an enviable gene pool. I mean, just getting golf in his blood. I mean, SSP is a three-time European Tour winner, so obviously look for Sunit to emulate a lot of the feats done by his uncle.
I find it a little bit unfortunate that he's constantly recognized as a nephew, but he's in his own right also is a terrific golfer.
I agree, but that's that actually goes with the territory when you have somebody in the family who's famous. And I think in time he's already grown into his own and doing well. Now we have a look at Harinder, who's actually going with a wood. He's not one of the longer players, maybe a medium hitter, so going with a three wood. That's the first time we've seen that today.
Yeah, but I think each one of these guys is just trying to put himself between the 220 and the 250-yard mark off the tee. So whatever gets that job done for each of the players.
Let's now look at the panoramic view, and what a beautiful shot. I mean, we can see the previous group walking up, and Gaurav Pratap leaving the flag inside. Look for him to make this one.
Absolutely. I think he's definitely giving it a go. And
Is that in the hole? And
yes, I
that's
think that's in the hole hanging around with the.
oh,
There you go. Gaurav Pratap Singh with a
so
birdie on hole number
that's where the
two.
flag came in handy. I mean, that was really traveling. That could have missed the hole if the flag were not there.
Traveling it was.
But now he makes his birdie and he's a happy camper. So he's actually exemplifies what mental fortitude is. He missed the last part, but he was not shy on this one. He actually gave it a run, and sometimes you have to back yourself on that if you have to shoot under par, and you have to be taking the risk on, otherwise you're not going to play well. And in order to take those risks on, you better be practicing a lot.
Interestingly, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu is off to a good start. He's -2 after three holes, and these are the holes which I was mentioning were the tougher ones to begin with. Hani Besoya is also -2 through three holes. He started off the 10th this morning.
Gaurav, again hailing from an army background. His father was a keen golfer. In fact, when we grew up playing golf, he was the secretary of the golf course. So we used to get preferential treatment, and those were good days. I remember back in the day that we. I think that is a time that golf really burgeoned in that golf course, and there was a great impetus on golf and a lot of facilities provided. So it shows you that you know it takes a village. Actually, you require everyone to pool in and help golfers, because it's such an expensive sport, so many different things to it, and you require help wherever you can. So I'm hoping that after this broadcast, many people come forward and play their part in growing the sport. Now look at the third hole, sort of a tabletop perched green, and it used to be back in the day. It used to be considered a tough hole, but now what the players are doing, they tee up on the left and actually hit the ball over to the other side, because it's a tight fairway and its original hole maybe just 20 yards wide, but players are circumventing that and going to the other side and maybe just getting a sand wedge or a pitching wedge. So they've turned this into a scoring hole.
What a golf shot by
Look at
Ajay
that.
Besoya
Yes.
making birdie on hole number three, one of the toughest holes on the front nine.
Ajay Beswaya showcasing his short game prowess, and very well done there. That was a confident chip, a good birdie by him. And now we have a look at Udyan. So a lot of good action on the final day.
I'm very impressed by the steady play, especially by the Pukraj and Ajay Besoya. It's nice to see new guys getting more consistency into their games, and I'm really, really glad to see that. All of these players, they are solid anyhow, but actually putting that into tournament performance is also a commendable job.
Absolutely. And such an enjoyable sport. And as you would know that every few years a golfer does get an itch, and I'm no exception. And I tend to go back to the qualifying school. And then, one of the few years ago, I actually met Ajay there, and I said, "You're such a good player. What are you doing here? This is for hacks like myself." So, as you can see, it's good to see him here performing well, because it's actually so competitive, and so few sports that the players really have to be on their game. And I'm hoping this is a sign of good things to come for Ajay.
I'm looking forward to Udayan collecting even more world ranking points here, and end up taking his game up to greener pastures outside of India, where the tours are higher, the competitions getting even higher, and play on tours like the PGA Tour and the European Tour.
Oh,
Although that putt read didn't really help, but nonetheless, that goes nothing to show of the player. The player is anyhow one of the most solid players that India has produced.
that's going to hurt him. That was a short putt, and it's sometimes not that easy to get over such opportunities when you hit such a brilliant shot close to the hole and you end up missing a short putt. That can really leave a dent.
Yeah, but I think players who've had a little bit of experience, like Udayan has played at some really good levels of golf. I don't think this is going to affect him. He's going to take it in his stride and go along the way, and make amends as the day goes on. The good players, they don't let these kind of putts affect them. They know that they're going to make some, they're going to miss some, so they're going to keep hunting and keep trying to get to those flags. Pukrat Singh Gill there,
What
solidly rocking that putt up, holding that putt from about 6 feet away.
Raj, again, a power player, hits the ball a long way, and look for him to shoot a good number today. And ladies and gentlemen, here we have our leader group: M. Dharma, Khalin Joshi, Veer Alawat. And as they say, a journey of a million miles start with a single step, and this is going to be a very, 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 very exciting journey indeed.
It's an impressive group of players. Dharma is a veteran. Cullen, not a veteran yet, but definitely a very, very solid golfer and has had good experience, in his pro career so far. Winner on the Asian tour. So, Veer Alawat also has been playing some really, really solid golf of late, and clearly they also have some camaraderie. So it's going to be a fun day for them. But definitely, as you keep saying, as the round begins, I'm pretty sure they're all going to be concerned about their own games and breathing down each other's necks today.
I think so, and all they look so friendly now, and that's something that our viewers must be wondering. They're all fighting for that pole position, but as opposed to other games, they seem to be quite friendly. Now, if you look at a competition like maybe the F1, or which is again an individual component to it, where people are vying for the position on the grid. So you can't really imagine that before a race you'd have players fraternizing with each other. But how is golf so different that you can actually do that and talk to your opponent and still focus on your own game? Try and help us delve a little bit into what they're thinking.
Well, it's an individual sport, so each player knows that he has to do his own thing. He has to make his own swing, and he has the onus of doing the good or the bad on the golf course today. So he only has himself to blame and himself to pat, and to keep all the other things aside and also have a little bit of a chatter and a little bit of a laugh also helps you ease out before you start that round. And of course, let's not ignore the fact that there will be slight amount of pressure on the line, even if the first tee shot is with a 3 or a 2 iron.
As these players venture out into international tours, and if they're there on the final day, there could be some mind games played on the bigger players, on the lesser names. And I can remember a little bit of that when Shubhankar was playing really well at the WGC, and Phil Mickelson was actually trailing him, I think, by 4 shots. And I do remember very clearly in the interview that Phil actually said that I will come out victorious tomorrow. So that was a little different sort of a flavor. So I think it's all hunky dory while they're playing here, but when they're in the leader groups in other countries, you can see that players really don't want to give an inch.
I was reading an interview of Veer's the other day, and he said if it's working, then don't change it. And that goes to say about his golf swing. He's kept it the same way that it was when it started, and he just keeps sharpening up as you go along. Now we have M Dharma on the tee, our leader at -21. Definitely, putting his intention straight in front of his co-players by turning up in the red and black, the ever tiger combination for the final day of the tournament. So definitely, he's got his intentions clear, and let's see what Cullen and Veer can do. Right, trailing him by 2 shots and 5 shots, respectively.
I think our numero uno is very clear. He's not here for the chit chat, gentlemen. He's definitely here for the prize, and he signaled that the color of the shaft is matching the color of his shirt, and that's a good shot. Just hits it, picks up the tee, and walks off. That's a telling sign that the shot is exactly where the player intended for it to go.
Dharma plays a little draw from the right side, and that's exactly what he did on this hole. He started the ball off slightly towards the right center of the fairway and had a small draw coming back into the fairway. So he knew that he caught that well, and he's just picked up that tee and walking off now. And hopefully he can build on this, get himself to a good start on the first 3 holes. It always gives a little bit of a cushion. Let's see what happens through the day, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a very interesting day here at the final round of the Jaipur Open. We have M Dharma leading at -21. That's Kalin Joshi trailing him by 2 shots, actually. And Veer Alawat down at 16 under par.
So, uh,
Yeah, we have a good round cut out today. This is a very interesting leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. We've got M Dharma leading. He's a veteran and also a winner on tour. We've got Kalin Joshi trailing him by 2 shots. Veer Alawat, Karandeep Kochar, Harinder Gupta, Sunil Chaurasia, Viraj Madappa, Sachin Besoya, Ajay Besoya, Kshitij Navedkar, Manu Gandas, all these players making for the top 10 after 3 days at the PGTI Jaipur Open. Also, we've got Simuniappa, Udayan Mane, Gaurav Pratap Singh, all these players just outside of the top 10, but definitely looking at upping themselves today. and put in another solid round of golf to finish into the top 10. We had a very, very interesting roundup of players. I think the quality of golf is only going from strength to strength. It's a sheer pleasure for us to be able to view this live. It's only the second tournament that the PGTI it has gone live. We are with WA Cricket uh, by the ABP News Network, and it's great to see that Indian golf is now being viewed live on online, and most importantly, the show is extremely good. If not better, it's as good as the PGA Tour. The kind of scoring standards that we are seeing, I think these players are not behind anyone.
Absolutely. They're doing a good job, and now we have a look at Muniappa, who's on the third hole. Seems to have pushed his approach a little bit to the right hand side. Now a long putt coming back. So as we go to the motions, we have a look at. Sorry, that is Suneet on the first hole. My apologies. He's done well and made a birdie there. So it's an interesting fact that the leader group will actually have to gauge how the others are doing as well. So it's not just your own game; it's actually what the others are going to do, and that actually takes me back to people who are fans of Hollywood. Maybe you've seen the movie A Beautiful Mind, which employs where the protagonist actually employs the game theory. And so a lot of the rules, like there's a subset called the prisoner's dilemma, where you actually what you do depends on what the other does, and it's a little bit of a double blind guessing game, and the leader group sometimes actually has to think of the others as well, because it's not just about their score, it's also about the others and how they are playing. And as we go back to the first hole, there's a little bit of dilemma here as well on the face of the bunker. Maybe the rules official will be called in soon. What they're trying to gauge is if the ball has broken ground. So if the ball breaks ground, then the player can clean it and place it back. Otherwise, he has to play the ball as it lies, and if it's partially embedded into the bank, then that can be a really tough shot, and you're probably looking at a short drop for him.
A lot of groundbreaking things happening here on the PGTI with the number of tournaments, some great players, and also the amount of underpass. So it's definitely breaking the ground at the wall of the bunker. Not the biggest deal right now.
Yes, rightly so. We made light of that situation, and yes, when we look at the grand scheme of things, there's a lot of good golf going on. That's Harinder. So if anybody is going to make par from it, it's going to be him. A magician around the greens, and this will be interesting to see how he's going to navigate. He'll have an awkward stance, with his shoulders probably misaligned, having to somehow balance on that steep embankment while still hitting the ball close. So there's a lot of moving parts to this. Seems to have done really well, and as we said, he's a good player, and he's sort of shown us that he's very good still around the greens. Now the birdie attempt for Viraj. Viraj obviously coming off a victory, and momentum also plays a very big part in golf, especially if it's just a couple of days removed from a victory. You can actually bet on the player doing well again. Look for this putt. What he's trying to do, he's using the aim point technology that we had spoken earlier, where you actually feel the slope by just the run of the land under your feet, and then you sort of visually look at a point at which you're going to aim, and then just fire away. So that's like a sure shot method, which eliminates a lot of the confusion around the green, but pretty tough to learn. But it seems to be catching on. Anything to give the golfer an advantage on the green.
As a big sports aficionado myself, oh, there
Oh,
you go, sneaks it
brilliant.
in. Viraj Madappa on hole number one for birdie. Uh, I would like to give a notable mention here that the Jaipur Open 2021 is being supported by the Rajasthan State Sports Council. Shri Ashok Channa, who is the Minister of State for Youth Affairs and Sports for the government of Rajasthan, he is an all-round sportsman and also takes part in, making sure that sports gets developed in the state. He has also played for the Bhilwara cricket team. Also, currently, he enjoys as a polo player. So it's amazing to see, people who are in sports actually backing sports for their development.
Absolutely. Support is always appreciated, and especially when it comes from the right quarters, it's really helpful. And all sportsmen, not just golf, I think sports is the foundation of a country and of the youth, and to keep them gainfully engaged, and in some places like ours, gainfully employed. So it's a matter of a livelihood. It's not just fun and games, gentlemen. It's very serious here. Now we're live at the third hole. A look at Manu. We just saw previously Ajay. Hole is chip shot on this hole, but you can see that the pin is a little above, and Manu is on a lower tier. So these putts are actually a little tougher than the ones going downhill, because having to navigate an uphill putt, which has a severe upslope, is quite tough, because ball will break, and then managing the speed. Whereas on a downhill putt, you tend to just leave the putt on the line, and the green sort of does the work for you. It rolls up here. There has to be the perfect marriage between speed and direction, and let's see if Manu can manage that.
Shaurya, I'm just looking at the trees at the back with the flowers there, and I'm reminded of something that I do on the golf course to like sort of uh, while I'm playing, just to appreciate the flora and fauna around. Manu Gandas leaves himself just a few feet short. Should be able to make his par from there. And I think that's that's the experience of golfing, the experience of actually being able to soak in the entire atmosphere. You're not just playing golf, but you're actually in a green environment. You are being able to view these trees and the flowers from so close by. Probably the best place in cities to get some oxygen in, with all the pollution that we all have. So I think the Rambagh Golf Club is truly a showcase for this.
I think yes. Blessed are those who can actually get have an access to a golf course, and what better facilities than Jaipur Golf Club, and just pay a green fee, walk in here, soak in the environment, just enjoy the game of golf. If you're around, in the public park, just jump the wall
In
and come to
fact,
watch the tournament. No, please don't do that. But yes, it's we the whole movement of golf is trying to make it more accessible, and obviously it's not possible by just us or even the PGT of India doing its bit, but it has to come from the agencies, the government, and the golf courses. And I think golf courses are coming around to this, and that's a good part. Like, we have many golf courses in the NCR who actually give preferential discounted golf rates to professionals, and have very accessible range fees. One distinction is important, that for viewers, you don't have to pay the entire golf course fee. Just pay the range fee, hit a few balls, because golf is going to take some time to learn before you get onto the golf course. And one good way to learn is just follow us on VAR Cricket and
so
watch the action.
interestingly, for the amateurs, there's also a couple of amateur bodies that you can become members of and get a few discounted rates to play more affordable golf. And those associations might have tie-ups with most of the courses. Having said that, this Rambagh Golf Club just it's a course which has been designed on sandy loam soil and has a picturesque location, of course, with the beautiful surroundings. The Rambagh Golf Club is a challenging past 70 championship course with a yardage of 6,303 yards. So it's not the longest course, but definitely the conversion of the putts needs to be done by the players, which we can definitely see is being done to a very, very elite level. Moving around the course, one is afforded with a view of the Rambagh Palace Hotel, the Moti Dungri Fort, Nahargarh Fort, and the Birla Planetarium. So the entire experience of being in Jaipur to enjoy the culture and also be able to play golf in such a lovely golf course. I think the entire trip, if one is to make it, maybe even to travel and take a holiday, it'd be incredible, right? There's so much to soak in. M. Dharma missing his birdie
Yes,
putt, not very happy with that.
and if you happen to come here for a holiday, what better place than to stay at the Hilton?
Absolutely.
That's the travel partner this week, and obviously, that's a great experience for anyone who does happen to stay there. I think as golfers, that's something that we also used to look forward to when they were travel partners. You get preferential treatment. Maybe you get like a discounted rate in sometimes it's just complimentary. And I used to look forward to the good hotel stay as much as the tournament and the breakfast, if you may. I still very fondly remember on my first trip abroad to Sri Lanka, we were actually apple pie was something I never knew existed, and it was, lo and behold, it became a favorite. What are some of the stories that you can tell us, about the culinary delights that you were able to experience across the world?
So I think one of the things that I didn't really look forward to on the tour was a 6:40 tea time, and that basically meant that you were definitely going to miss breakfast at the hotel. So good luck with that, because you're halfway in sleep and you have to wake up at something like 3:30 a.m. To actually be able to be in the shape to be able to play the round the next
So
day.
actually, if you look at it today, our tea time was pretty similar. 6:30. I actually woke up at 5:15 in the morning, so it just feels like leader group all over again.
There you go. I think we have to talk to Sampath, sir. Usually when you're not on the good side of him, he'll give you a 6:40 tea time, and then you have to, get to the golf course by about 5:30, and you're practicing in the dark, trying to warm up.
I think that's one more very interesting factor. We're covering the final 2 days of an event, but the first 2 days are equally as important. People are just struggling to make the cut, and the groups how they're made. They're bracket of players where the committee decides, okay, let's put a top star marquee player with another marquee, or maybe with somebody who's just coming through the ranks. You put a quick player with a slow player, that would be yours truly. And these are the intricacies of what happens when they make the draw. And so it's a real mix of players, so as to speak, on the first 3 days. And sometimes we all, as youngsters, we were actually looking forward to a favorable draw or playing with some great player, because you would have to do really well on the week to actually reach the leader groups. But if you're actually given that group, that experience was worth its weight in gold.
I'd like to just give a quick mention to Karandeep Kochar, Sunil Chaurasia, Viraj Madappa, Sachin Baisoya, and Ajay Baisoya. All of these players have started and now already at one under par for the day. Some of them through one hole, some of them through two holes. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu catching on some heat with a -3 through 6 holes, and definitely a lot more birdies out there on the golf course. I think the players would be looking at getting these birdies a little early on in the day before the wind picks up, because once the wind picks up around the 10:30, 11 o'clock mark, I think it becomes very difficult to be able to control the ball, especially spinning it and controlling it in the air.
Yes, absolutely. We had a look at Manu, who wasn't able to quite navigate that, and I think he'll have his work cut out on his second shot. Now we have a look at Gaurav. I think he's trying to hit a fade. You can see by the way he's rotating in his arms, you can tell a lot about the shot that the player is planning to hit by his preparation for it. I see Gaurav standing with a little bit of an open stance where the left foot is a little bit flared out, and that means the player is looking to move the ball from left to right. Aggressive swing, and there's no way to tell. But I mean, if you're just looking at him, he wants the ball to go further right, and it's okay. Should be on the green. So you can tell a lot when you play golf over the years just by looking at body language of a player, and as you get better and better, you learn how to understand what is happening inside a player's mind.
Just a quick shout out to all the players on the PGTI. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all, they're all available on social media on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. And it'll be interesting for you all to connect with them on a personal level, be able to see how they work, how they practice, what they do in their personal lives. It's always nice to be able to connect. They are approachable players, and it's always fun to know what people whom you appreciate, who play this game of golf at such a high level, how they think and what they do in their personal lives. Always fun to know that side of these people whom you're usually just watching from the sidelines of tournaments.
I think that's with the advent of technology and social media, it's made these players actually approachable. Because if you look back to our times, there's none of these tools available. Like players were just enigmas to us, and they were almost like they've come from a different planet. But you would see them, you would feel so excited. So to a certain extent, it takes the sheen away. But I think on a positive side, you're able to reach out to your players, talk to them, and have direct access to them, and most of them understand how important social media is. That because at the end of the day, they're not playing golf just for themselves. They have to get the masses involved, and it's now with the advent of golf in the Olympics, it's truly a national game, a game of a lot of importance. And I think in the years to come, India can actually bank upon their golfers to get them one medal, maybe in the next 4, 8, 16 years. I think from this crop of players, they have it in them to be world beaters.
I think, Shaurya, you're right on the number there. It'll take another, I think, if I'm not wrong, maybe about 12 to 16 years before we start having a lot of medals in the Olympics. And definitely, I think Indians are going to be the most challenging bunch out there, not only at the Olympics, but also other games, as well as in international tours like the Asian Tour and the European, as well as and of course the PGTI, the strength that it is growing with. I wouldn't be surprised with the number of international golfers coming into play over here is going to just steadily keep increasing. I mean, we have world ranking points for the top five players, and this could be this is a superb stepping stone. Local tours usually are much smaller than what the PGTI is. The level of competition is usually not as high as we have here in India, and I don't think that there is any better stepping stone today with the quality of golf, with the quality of golf courses, and also the quality of the field. I mean, look at these players. We've got underpar after underpar, and my eyes are already paining from the amount of red on that leaderboard that I see.
Yes, very rightly said. And but if you look at it, I mean, I think we look at we being rather generous when we're saying we on the upper side. But if you look at Aditi, what she did at the previous Olympics, she was ranked 200, and she all I mean she in for all aspects she won a medal. I mean, just missed it by a whisker. And in on our PGTI, we've had so many players reach the top 100, and Jeev. Shiv has been in the top 200. You've had Anirban Lahiri, Gaganjeet Bhullar, who's a real force, a ball striking machine. So you have a lot of mix of players, and the younger lot who's coming through, Viraj, Rashid. So what we're actually looking to is you're allowed up to 4 players from a country based on world ranking points who can play the Olympics, and that should be the aim. That maybe in the next or next to next we have a stronger contingent, and that would give us more probability of getting a medal. But I think it's not outside the reach. Indians have won on all the tours. Arjun has won on the PGA Tour. We have multiple victories in Europe, and Asia has been dominated. You have Jeev, Jyoti, who've been number one golfers in Asia. So it's really well within their reach.
We've got the live leaderboard now in front of us. On our screens, we have M. Dharma still leading the way at 21 under par. Cullen Joshi has picked up a shot and now up to 20 under par. Veer Elawat has also picked up a shot and gone to 17 under par. So definitely each one of these guys is gunning for that win. And we also have Suneet and Viraj tied along with Karandeep at 15 under. Harendra and Sachin at 14 under par. Ankur Chadda trails them all by 11 at 11 under par. So I'm looking at a very, very interesting round here through the next 4 hours. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see some superb golf, and most importantly, we are going to see some neck-to-neck competition. Since we are looking at the live leaderboard here, it'd be nice to mention out the tour partners that the PGTI has. We've got American Express, Incredible India, Amritanjan Electro Plus, Tata Steel, Rolex. We've also got partners in Golf Plus as well as Athletic Drive, and it's nice to see that all of these companies do come forward and help in developing sports to the level that it has gone to today. So, big thanks to all the sponsors and partners of the tour. And we're looking forward to what else happens at this tournament. We're also in this particular tournament at the Jaipur Open, supported by Rajasthan Tourism, as well as the Rajasthan State Sports Council, Hilton Hotels as well.
Absolutely. Without them, this is not possible. They're the backbone of this game. And as we look at the third hole, there's a flora and fauna. And for all the horticulture experts, I think they know better what is the variety of the trees and the flowers. We can just, revel in their beauty. But it's really a sight to behold. So, as they say, on the long walk of life, stop and smell the roses. So that becomes so much more truer in golf. We have a look at the player lining up for his putt on the third hole. That's Karandeep Kochar, who had a brilliant finish yesterday, and obviously hoping to continue in that rich fame reign of form. This putt again, look for it to break a little bit on the right, uphill maybe about 12 feet. So it looks like it would be a birdie putt unless he ran into some trouble off the tee, which is unlikely because he's very good off the tee. You see a lot of players sporting a wrist strap, and that's something that players maybe a little niggle, a little slight pain, and to offset that, you actually use these kind of implements. Karandeep currently sitting at 15 under par for the day, for the total for the tournament, mind you, and he's just brushed that past the hole, so will make his four and move on to the next. Ankur has done well the previous week and steadily improving. One of the younger players actually has a mini golf facility in his house in the basement, and that's something that a lot of good golfers actually like, access to a golfing, let's say a turf, a mat, a net, somewhere where you can hit the ball. And I think that was very important during the periods of the lockdown, where obviously public facilities were shut, and rightly so. So they had access. We had. That's why one of the reasons we say follow these players on Instagram and their handles. You can see they are very innovative in how they were practicing. I actually saw videos of many players hitting the golf ball inside their house, and then maybe using a mattress to offset the golf ball's impact, and so on and so forth. And so obviously it's very tough to stay without practice, because golf, there's so many moving parts, and there's so many different uh, facets to the game, that if you sort of lose touch, and it can be tough to gain it back. So players would be practicing their short game, their long game. Obviously fitness was something that came to the fore, and I think that's something, maybe that's a factor that has led to such low scores, because it gave them a year and a half where they played much leaner schedule. That's a great putt right there, that should be a birdie. So they played a much leaner schedule, and they were able to really focus on their fitness in that time. So Sachin seems to have made a birdie there. Ankur cleaning up for his par and moving on to the fourth hole. The fourth hole is not really a birdie hole, a tight par, 380 yards. And that's in the foreground, Ankur's brother. Really a rock by his side. He's been there traveling with him, and it's been almost a selfless effort on his part. He's been along with him and helping his brother. So it's very good to see that when both of them as a team pulling in for each other and doing well. Look at the peaceful surroundings near the 18th green. Uh, the nice, quaint feeling. I think one thing, obviously, that is missing this week are the patrons and the spectators. Due to the current COVID regulations, they are unfortunately not able to entertain them on the golf course. But I think that is where we come in, and you can watch them live right here as we go to Shivendra, a long hitter, not leaving anything back. The ninth hole is a tricky hole with trees in the center of the fairway. Many players just opt to hit an iron off the tee with a safe approach, but obviously not Shivendra. He has a lot of length, and maybe he can have 40 to 50 yards as for a second shot, and get closer to the green and try and make a birdie. So ninth hole actually runs parallel to the 18th hole, which is on the left hand side, and makes for an interesting time, because you can actually have players from who teed off on opposite sides actually walk next to each other, and actually say hi, and just sort of exchange note how their game is going, and move on about. So you're looking at a typical round of golf taking anywhere between 4.5 to 5 hours time. So obviously there's a lot of time to kill on the golf course, and you also have the preparation time. So each player gets a tee off time, which is determined by his score after 2 days, and the leaders tee off at the end. And normally you would see players land up to the tee off time an hour and a half before, because the rules of golf are very strict and unforgiving, as opposed to other games. If you land up late here, you don't really get to join or play. So if you do not reach your tee off in time, you're given a grace period of about 5 minutes where you will be penalized two shots, and you can join your group. But after that, you can't compete. So there have been times that players have been stuck in traffic, or maybe a stalled car, or in the rare episode somebody actually sleeps in. It's possible because you get tired from the previous day's play. So people are quite cognizant of that, and are able to plan well, maybe have a wake up call at the hotel or wherever they're staying, and reach in time, because that's imperative. You don't want to undo the hard work by a small mistake like that. So you'll see players landing up an hour and a half, 2 hours sometimes, even before the tee off, limbering up, getting ready for the day. And now we have a little bit of a wait. Players never really like that. That gives them more idle time. Some players actually like that. If they're struggling with technique, they can actually take their sweet time, and now look at the majestic 18th hole. I think this is going to really put a lot of twist to this story today. And
To Meera, Rajasthan seemed a bit like this.
the beautiful state, and obviously you saw the advertisement there, just telling about one of our main partners this week, Rajasthan Tourism, and how much they're doing for the game of golf. And obviously a wonderful place to visit, and I would definitely recommend, as now people are looking to travel, there's no better place. And if you're especially in the NCR region, definitely do visit here, do play a round of golf, soak in the other historic delights that you have at the city. Now back to the action. We have a look at Shivendra, who pulled out the driver. I think he's a little bit on the right hand side. So what it does, for the long hitter, he can actually pick his battles. Like he took out the driver here because there's not much trouble. So this golf course actually plays into the hands of a longer hitter. He can actually utilize his length to sort of gain an advantage over the others, and that's, you're seeing a lot more there. They're a lot more free with using their driver, as in years before you would see players with a little bit of a cautious approach. Now we're on the third hole, where you will see players actually moving towards the left of the tee, favoring a left right movement, eliminating the trouble which is there on the left, and playing to the right of the fairway. Good alignment is key, and you will see that Dharma is probably picking a point in the distance and then aligning his chest, his shoulders, his feet with that. And that's something that weekend golfers can actually pick up from. You're able to do, if you can get the basics right, I think half of the battle is won. Just things like grip, alignment, stance, posture, none of the fancy things. If you can just do the basics right, I think you'll be able to shave off at least 10 to 20% of the strokes of your round, and that's a certain guarantee. Whenever we as professionals struggled, we actually went back to the basics. And now you have Veer, one of the power hitters, tall, lanky, can actually generate a lot of speed. So look for this to be unleashed. And what is the hallmark of a good swing, powerful swing, is that he's able to hold his finish. Because if you can hold your finish, you can actually control the direction in which you're going to go. So let's have a look. Look at that. That's a real beauty there. And he's going to pick up the tee because he's sure where he's hit it. Now, Cullen again, a power player. So, these guys on top of the leaderboard obviously do hit it a mile, and they've been able to hone their other skills as well, so as to complement their driving off the tee. The third hole plays at about 420 yards. So you can have a good long drive, let's say about 300, 320, and just be left with a short little approach. Cullen again, a very violent movement through the ball, a lot of power being generated. And the newer breed of golfers, very aggressive of the tee, and he's an embodiment of that. We have a look at the third hole. Beautiful sight, almost reminding us a little bit of Augusta with these beautiful hues and colors. So the most important part, obviously, is surveying a putt, and preparation is key in terms of putting. You don't want any three putts on the golf course, and then the way you can avoid that is being well prepared, having your book ready with all the notes. And here we have a look at from behind the green. This is going to be a tricky chip shot, and let's see what he does. Gets really close, and that's a good effort by Suneet. Should be able to clean up for his par, and obviously those chip shots also are a different skill set in itself. Requires you to have a lot of touch and be able to understand the lie of the land and use the correct technique as well. So I mean, a lot of moving parts to that. And they have a look at Sunit's caddy asking him to hand over the ball. One of the peculiar rules about golf is that the ball actually cannot be cleaned till the time you reach the green. And once you reach the green, you can actually clean the ball because the ball must be clean so I can roll end to end and you can putt. Obviously, there's an exception this week when you have the lift, clean in place, preferred lie rule, which is also there sometimes on the USPGA tour because we want our golfers to have the perfect conditions. And that's what Viraj has showed us: a perfect putt, making a birdie, and striding up the leaderboard. So obviously, all this augurs really well towards an exciting day's golf.
Sunny Chaurasia now lining up for his putt for par on hole number 3. Knocks it in about 4 feet. A picturesque golf course and the view of the Jaipur Rambagh clubhouse. Lovely club to be a part of, and also the golf and the surrounding areas are stupendously with all sorts of sporting facilities, including a community park right at the back of the golf course. Always a picturesque setting to be back at. Jaipur, of course, offers many other treats along with the golf, and never a problem to take a short trip out to Jaipur, play around a golf, and also enjoy the treats of the city. Now we have Veer Alawat. Veer Alawat and Kalin Joshi seem to have dropped a shot after that first hole where they picked up one each. And we are back to now M Dharma, staying steady at minus 21. And Cullen and Veer are still at minus 19 and minus 16 for 3 days. Abhijit Chadda, Abhishek Kuhar are now at hole number 9. Hole number 9 is a hole where players are trying to put themselves around the 250 to 270 yard mark because they're trying to get their second shot in to be over the trees in the fairway. So they're trying to give themselves a spot on the fairway so that they can go over the trees and attack the flag. It is a long par 4. It's very difficult to reach. So the players have to lay up. Pawan Kumar now appears to be going with a 3 wood. Similar strategy for most of the players on this hole. One of the features of the Rambagh Golf Club is that the fairways have got trees right in the middle of the fairway, very unlike a usual golf course. Hardly would you see, probably see one odd tree in the middle of the fairway on most of the golf courses. But in Jaipur Rambagh, we've actually got multiple number of holes with a lot of trees on the front of the fairways. So it plays on the kind of shot that players are choosing to hit. We have Himendra Chaudhary and Sudhir Sharma walking right behind them, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is the players' etiquette. Respect for the other player is very important when they're playing on a hole besides them. Players trying to be super quick as soon as their third player hits the tee shot. They're trying to be quick enough to move back into the fairway and start walking up, because slow play is definitely not something recommended on the pro tour. Players get only 40 seconds for the first player to hit off a shot and 30 seconds for the other two players to hit the shot. So the players have to be constantly on their feet and always thinking in their mind. We're back to Shivinder Singh Sisodia now. Shivinder putting on the ninth hole. As you can tell now, from the look from the green on the ninth hole, there are trees in the middle of the fairway. So of course the players have to give themselves enough room to be lofting their ball uh, over the trees and still have enough yardage to be able to drop it on the green closer to the flag. So that is the reason that players actually choose that club off the tee box, to sort of prepare themselves and put themselves into a position that they can attack the flag from. Lovely top left pin position today on the ninth hole in Jaipur. Definitely not the easiest one, because there's a very subtle slope around that hole, which can be difficult for players to sort of navigate their way through. We are now on the 18th hole, and the 18th hole pin position for the day is left top. Uh, so let's see, there's this first group coming in from the 10th tee box onto the 18th, and definitely looks like a very stellar shot for the player who's dropped it about 15 feet by, by the side of the hole. Should have a good look at eagle for him.
To Huan, Rajasthan seemed something like this.
माटी बांधे पैंजणी बंगड़ी पहने बादड़ी डेड़ो डेड़ो बावड़ो होड़ मथोड़ पावड़ी.
We have Kartik Sharma, who seems to have found a little bit of trouble off the tee on one of the holes, asking the referee whether he could get a drop or a relief from this position. We will keep our eye on what the ruling is going to be. Shivendra Singh Sisodia playing alongside, helping out his fellow player. It's imperative that all players actually, in case they are confused, must call for a referee and take the ruling from them, uh, because it's an unnecessary loss of a shot if you end up taking the wrong drop. So, it's always better that the player does call the referee and takes his opinion in case the drop is even a little bit complex. Kartik Sharma trying to find his footing for this particular shot. He's trying to see if he can get some room for his swing to move through. It's an extremely interesting lineup of players, and of course, a solid game this week at the PGTI Jaipur Open 2021. I think Karthik Sharma has figured out where his drop is, and we'll now be looking at. There you go. He's now taking one club length from where he is. One club length drop usually means that the player has got a free relief from the situation that his golf ball was in.
And one of the things when you're taking a drop is that the ball cannot actually roll closer to the hole, and if it does, you must redrop it. And after two attempts, if it still rolls away from the one club length, then you are able to place it. And as you saw, he was dropping it from knee height. Previously, this used to be done from shoulder height. There we have a look at Ranjit. So red and black is obviously the flavor of the day. I think they're all looking to emulate their hero Tiger Woods and shoot a low number. Ranjit, obviously no stranger to low numbers, has been on tour for almost the better part of 2 decades, I think, and he's made a good living and has been consistent throughout the years, and obviously finding a little tougher in the last couple of years. But I think he's trying to catch up with the youngsters, and that's something that the older lot try and figure out what they can do better than the youngsters.
This is the 10th group of the day, ladies and gentlemen. They teed off from hole number 10 as the first flight off from there at 8 o'clock. Divyanshu Bajaj, Shankar Das, and Ranjit Singh making their way at the halfway turn at the PGTI Jaipur Open, flanked by boards of the American Express, Golf Plus, the Tata Steel. These are all tour partners of the PGTI.
Yes, and Golf Plus is a very interesting magazine and one you can get your hands onto and give you a lot of idea about what goes on the tour, give you tips about how to play the game better, travel ideas, and also good, interesting golf deals going on around the country as well as the world. So you can actually be up to speed on that. And American Express obviously offering great financial services in addition to their credit card, which is obviously renowned to the world and has a lot of added benefits in terms to the connected to golf and golf courses. And I would really recommend connoisseurs of golf and people who want to get more access to golf courses actually probably maybe head on to their website and learn more about that.
Seems like the ball that we saw earlier, ladies and gentlemen, coming up just about 15 feet left of that flag on the 18th is from Divyanshu Bajaj. So Divyanshu will be putting there for eagle, but we'll only be sure after the scores come in when they finish the hole. Definitely, one of the tougher flags on this hole, because even though it's a top left and you have enough room from the green in the front, the left bunker is very close to the flag, and coming in from 250 odd yards for a second shot on this par 5, it's definitely not going to be easy for controlling. So giving yourself this kind of opportunity that Divyanshu has given himself, that's quite commendable.
Look at Karthik, who was in trouble previously. Let's see if he's able to salvage his par here on what seems to be the ninth hole. Almost, yeah. So I think he'll drop a shot here.
He'll drop a shot there, but really smart play by Karthik from that trouble situation. Took that free drop and chipped it back up onto the green. Didn't really try to be too cute with it, which I think is worth appreciating, because there are a lot of holes which can which he can make up this shot on. So it's whenever in trouble, take your medicine.
Yes, that's very important, and even for our weekend golfers and just part-time players, that's something very important. Do not compound your errors, and as Rahul rightly said, take your medicine and move on to the next hole. You'll always live to fight another day, but if you lose a bunch of shots on one hole, then it'll be tough to recover from that.
So as you all can tell, the group behind has
I
already
think
reached the fairway.
oh, what a brilliant shot right there.
A lovely shot by Pawan Kumar from Delhi, playing alongside Abhishek Kuhar and Abhijit Singh Chadda.
As you can see that the ball took two or three hops and then came to a sudden stop, and that's because the players are imparting a sort of a check spin on that, and that takes years and years of practice, and obviously the optimum condition as well, the kind of lie that you're able to get, and they sort of slice across it, and that gives it a little bit of spin, lets them control it, and that comes in very handy in the short game. And talking about short game, Ranjit obviously has a very proficient short game in addition to a very stable ball striking game, not the longest of the tee. But sometimes very good with the putter. Again, a very streaky putter. And there you go.
What a lovely
I'm
putt.
almost a soothsayer, I think.
A lovely putt by Ranjit Singh from Chandigarh, of course, veteran on tour and using his experience to his advantage. Divyanshu, very intently reading that line. Divyanshu also is a good putter, very solid all-round tee to green game for him. He's been playing very consistently off late, and hopefully he can, build on that strength.
Yes, absolutely. He's also one of the players who's been playing well in the last few years. What would you say for a player like that? Now, it's important because you can't keep sustaining sort of good game on the PGTI. You must take it to the next level, or otherwise the competition keeps increasing year on year. Is it if for the youngsters who are good? They must try and ensure that they venture abroad because they have a very good game, but they also need to get other opportunities and take their game international.
Think most importantly, gaining the experience of understanding what kind of different golf courses you play across the world is the first thing to understand. Secondly, the kind of competition that exists across the world. I mean, PGTI is no less today. So, getting an understanding of that, I think for any of the players is very important. Once you can get that understanding, I think you need someone to be able to help you, guide you, mentor you, to be able to keep upping yourself every now and then. Sometimes players can start getting too satisfied with their own games when they consistently start shooting red numbers, but at the same time you have to keep in perspective that things are fluid, they're always moving, so there is someone who's always working harder than you. Conditions are changing, so you have to continuously keep your art up to the mark. Also, golf course lengths are changing, so each of the players has to keep up with different aspects of the game. Having said that, today different players are coming up, and as the player also gets older, he needs to focus even more on his fitness to be able to keep up with the young lads who are coming around and shooting under par after under par. And that's extremely important, to completely keep reinventing and keep doing something new to be able to keep your fine arts in check.
Good. You made that point. Is there a sea change which is happening? I think there's a new era that is being ushered in. Earlier, you used to see a lot of experience actually being rewarded, but as we saw in the recent Ryder Cup, also the American team totally dominated the Europeans, and the average age I think was in the 20s, if I'm not wrong. So, which is again sort of never heard of, and that's happening now on the PGTI. You're seeing a lot more youngsters. Is that happening because of technology? I know that there are things like nutrition and people getting better, but there was always an emphasis by sportsmen to take care of themselves. Or are more youngsters taking up the game? Has it been made more famous by the likes of Tiger, Bryson, and even Phil Mickelson? So, what can be attributed? Why is this happening?
So I think that there are various things that go into the mix to be able to change that the depth of the field into a more younger category. One of the reasons is that the juniors are playing a lot more tournaments now, and so are the amateur golfers. People are traveling a lot and playing tournaments across different states, different countries, and which basically starts helping them to shaping up their minds in terms of experience very very early on in the day. Social media and all, of course, definitely help in them understanding the importance of a good golf swing and the importance of fitness and nutrition. So, getting the experience of seeing all of this very early on in your life, I think helps you to be able to emulate that and keep working towards those things.
To Jane, Rajasthan seemed something like this.
माटी बांधे पैंजरी पगड़ी पहने बादड़ी
This is one of the more interesting shots on the 18th hole. I think as a viewer, it's always interesting to see when players are trying to go for a risk and reward golf shot. So that's what fans actually of the game come to see. They want to see some more excitement. Obviously, the stable players are the ones who make a paycheck every week. but at the end, the viewers also like to see a lot of exuberance, and that's what you get in bunches from a lot of our players. Aman Raj, of course, an embodiment of exuberance with his hat. I like that the new players are actually taking to their own individual styles and sticking to it. As Bryson has that sort of a upright hat, and so yeah, that's nice. Likes, whatever gets a player to feel that sets them apart is something that they should stick to. Now the 18th hole, the par five that we just saw, so we can see the players of the tee. Obviously, they will be trying to belt out a big drive here so they can get an iron to the green, and a lot of these players are very proficient of the tee and look for this to be a big long tee shot. So we have a player from Mysuru, Alap IL, and obviously he's given it all. The whiplash is a telling tale, that the player has given it more than 100%. When you can't quite hold the finish because you put a lot of force, and it's better that you just use the recoil and get out of your finish and just sort of have a look at the ball.
Well, interestingly, he's playing along with Yashash Chandra, another boy from Mysore. Very, very good player, and really been changing his game over the past couple of years. His scoring prowess has really improved. We have a similar thing happening here on the 18 now, as Sachin Besoya, Karandeep coaches, respect for the other players stopping themselves so that there's no movement to disturb the other player. Very important to keep the etiquettes in mind, because it's a gentleman's game. Golf is known to be one of the most honest sports in the world. Players are known to be calling penalties on themselves. This is one of the few sports where that really happens.
Yes, actually, that sets the game apart from a lot of the other games. In fact, because from in golf, from a very early stage, you actually told that you are the umpire, referee, and you have to actually be very honest. It doesn't matter when you play well, play bad. At the end of the day, it's your honor that you are, carrying, and that's something that's drilled into the players. Because they're all over the world. There have been maybe few incidents far and few in between, but the penalties are very harsh. So I've rarely ever come across anybody who's not being honest on a golf course, and that's the beauty of the game, and that distills through the ranks, and especially from a young stage, juniors can learn that they must put honesty above everything else, and that can actually help them in other parts of life.
So we have now on the 18th green the group with Sudhir Sharma in it. Sudhir Sharma playing alongside Hani Besoya and Hemendra Chaudhary. Hemendra, of course, is the local favorite, the only player from Jaipur to have made the cut at the Jaipur Open, worth 40 lakh rupees in prize money, ladies and gentlemen. PGTI really going from strength to strength and putting up some really stellar tournaments for these players. And also, big thanks to the support from Rajasthan Tourism as well as the Rajasthan State Sports Council and the Hilton Hotels. And of course, there are the PGTI partners as well.
One is visible in the foreground is Athletic Drive. So obviously this prize money is substantial, with the winner getting approximately 15 to 16% of the overall prize purse, and then the rest of it disbursed to the top 50 positions. And mind you, golf is a very unforgiving sport. Only the players that survive the cut after the first 2 days, they take home a paycheck. The rest of them go home and hone their skills and don't really get paid that week.
A solid putt by Honey there, about almost 60 to 70 feet away, but given it a good speed and should be able to knock that in to get a four on number 18. One of the most important things in a long putt, actually good to know, is that it's really not the line. It's more the speed on the longer putt, which actually helps the player. Even a fair idea of the side where it's going to break from is good enough, as long as the speed is correct. Longer putts like 60 feet or 100 feet, one has to keep the speed in check always.
How do you feel about this flag today? It's in a different position as opposed to yesterday. It's back left, and I feel it's maybe more accessible to the longer hitters, giving them a bigger target in a way. They don't really need to go on any side. Center of the green.
I mentioned this some time ago, and this pin is towards the left top of the green, so it is about 30 odd inside the front edge. what it does is really that it is so close to the bunker on the left side, so that could add a little bit of the trouble. And of course, as the day moves on, the greens will get harder, so stopping it from that bunker is going to become difficult. Hemendra Chaudhary just leaving it slightly short of that hole on 18. Also, just left of that bunker is the OB line. So, all in all, the entire setting of that flag, if someone is too attracted to it and tries to be too cute with that shot, could end up in trouble areas. So, of course, it's a challenging flag, and the players must be thinking through their second shots and their third shots to actually be in a good position to play well. Sudhir Sharma now ready with that putt. Definitely has placed himself well. So usually, I would say center right of this flag is the line where second shots and third shots need to be played. Sudhir, of course, leaking that putt out and knocks that in.
So, ladies and gentlemen, who are just joining us now, we're live at the Rambagh Golf Club for the Jaipur Open 2021, presented by Rajasthan Tourism and Hilton Jaipur. So it's a promising event, and it's one of the anticipated stops on tour. And this time we have M Dharma, who's leading the tournament at 21 under par, Khalin Joshi at 19 under par, Viraj Madappa third at 3 under par, tied alongside Suneet Chaurasia, Veer Alawat, Sachin Besoya and Karandeep Kocher tied at 6th position. Ajay Besoya and Harinder Gupta at 14 under par, and the Olympian Udyan Mane at 13 under par. So, 8 players within 10 shots of the lead. So, I reckon it's going to be a very interesting back nine, and all of these players are in with a realistic chance.
I'm just going to go a little bit on the second page of the leaderboard here. And notable mention here to Aman Raj, Alap Ayal from Mysore, Amrit Lal, and Chikkarangappa. All four of them playing to 2 under par through 6 holes for the day. So they are trying to make their way up the leaderboard and maybe give themselves a good finish, a strong one to finish their tournament. Abhijit Singh Chadha also at 1 under par for the day through 6 holes. Got a couple of really good stuff coming up. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu is building on that confidence that he's been getting from his game at -3 for the day through 6 holes.
One of the major defenses of this golf course used to be the hard greens, but due to the recent rains, the greens are soft, and that's actually playing into the hands of the players, and they're able to, aim more closer to the pins. Otherwise, they would have, aiming more cautiously towards the center of the greens, and that's actually resulted in lower scores this week. So I actually spoke to a couple of the players yesterday, and they said that the greens are receptive, and that's actually helping us in our approach shot. So you can see how conditions actually change the way a golf course is played. And if you see, if the wind picks up, the greens could be drying out, and you could actually have players facing difficulty on the back nine, like we saw yesterday when the wind picked up.
Definitely, Shaurya. In fact, the ground conditions in Jaipur uh, are such that as the day progresses, the greens will tend to get harder and harder. And usually, I have noticed that in tournaments from day 1 to day 4, course conditions do tend to get slightly on the harder side because of the sunlight and the players walking. The grass is getting pressed down, and also the watering of the golf course sort of kind of gets a little bit changed through the week. So, by the time the players come into the final 18 holes, and especially the final 9 holes of the tournament, the greens are going to be considerably harder, and definitely there's going to be a neck to neck competition, a little bit of pressure, all of that adding to the little bit of masala that we require for the Lal Mas, which is very famous in Jaipur.
You tied all that well, really nicely. And here have a look at Aman Raj going for the green in two. I think he has a rescue in his hand. Let's see where he's hit that. It's not visible at the moment, but I think he might have hit it a little bit to the right, what it seemed. But the flag is really quiet, no wind, so as to speak. So, still not a very tough approach shot today. Otherwise, if the wind starts howling, it could be a very intimidating shot. I've seen many a players actually float away on the left to the racing track or to the polo ground, mind you.
Oh, by the way, a good piece of trivia would be that back in the day, the polo ground, which is just on the left side of this 18th green, actually used to double up as the driving range of the Rambagh Golf Club in the past.
And this polo, I mean, this ground has seen many a greats of polo who've emerged from here. Some of the biggest legends of Indian polo have actually emanated from here. The Maharajas, the Kalan family, and many other names. And I think polo aficionados would actually know better. But this has been a famous ground where you've seen a lot of good polo players emerge from.
अपने आप खींच लेगा वो बोलता रहे. Back on the tee now. On the 18th, we have Wasim Khan from Delhi, ready to tee off.
Wasim, not one of the longest of the tee, so we'll have to rely more on accuracy, touch, putting, and obviously he's still having a good week. And I'm actually glad to see that. I personally want to see a lot more, the touch and feel players also be able to make it, because obviously power is interesting to watch, but power is something that not everybody has. I see majority of the players are medium to short hitters as well, and they should really work hard to try and keep up with the big boys.
Hey, Amardeep Malik actually looks much fitter than 10 years ago, and it's a real testament to the kind of work he puts in.
Yes, he's on his Instagram. You can see he works very closely with his fitness coach, and that's paid him dividends. He understands, and he's always told me that I want to have a good long career, and I understand that fitness is going to be a very important part. And he's no slouch of the tee. He's always able to get it up to 300 yards, and very consistent, a very good ball striker.
Unfortunately, he's not doing very well today. He's at 3 over par for the day through 6 holes, which is quite unlike Amar. He's quite a steady player on the golf course. Definitely a strong and solid 4 round player. So just must be one of those days where he's not being able to catch enough. Uh, he has had rounds of 65, 71, and 69 over the last 3 days, and definitely quite unlike him. Nonetheless, I'm sure he'll be gearing up for the upcoming tournaments after this. We've got Yashas Chandra now on the 18th hole. Uh, that, ladies and gentlemen, that you see right behind him is the track which is used for jogging and running, and also this is the one that goes and joins up with the polo ground. In fact, this is exactly the spot where the OB line begins for this hole. So you can tell how close this really is to where the players are trying to hit their shots. And mind you, in as the day progresses and the wind picks up, that just adds a little bit more to the challenge of the 18th. And the players are going to be trying to get more close to that back flag, of course, putting in a lot of other things into play while they force their way back there.
The good thing is that we've not seen any of the players actually hit errant shots into the OBs. I remember growing up and playing a lot of tournaments here, we'd see a lot of players do that, but obviously they've gotten wiser with the years, and club fitting also plays a very important part. Golf is unique in that way that the equipment is very personalized. It's not like other games where or the equipment is almost similar. There is an endless amount of tinkering that you can do with your club, and you'd be in a better position to tell us that what are the things that you can do to a golf club: the lie angle, the thickness of the grip, the shaft, even the composite metals that are used in a club, and how they're different, and how can each player actually get the most out of the game, even a weekend warrior.
So, of course, the first and foremost thing for our viewers would be to understand that in golf, the player is allowed to have 14 clubs in the bag. Mind you, we are talking for everyone, so we'll also start with some basic information along the line. So, 14 clubs. Usually, that's going to be one putter, 2 to 3 wedges in the bag for players. Wedges are the higher lofted clubs. Then we move into the iron set, which generally for all players is 4 iron till pitching wedge. So these become about 7 irons. So all of these clubs have different degrees of loft on the club, as well as different lengths of shaft, unless and until you were playing a Bryson club set, which is a single length, which is hard to find. There are only far and few of those. So thereafter, the players have woods, which will be a driver and a 3 wood for sure. Some people keep a 5 wood, some people like to keep a hybrid, and some people like to keep a 2 iron. Just to manage that 14 club set for themselves. So, all of these clubs have a different job to do, but mostly I would say players are looking most importantly to find the right shafts for themselves. More than the head, I would say the head is more of a look and feel thing for a player, and also feedback. But most importantly, a player is looking for the kind of shaft that is going to work for him through the clubs. Also, what a player wants exactly is that all the clubs should kind of feel similar to one another in terms of the when they are swinging the club. That just enables them to be able to repeat the same golf swing over and over again. Alap Ayal left himself a little bit of a task to do on this hole, probably about 30 odd feet away from that flag. Definitely not the best attempt, but nonetheless gives himself a putt for birdie.
I think recovery is such an important part of golf because you'll not always end up where you want to. So you must have your recovery game on point, and that's Alap, who's about 25 to 30 feet, but he will definitely make his par. And now we have a look at Aman, who had a second shot which we saw, which we couldn't quite place. I think he's also gone to the right of the green, and now the rules official will actually be helping him take a free drop, what it appears to be. Because also one more thing important, because on a golf course you have a lot of trees and you also have new trees planted all the time. So these saplings, if they are under the height of 6 feet, we don't want players to destroy them with a swing. So you are able to get a free drop and carry on, so that the golf course can get greener.
Right, going back to some more tidbits on the equipment part, players are looking at maximizing their dividends by actually making sure that their clubs are all matched up to one another. So that would be the most important aspect. And lies and lofts are something which are very essential. Most forged clubs, as pro golfers usually use mostly forged clubs, require to be timely checked with their lofts and their lie angles, because the moment any of these things move a little, that can change not only the distance of the travel of the golf ball in the air, but most importantly, also it can change the direction of play. So a degree upright or a degree flat, and that kind of an error could, be baffling for a pro golfer on the golf course. These little things matter the most.
Absolutely. I think it's a game of inches, and the correct club fitting makes a lot of difference. And it's good that you actually go back to forged and cast for our viewers. Cast is obviously the metal when it's put into a cast, and there's not much individual handiwork, but forged clubs are actually forged by hand most of the time, and they have a lot softer feedback, and they tend to go a little shorter as opposed to cast clubs. So a lot of the professionals who are very good ball strikers prefer forged clubs, as they give them better feedback on the ball. But what you actually have is, on the longer clubs like 3 and 4 iron, if you're not able to hit the center, there's a lot of vibration that actually can rattle your bones if you don't get it correctly.
Absolutely. In fact, the best forgeries which make golf clubs resides in Japan, and these forgeries actually were formerly samurai sword industries.
Oh, okay, that's very nice.
So, in fact, all of those samurai sword industries, since making the swords is not allowed anymore in Japan, have turned into golf club forging. That's shot by Aman Raj, very unlike him. Although, if you could tell, ladies and gentlemen, there's a little bit of release coming on the green, which basically means the things are on the green are turning a little bit harder. Definitely, the Indian flag is not moving as much as it was moving yesterday as of now. But I think by the time we get to noon on the watch, we will definitely see that flag fluttering a lot more.
What a beautiful sight. The proud flag fluttering in the wind. Obviously, the wind is a lot lesser than yesterday, and that would make the playing conditions more manageable for the players today. And coming back to forged swords, I think what Dharma is doing is wielding his golf club like a sword. He's definitely got everybody else in his sights today.
I think Dharma is playing a steady round of golf so far, but I think it's imperative for these players to start catching up on a few shots, because Sunit Chaurasia and Sachin Besoya seem to be on heat and moving up on them. Sunit is now up to 17 under par, and Sachin is up to 16 under par for the day already. M. Dharma and Kalin Joshi have a little bit of work to do out on the golf course, and definitely need to start separating themselves from the field.
Absolutely, the Besoya brothers have peppered the leaderboard, and I think that'll be one happy household. Three of
Okay.
them are in the top 20.
What is going on with this Besoya family? They're both at 3 under par. And
Yes,
Honey Besoya is at 5 under par for the day.
now, Hani Besoya, the more established player out of them, prolific winner. And Ajay, as I spoke of, this is probably the best outing he's ever had in his life. I think this is definitely he's definitely having the week of his life right here, ladies and gentlemen. He's not a winner on tour. He's always been a little bit towards the back of the pack, but not this time. So it shows you 1 week can actually change your fortunes, and I'm sure he's hoping that will happen this time.
I'm honestly just concerned. What are these Besoya brothers eating at home?
Well, we'll soon find out, and don't be confused if you see us on the leaderboard next time. So you'll miss us in the commentary booth. So there we have the cowboy hat, taming the 18th hole with a par, and there we have some sort of animal that is there on our screen, maybe a bird, but yeah.
I mean, Aman is also quite an animal with his putter, and so is Yashash Chandra now becoming an animal with that golf club.
A putter is, these people actually make a living off their putter. If they can't putt well, then it all comes undone. So I've seen players spend 4 5 hours, and mind you, putting looks like a very benign activity, but it's when you're standing in one place in a repetitive posture. Look at that!
What
Just
a
look
lovely
at
putt
that.
by Yashash Chandra, just salvaging that
So I'm
putt.
just writing down the points, diet by Besoya, putting by Yashas, and Alap, and we learn all this. So, but coming back to the point, when a player is actually on a putting green, he can spend hours, and you can actually be standing in the same posture, and that can cause you a lot of physical pain also at times to be in a static position.
For sure, I think Shaurya, one of the toughest things to practice for hours and hours is putting because you're just standing static in that posture for so long. Your lower back starts taking a lot of it. So definitely, each time you're putting, even every 10 minutes, I think everyone should just stretch it out. Otherwise, it can be really taxing for the back.
Absolutely. And now I think this could be Amaria.
Amardeep Malik also, as long as I've known him, he's always played with forged clubs. Uh, Far and few junior golfers today try to do that, but he's always been playing with forged clubs, and I find that really worth appreciating. They're really you need a high skill set to be able to master those clubs. Wasim Khan now taking up his second shot on the 18th hole.
The fairways are playing really nice, lush green, good conditions. As I already said, the greens are receptive, so players are really licking their chops and looking forward to making a lot of birdies. And let's look for this to be close.
That goes to say a commendable job by Rambagh Golf Club Committee to actually provide such lush fairways. Good shot there by Wasim Khan on the 18th hole. Uh, it's a commendable job by the committee at the Rambagh Golf Club and their greenskeeper team because the weather conditions in Jaipur and the soil underneath is quite hard. So and also the temperatures can go really really high. So to be able to maintain that golf course to those conditions, I think that's really worth appreciating.
Absolutely, it's no mean feat, and to be able to give the professional golfers such a nice stage to actually showcase their skill. I'm sure the professional golfers are all thankful for the opportunity to play on such a nice layout for the green, relaxing layout. And I must say, not many of us actually, when we are playing around a golf, appreciate the beauty around us. But the Rambagh Golf Club has is picturesque and a very scenic beauty in itself.
100%. I mean, it always takes me back to the various experiences I've had in Jaipur. I've had the fortune of seeing the few forts at Jaipur. I've also had the good fortune of trying out some of the most uh, uh, incredible delicacies of the city, including dal bati churma and also lal mas. And clearly, you can tell that I'm foodie enough. So I always look forward to in fact, going to Jaipur and try out all these streets. And in fact, most favorite of mine is the lassi that you get at MI Road, which is right in the middle of the city.
Yes, absolutely. I think your diet is the secret of your long hitting. And talking about long hitting, we just had a look at a long drive there on the 18th hole. And it's a very expansive fairway, the 18th, very welcoming for the longer hitters. And as Jaipur, the fairways are nice and flat. There are not many impediments, water bodies, so as to speak. The OB out of bounds is the main challenge. The hard greens. So the golf course actually the defense last line of defense is the hard greens, and this week they are soft, and the fairways are perfectly manicured. So the longer hitters are really having a feast out there. But if the wind picks up, mind you, it could go either ways.
Interestingly, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday you watched a lot of players reaching two on the 18th hole because the winds had picked up. But today, a lot of players are not being able to reach up to the green because the wind isn't there. as of yet. So that's also another interesting thing to have a look at. And with this flag straight at the back of the green, does make for a challenging birdie today.
Absolutely. The hole is playing so much longer than yesterday, and that really changed the complexion of the golf shot. Yesterday, you could see the longer hitters go with maybe a 5 to 6 iron, and the medium hitters get there in two with a 3 wood. But that's not the case today. As you see, some of the players actually trying that shot, hitting the trees, and then having to try and make a birdie through the rough or the as you can see right now.
That's Amrit Lal attempting his third shot on the 18th. And ladies and gentlemen, if you can look behind Amrit into the fairway, there's a little bit of a downhill on the fairways. Most players I know actually try to pitch their ball on that downhill. It's a pretty good effort by Amrit Lal. Leaves himself a little bit shy of the hole, but I think judging the release on the greens as the day goes on can be a difficult task for the players. Good effort nonetheless. So each of the players is actually trying to maximize his drive and drop it around that 280 to 290 yard mark, because that's where a little bit of a downhill exists on that fairway. It just helps their ball get one extra bounce, which gives them a shorter shot into the second.
I think yes, so they're able to, get compounded benefits, so to speak. A longer hitter can actually pitch his ball onto the downslope, and we look at that ball creeping up next to the hole. So, coming back to your point, a longer hitter can actually fly it till there and then bound forward and get that kick to via that slope and actually reach maybe 330, 340. So that's another added benefit. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, have your proteins, lift a lot of weight as your doctor prescribes, and then hit the golf course and try to swing it hard.
That's Amardeep Malik. I saw Amrit Lal appreciating his chip shot from off the green, so leaves himself just a little bit of work to do for his third, for his birdie on the 18th. We have Wasim Khan also getting ready. He's hit it to about 15 feet off the flag on the left side. But he's pin high. He's controlled his wedge work really well.
It's very interesting to see, the players trying to make birdie by hitting it close with their wedges. That also shows us a different side of the game, and that's maybe more relatable for a lot of the players who can't really reach the par fives and two. It's not really easy to hit it 300 yards. It takes a lot of skill and physical prowess to do that. But I think. Everybody can improve their game from within 100 yards, and that actually is where you can make up shots. So maybe Wasim is going to show us that.
One of the things I see in club golfers and junior golfers, and I'm going to mention this because now that we're talking about it, uh, is that they have this thinking as if each and every shot will be going dead next to the hole. Wasim not really happy with that attempt of his. So not all the shots can go really, really close to the hole to be able to make birdies, and there are many other ways to make birdies as well. You could also be holding a longer putt. You could also be holding a chip. You could also be making birdies from just short of the green on par fives, and maybe even lay up and make a birdie. But I think it's very, very imperative for any amateur golfer to understand that give yourselves as many putts as you can on the green for birdie. No matter how far away from the flag you are, that will surely help you improve your golf games. So just maximizing the number of greens you're able to hit, the more number of opportunities you get to make a birdie, the more chances you will have at it. Amrit Lal capitalizing on a decent week he's having. It's at 2 under for the day. Total of -7 for Amrit. Amrit Lal gave it a go, but wasn't meant to be. And he will be remaining at 2 under par through 9 holes for the day and -7 in total as he moves on towards the front nine of the golf course, the back nine for his round today.
Yes, and the timing is done in such a manner that the players who are teeing off on the back nine, when they reach the first hole, they would be able to have a clear tee so that things can move in a smooth procession, and players can get around the golf course in 4.5 hours, because eventually it is the members who get to play once the tournament ends, and they would also be waiting eagerly to test their skills now and see what they score.
Wasim Khan to tap that putt.
Giving that a lot of respect, which it deserves. It's a downhill putt, breaking from left to right, already missed his birdie, so wants to ensure that you make your par. Good putt there.
So Wasim's always been a solid putter of the golf ball. He doesn't have a lot of length off the tee, but he does get the job done around the greens, and probably that's why he wasn't happy with the attempt that he made for that birdie. We have Amardeep Malik cleaning up on the 18th.
So he's putting with one hand still. So obviously that's something that he's trying to work on. And I think it's holding him in good stead. But obviously it's very tough. I think putting itself is tough with two hands. I would think it's a lot tougher with one hand.
I don't know. He doesn't seem to show, so he just seems to go knock them around and hold them all.
We'll try and understand how that happens. Maybe that's the latest fad that'll help you roll the putt. So just follow him on Instagram and ask him about that.
Yeah, Varun Parekh now on the fairway at the 18th.
A power player is Varun Parekh, a very long hitter, and he just has an iron into this green. And even today, when there's no tailwind favoring, and he's been able to belt one down there, so just shows you that even with no wind, he's able to reach the green into.
Bro, we're going to disappear as well. This place is haunted.
Don't be a chicken, man. Listen, isn't this the same place where the girl had died?
Where are you guys from?
Delhi.
We are from Delhi as well.
To Binoy, Rajasthan seemed a bit like this.
माटी बांधे पैंजड़ी पगड़ी पहने बादड़ी
Getting back to the action here. Look at Pukhraj. What appears to be the ninth hole, yes, and looks like he's there for his par putt. You see that the players, even with these short putts, about a foot and a half, take them very seriously because if you miss this putt, it can actually leave you with a bitter taste, and so they want to take it seriously. So that's nicely done.
Pukhraj Singh Gill has really been improving his game and is taking it from strength to strength. In fact, he plays the Pro Tour along with his brother, Digraj Singh Gill. So both the brothers are really solid golfers and definitely something to learn from. It runs in the family.
I see we're seeing a lot more of that. I think obviously if it's you have a brother there playing with you, though, it helps because you have a shoulder to lean on. And yes, but not to say that you can't do it alone. But yeah, it's interesting to see the family dynamic. I would think there would be an internal rivalry also who's going to do better.
Varun Parekh on the 18th hole getting ready to hit his third shot. Varun Parekh is playing alongside Chikkarangappa and Mohammad Sanju. Mohammad Sanju, of course, a veteran on tour from Calcutta and a very, very solid ball striker and good overall game. Chikkarangappa, yes, of course, is a winner on tour and very, very consistent golfer. Chikka has actually been also working on his game quite a bit and has been keeping up with the trends. Varun Parekh hails from Ahmedabad and he's on one of his first few years on the tour. I think if I'm not wrong, it's been just about 2 or 3 years since he turned pro and definitely taking his game strength to strength.
I think he's miscued his tee shot. Looks like he's here in two and will be using his wedge to try and make birdie now. Well, that's another way to make birdie on this 18th hole and sort of eliminate any of the dangers of making bogey. Just lay up and make your par, or maybe make your birdie if you hit a good shot, and that's about 25 feet for birdie. Won't be too pleased with that, but I think you can still make birdie with a good putt.
I think it's a difficult, pin to judge. Uh, I think the players would benefit more if they go past the tree line and have a little more room to hit their chip shots instead of going from all the way back there for their thirds. Mohammad Sanju there.
Sanju puts a lot of compression on the ball. I see just two hops and a stop. It's a very good shot by Mohammad Sanju. Obviously, he's a veteran and has been there on tour. Always finishes top 60. He's a good player.
Commentator's curse was reversed there as Mohammad Sanju hits it really close to the hole after we commented on his ball striking. So definitely backing it up. I think he might be hearing us.
I hope not. So, one of the things that, not all the players here are going to move on to the next level and play internationally. There are a lot of players who have actually tried that, and, it's not so easy. as you would know, overseas travel and playing internationally has its own challenges and financial aspect to it, which is not so easy to fulfill. But the PGTI in itself is a very good, strong domestic tour. The prize fund is obviously going up each year, and more sponsors are walking up to PGTI to sponsor the event, so players can actually make a living. The older players you see, they actually are on tour, like Mukesh Kumar and Vijay Kumar, so they still are competitive on the PGTI.
Pankaj Mandia playing alongside Vikrant Chopra and Vijay Kumar. A very interesting group here with two veterans and Pankaj Mandia, a relatively new player on the PGTI, playing together. So it's a good experience for Pankaj today because he's going to see some very different styles of golf with Vikrant Chopra being a long hitter and a very steady ball striker. Vijay Kumar, of course, impressing everyone with his consistency. And Pankaj Mandia.
Yes, exactly. I mean, Pankaj would be able to learn a lot from the elder campaigners today.
Manu Gandas.
And now we look at the flagstick, and that's a brilliant shot.
Beautiful shot there by Manu Gandas and also his fellow players giving themselves just 6 to 7 feet for birdie. One of them slightly further away, but nonetheless, I think those are some stellar shots.
Absolutely. And an update on the leaderboard: Khalin has gained a shot, so he's at 20 under par. M Dharma, his lead has been cut down to one shot, so obviously he also has to make a move. He's level par after six, so not really able to make any marks so far, but seeing his lead dwindle. Sachin Besway at 16 under par, tied Viraj Madappa, Veer Alawat at 16 under par. Then you have Karandeep Kocher at 15 under par. Then you have a trio at 14 under par: Udyan Mane, Ajay Besoya, and Harinder Gupta. Finishing up in the top 10.
I think Cullen will be a little upset with what happened last week, that he couldn't finish the tournament the way he started it. And I think clearly he's taking that very seriously and trying to go at it this week. And I think just steady play is what is required through the day today. Definitely, Cullen, Dharma, both are going to fight it out really, really strong. And Sunith, of course, is trying to sneak up on them. But I do think that Cullen has a qualm with what happened last week. And M. Dharma, of course, has been, sniffing a victory for a few weeks now.
Yes, absolutely. It's shaping up to be a very interesting medal. There's a kaleidoscope of colors also visible on the golf course. You can see now more subtle dressing done by Parik, and you can see him going for his birdie putt. Oh, almost making it, so should make his par.
Great attempt there by Varun Parekh to salvage a birdie. Mohammad Sanju now trying the plum bob.
Yes, absolutely. That's the second time we're seeing that today. So obviously players are trying everything, and maybe these greens are more receptive to that kind of reading style, because the green, is not much of a factor here in Jaipur. It's very consistent on the greens.
Well, the plumb bob actually helps people understand which way the slope is going. I somehow personally have never been able to use that very well and never really was able to understand exactly how it works. Warren Parekh cleans up for a par on the 18th. They'll move on to the first hole along with his fellow playing partners.
So let's see if he can reward himself for that good approach shot. It's about 10 feet, slightly downhill, maybe moving a little to his left. Should be an easy putt, because for right-handed golfers, a putt that moves to the left is preferred as opposed to the one that goes to the right. Because, ladies and gentlemen, when it's moving left-right for a right-handed putter, it's actually very tough to gauge. Because if you hit it firm, you sort of go through the line and miss it on the left. Whereas, putt breaking from right to left is a lot easier. Why do you think that is the case?
I think it's got to do with the dexterity and to be able to start that ball out to the left. What happens is that because the player is standing on the inside of the ball, he can see the line towards the right side much easier. To see the line towards the left side, he will have to change his eye line a little bit to be able to do that. If the player was much closer to the ball and standing more on top of it, even the left-right putts would be quite easy. So it's the posture and the way a player is aligned on the inside of the ball that a right to lefter actually becomes slightly easier for the right-handed golfer. I'll put my money there on Mohammad Sanju though to make that birdie.
That's a brilliant point. I think a lot of us can actually try that on left-right putts, and he's made that very good call by you, and he makes his birdie. So that's something that I think can be tried. A more upright stance, you're saying, will you'll be able to negate the toughness of a left-right putt.
No, that's not what I meant, Shaurya. I'm just saying that in case we were closer up to the ball, it would change the eye line a little bit and make that left-right putt slightly easier. Although it's not recommended, one has to practice those putts and get the understanding of how the putter moves through the ball in the different situation. Also, I've noticed that right to left, right-hander players actually find it easier to line up a little bit towards that side, while for them to line up and be able to observe that left side because of that, the postural issue is very difficult, and
But
that's where it comes as a blockage.
is that something you would recommend if somebody is having a problem with the left-right putts? Is that he try that? What you're saying, get closer to the ball and maybe get more upright.
No, not necessarily. In fact, what I would recommend the player to do is to actually line up towards the left and practice his alignment a lot more, and maybe take a point in front of him where he would like the ball to roll over. And if he can, he or she can keep their eyes over there and make sure that the ball rolls over that, that'll give them a good idea as to how that left-right putt is going to function. I really don't recommend changing your posture in case your putting is good and you have just one-sided problem. That is solvable by just good amount of good practice. Making sure your alignments are fine and making sure you actually start the ball online.
That's a very helpful technical input by Rahul, and I think our viewers would be better by learning that. And obviously, that's how they can negate the trials and tribulations of golf and trying to get the ball in the hole, so to speak.
This is what I was mentioning earlier, Shaurya, that how close that bunker and that OB line is to the green and the pin today on the 18th hole. And there you have Chikka Rangappa, a seasoned golfer, and he ends up into the trouble spot on that very hole. And that's exactly what that pin is there for. It's there to entice you.
And he has fallen prey to the enticement. And I think now his work is cut out from there, and that's something that our viewers can actually see, that how he's able to negate from that rough area, which is on the left-hand side of the green, and he'll have his work cut out for par now. And a few patrons and viewers over there were able to enjoy this shot up close, and that's an opportunity they'll be able to learn what the player will do. And also, mind you, another important part of the ruling of golf is that when you're taking a swing, your practice swing, you can't actually damage or destroy the trees or branches. So that constitutes to improving your lie. So you're not allowed that. So that makes the matters actually tougher, because he'd have a bush or a tree in his way. So he'll have to maybe swing around it, or maybe if his stance is there, he can actually back into that and stand into it if it's his natural stance. So all of these things, the player has to really understand the rules to be able to use them to his advantage, if you may.
One of the things that I really like about the way our tournament is being telecasted online is that the viewers are getting a good look at exactly what goes on a golf course. Even good shots and bad shots, and it really gives them a good perspective as to how this game can be. It's not a game of the perfect; it is the game of misses.
Absolutely. But I think even the best of players can make a few mistakes here and there. It's how they recover. And sometimes maybe even, taking a bitter pill and making bogey and moving on is not such a bad thing. So let's see what he does from here. I mean, he took some sort of a drop. We don't know if that's a free drop maybe that's a free drop because the scoreboard would be in his line. So maybe he's lucky there that he would be able to get a free drop. And let's see what he does now.
One of the things that the viewers wouldn't be able to see on the screen is that the lie of that ball is not very good. And also with an overhanging tree over that bunker, Chikka has got to fly that ball correctly, also be able to, keep it under that tree. So there you go. Chikka leaves himself in the bunker. It is a definitely more difficult shot. It looked like he did not really have a backswing, so he was just trying to muscle that ball. If it could just roll through the bunker, hit that bank on the wall, and go forward with it.
I think he ended up using a putter. So it shows you that the putter can be used even off the green if the situation arises. Now he has a bunker shot. So the bunker is what's important. Bunker is a hazard for the viewers who are joining us. And, you're expected to rake it and make it flat after you play out of there, because it's important that the next golfer get the same lie as you did. So you'll see that it's very important for players to take care of the bunkers after they hit their shot from there, and you'll see the caddy flatten it out. He's really going about his business quickly, didn't really give it much thought, and I don't think he needed to. He's hit a very good shot.
I think that's the nature of the game now, Shaurya. The game is changing. It's much faster than before. You've got only 40 seconds to play your shot, and the next two players have got only 30 seconds to play their shot. So you've got to be thinking on your feet while you're walking up to your next shot. You really can't be going there and taking all this time that the players used to do earlier.
Yes, I understand.
Mr. Chari is going to be on their tail.
Yes, so I mean they've done a good job, and I think if you are able to just walk up to it and hit it, you actually end up playing well because it's important to trust your instincts. And in golf, because it's sort of gives you a lot of time to think. Sometimes you tend to overthink, and that actually leads to a sort of a cascading negative effect.
Chikka, of course, is a seasoned player and should be able to, salvage that for his par on the final hole of the back nine. He will be going now to the first hole for his front nine. Uh,
This should break a little bit from his left to the right at the end. So, there's one of the putts that we were actually discussing, a left right putt. That is a little tougher for the right handed player, and, the better players are able to navigate that well.
Important to note over here for our viewers that he's salvaged his par, he's saved it. This is what is called scrambling, and any good golfer, any good ball striker has to be superb at scrambling because ball striking timing is not there every day. But scrambling skills are something that can really save your day. So, in fact, a good piece of trivia for everyone will be that Tiger Woods, in his prime years, was also the number one scrambler on the PGA Tour. Not only, he was the number one player, he was the number one scrambler on the PGA Tour. In fact, his driving stats were never the best. So he was constantly trying to safeguard himself when he missed the fairways. We're back to the 18th fairway now. We have Vikrant Chopra attempting his second shot from the fairway. Seems to have really hit a good drive and give himself a long iron, what it appears to be, on this hole. Vikrant Chopra is already playing -1 for the day through 6 holes, taking his total up to -4 for the tournament. Chopra, of course, trying to draw the ball and call it a little more left towards the flag. We'll know shortly where that's landed up, but seems pretty satisfied with it.
Vikrant is a player who's been able to keep up with the younger lot because he's very particular about working on his fitness and obviously a gifted ball striker who hits the ball a long way. And he's been able to, in fact, I had a conversation with him yesterday, and that's something that he's consciously been working on is to remain fit and be able to, keep it up, toe to toe with the younger lot, and he's doing well.
We are back onto the 18 tee box with a group of Mukesh Kumar, Ravi Kumar, and Tapi Ghai. Very colorful group here because Mukesh Kumar is, of course, a veteran winner of hundreds of pro events. You have Ravi Kumar, who has recently joined the tour, and Tapi Ghai. Tapi Ghai, of course, a long hitter and muscles his way around the golf course. That's him.
Yes, the Gurugam based player. He's very good in streaks. He plays well in certain weeks and not so much. And that also happens as you're just sort of understanding and refining a game. He's also a recent professional, maybe just 2 or 3 years or 4 years on tour. And it takes time. Obviously, golf is a mix of experience and perseverance. So it's not too windy today. Nice subtle conditions, and as you see, the leaves are starting to rustle in the background, and maybe the wind is picking up. So the leaders will have the worst of it, maybe, but obviously they had the best scores, and they'll be able to navigate it. And it depends what kind of wind conditions they get. Mukesh Kumar has built his game by playing left to right shots. He only favors one side of the golf course, and that's what he's done by a lot of repetition. Known to be hitting almost 500 golf balls a day in his heyday, and still till today, I believe he hits about 250, 260 golf balls a day. Very proficient in all parts of the game, and especially the long game is very good. Played won a lot of tournaments here. Also ventured a little bit on the Asian tour, but never really played too much overseas. I think in that day the game was still, when he was in his prime, the game was still in the nascent stages in India, and the corporate support was minimal. So you had to make the most of what you earned, and that's what you would use to play abroad. So obviously that was a tough situation, but I think he's paved the path for the youngsters to follow a good example.
I think one of the commendable things about Mukesh is that he's over 50 years old and he continues to go out and play all the tournaments on the tour, and that can be really really taxing for even a 30-year-old. And there you have Mukesh Kumar still fighting week after week, tournament after tournament, and always plays 72 holes. Uh, we've we have Pankaj Mandia there with a pretty decent bunker shot, leaving himself about 8 to 10 feet from for birdie. Also, just a little piece of information. Tapi Ghai has actually been a winner on the tour. He has won the Kensville Open in 2018. Uh, so that he's already a winner on tour. So definitely not someone that you can ignore.
Absolutely. So he's won a tournament, and recent professionals obviously a long career in front of him. Now we have Vikrant in the greenside bunker. He's done well. Needs to roll up. So both of them are in a similar position. You can see the coin of his compatriot there. So Vikrant will have to lead the way. And we've seen a lot of putts from that corner, and they tend to go in. So maybe he might make birdie. And you can see that his caddy is now raking the bunker, a very important part. And if you and ladies and gentlemen, obviously etiquettes are sort of expected, but if you err and make a mistake and don't rake the bunker, there are hefty fines which are placed on players. So obviously, it's very important that each player gets a good condition to play from.
Also, most importantly, I would say, Shaurya, that to actually respect each of the players in the field is very important. So if you don't rake the bunker, the player behind you could be in the same bunker in the footprint that you've left over there, and being yourself, you wouldn't like that for your own golf ball. So I think it's very important to respect everyone else also around the golf course and actually rake it.
Absolutely.
Not only for the fines, but just to be fair.
Absolutely, and that's the system actually ensures that, and repetition breeds memory, and that's what they're doing. And look at Vijay Kumar.
Talking about memory, I'm sure memory of his own putting stroke is pretty solid. And there we go, Vijay Kumar making that 40-footer on the 18th hole.
Look at how nonchalant he is, even after making that putt. Just casually strolls by, takes the ball, and that's what it is. Not a big deal when you have the Indian Open under your belt, and it's all in a day's work for him.
I totally think that he could be Indian Freddie Couples.
I think he already is the Indian avatar of Freddie Couples. And then you have Vikrant, who was also keenly eyeing Vijay Kumar's putt because he would have got a good read of that, and actually went to school on that and should be able to make this now. As you see, he's wielding the longer putter. Always had troubles on the green, and let's see now if he's getting better at that. Surveying the putt, and we saw him on the 18th yesterday again. So obviously he's still in good shape, and now he's almost, I think, 40 years old, 41 years old, and this is the other. Obviously, the prime of golf is supposed to be mid 30s till about 40, so he's still thereabouts. And with a good fitness regime, you can actually extend your career and still do well.
I see that Vikrant has actually pulled out somewhat Masters colors today with a green trouser and yellow shirt. So he's taking this very, very seriously, ladies and gentlemen. This is like a major for him.
This is absolutely a major. This is a phenomenal tournament, and that's why the players are so excited to be here. And that's just a mark of respect that the players are showing for this tournament, and rightly so. Let's see if the hole reciprocates, and it.
Oh, what a lovely attempt by Vikrant there, and that's really definitely going to be paining for a few holes to come, because that was really a good attempt by him. Just I think 2-3 more rolls on that ball would have definitely made it in. Let's see what Pankaj Mandia has learned from that putt.
Just a case of so close yet so far.
It's really a game of inches. There's a little left and a little right. I hear people say thoda sa left ho gaya, thoda sa right ho gaya, but that's really what the game really is. It's about that much of precision.
It's almost, it has an aspect of each game. It's like archery on the greens. You know, it's like maybe hockey of the tee. There's power. There is precision. You require a marriage of all these different games to be good at golf. Look at, so he's missed it and he's really miscued it.
I think Pankaj Mandia didn't really take a leaf out of Vikrant's book over there, uh, but nonetheless, he's it's now putt for par for him. Definitely, most of the players that I see on the tour would be learning from putts like these, and understand what the line did, understand what the speed did. I think, but Pankaj decided to go with his gut and what he learned about the putt himself, which is also a respectable factor.
Well, I think, but somehow all the preparation can't really prepare you for what you're about to execute. So, preparation is probably half the part, but execution is equally important. You can actually miscue a putt, and oh, look at that. That is just that's very sad to see. He walks away with a bogey, and see that can happen in the blink of an eye. I think he rushed that short putt and missed both the putts from the left hand side. So maybe there's something in the stroke that is going on. He's pulling his putt. So sometimes, as I say, if the technique is off, you can't really do much.
Really a cruel game, isn't it? Talking about cruelties, Yuvraj Singh, Sandhu, and Arjun Prasad are definitely being cruel to the golf course. Already 5 under par through 9 and 12 holes, respectively. We also have Sunit Chaurasia going strength to strength, now at -4 for the day and 18 under for the tournament. So he's just 2 shots off the lead. So suddenly you don't only have to worry about M. Dharma and Khalin Joshi, and you've got Sunit Chaurasia also trailing them and completely not going to leave them alone. So, of course, Sunil Chaurasia, because he's playing ahead of the leader group, could add a little extra pressure on the leaders by getting to the number.
Dharma is actually allowing others to get into the tournament, and he had a similar start yesterday where he dropped a shot, I think, on the same hole. So let's see how he reacts today. But I think he's not being able to get off to a good start and placing extra pressure upon himself.
I think sometimes some players also do start up a little slow and then pick up pace, just like Dharma did yesterday. And I think he might just pick up the pieces hereafter and try to get the shots back.
Yes, it will be interesting viewing. I think there are players who are climbing up the leaderboard, and now you have as many as 10 players within 6 shots. So it's a very wide open tournament right now.
Sachin Besoya definitely not making the best attempt at that birdie, although he's playing very well for the day. He's -3 for the day through 8 holes and at a total of -16. That's one of Sachin's best showings over the past couple of years. He's been looking for his form. He is a solid player, but just didn't have enough form for the past couple of years. Playing alongside Ankur Chadda. Ankur Chadda is from Gurgaon, very, very solid golfer, has completely revamped his golf swing and his golf game along with his coach and doing pretty well now. Today is not his best day. He's started off a little bit too cold and a 3 over for the day through 8 holes. So this wasn't expected of Ankur, but nonetheless, this is just the nature of the beast. You never know from day to day what is actually going to be happening on the golf course. One day just cannot tell. We have now Karandeep Kochar playing alongside them. Karandeep Kochar also -2 for the day, as has gone up to -16 for the tournament. He is also currently the order of merit leader on the PGTI. We are here live at the Jaipur Open 2021, presented by Rajasthan Tourism, the Rajasthan State Sports Council, and Hilton Hotels. We are telecasted live by VAR Cricket by the ABP News Network. So one of the first tournaments that is being telecasted live online for the PGTI, and this is a great platform for us to be showcased on. Great players, good golf being showcased, good golf courses, great destinations. All in all, I think there's There's a lot to learn from what is going on at the PGTI, and a lot of appreciation is needed for these players because of the kind of golf that they are playing. This it's really an exhibition.
Absolutely. And no one better to showcase that than our numero uno on the order of merit. And let's see what he does here. So Karandeep is 2 under for the day, 16 under for the tournament. In no way is he out of the tournament. I think it's really turning out to be interesting. What I really see that if you look at the tournament, the first 2 days, Dharma was 16 under par. He wasn't able, I mean, he was able to replicate that to some extent, but not the same way. So the field does catch up over 4 days. And that's one of the major reasons why a tournament actually happens over 4 days.
That's why consistency is more important than just going low on one day. I mean, I'm not counting anyone out yet. I mean, we have Sunny Charasia now at -5, ladies and gentlemen, for the day, and he's gone up to 19 under par. That is Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan on the 18 tee box.
Confidently plucking his tee out. I think he's also a long hitter and takes his distance very seriously, practices a lot on trying to hit it far. And let's see how far he hits it. Aditya, obviously hailing from Gurugram and also a part-time golfing coach recently. And I think that is he's adding more color to his golfing repertoire.
I think as the Ashok Chakra is now becoming visible, we can tell that the wind gusts are really picking up. The flag really wasn't even opening up about an hour ago, and here we have now. The golf course will definitely start to play tougher, and things will become interesting with two people at 20 under par, which is Kalin Joshi and M. Dharma, and Sunny Chaurasia now at 19 under par. This would be really, really interesting going forward.
Absolutely. We are here at the ninth hole that we can see, and we would see the players walking up and the wind from right to left, and pretty similar to yesterday. So the 18th hole, as the leaders will come, they will have the downwind from the right, so that will be favorable for them. So the par fives, if they actually play with the wind, that's actually something liked by the players. Give them a shorter club and help them attack the par five. And speaking of the par five, we have Mukesh Kumar, not known for his proficient length, but can navigate the golf course really well, nevertheless. So this group is here on the 18th green. That was Ravi Kumar repairing a pitch mark. It's very important to actually repair pitch marks within your line so that you can get a flat surface all the way till the green, because even the minest impediment or impairment can actually throw your ball offline and you'd end up missing the putt. Even something as benign as a leaf can actually pose a threat towards a good putt. And now we have Mukesh. This is where he actually made his living. He's phenomenal around the greens, and I remember him teaching us how he does this. And look for this to be close. He's always around the 3-4 foot mark from here, and see that. Look at that technique, and that's why golf is such a brilliant game, because even at this age, he's better than anyone else, especially around the green. So he made that look very comfortable and easy, but mind you, that wasn't. So here, look back at the 18th. That's Ravi. Should be able to clean up for his par, not opting not to have the flag taken out. And if you see now, he had to push the flag stick so that the ball can actually drop in the hole. So even if it's stuck between the flag and the hole, you can't quite pluck it from there. You have to push the flag so the ball is able to descend down to the bottom of the cup. Look at Tappy Guy. Again, that seems to be a par putt from about 2 feet. So he should be able to make that. So pars all around on this hole for this group.
Very interesting. From yesterday, we had lots of birdies there and a couple of eagles as well. And here we have today the hole playing completely different than yesterday. This is definitely going to be a very, very important hole because it can really change the fortunes of the people who are on the top of the leaderboard.
Yes, I think also because as we stated earlier, wind is going to play a big part. By the time the leader groups roll by, it's going to be maybe a little later in the day. The wind will pick up, so maybe we will still see the similar clubs being hit by them. And at this point in time, the wind is just starting to pick up, and the golf course is a little, the damp.
I think the course is just going to keep drying out from here on. By noon, I feel that the course will become extremely interesting, give a little bit of change to the players. The ball is going to start releasing on the greens instead of spinning so much. So there are going to be different things going on as we move forward for this day. We have Harinder Gupta there playing alongside Viraj Madappa and Sunil Chaurasia coming down the ninth hole now. Sunil Chaurasia, putting for birdie, and he is at 19 under par, just one shy of the lead. This could be a really interesting tournament for Sunil.
He's having a phenomenal run. He's 5 under through 8. That's a very, very hot start.
Yeah, and he's still got the back nine. The back nine's got three par fives in it.
Absolutely. So he's doing well. The 10th, the 12th. He has a lot of holes to look forward to, and I think he can easily shoot maybe 6, 7, 8 under par today, and that would really put a lot of pressure on Cullen and Dharma, who are on top of the leaderboard.
I wouldn't be surprised if actually Sunit ends up going atop the leaderboard pretty soon because if he just keeps playing the way he is right now and doesn't overthink it, he's got three par fives coming out.
I have a feeling this could go in the hole. It's just one of those things that happens if a player is really on a hot streak. Had the line, not the legs, but should make par. Good putt, nevertheless.
If you can tell on your screen, there's a slight ridge that the hole is perched on top of, which will make the shorter putts also very, very interesting on this ninth hole. I think Sunit, if he keeps building up, he's got the 14th, 17th, and 18th, three holes to actually be able to pick up shots on. Viraj Madappa there trying something with his putter.
What technique is that in terms of reading the line? I mean, obviously that's a little bit of aim point, but what is that? Why was he bending like that, and what was he trying to gauge?
I am not sure what was he looking at on the ground. That's probably the first time I've ever seen that sort of a technique, and probably ask Viraj what that was.
Maybe that's something new.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely.
So are we trying that tomorrow?
Why not?
All right. So
There's-
Harinder here, more conventional, really goes about his game, no frills, and let's see, but a very good putt. A little bit of a wrist hinge. Good putt, should make his par and move to the next. All right, cleans up for his par and he'll be moving on to the next hole. So Harinder currently is at 16 under par, so he's 5 behind the leader. So both Dharma and Cullen have actually made birdies, so that's good. Dharma is actually showing a lot of character. Whenever he drops a shot, he makes a birdie, and that's a sign of a true champion.
No, Biraj is also 3 under par for the day today through 8 holes. He's at minus 17 now for the tournament and definitely very intently looking at this line. He's definitely looking at catching up more and more shots as he goes along so he can come into contention for this tournament.
Absolutely. I look at our sponsors behind Tata Steel, obviously supporting the tour, helping grow the game of golf in India. And here we have a look at Viraj with the lower hand down. So obviously that's a putting style that helps you eliminate a little bit of the wrist hinge, and
Comes up just a little
could have
shy.
he could have used a little bit of wrist hinge there to get the ball to the hole, but nevertheless make a par.
Do you think he's not using his power accumulators properly?
Absolutely. But we don't recommend hitting the ball that far on the green.
Yeah. So when Shaurya mentioned that the putter can also be used for different purposes, definitely do not try this off the tee box and try to hit it like a driver because that could mean that you will not have a putter by the time you reach the green.
Yes, that's an interesting fact as well because putters are a little more malleable. So if you try and hit a 300-yard shot with your putter, you can actually damage it. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Putters are meant for their specific purpose.
Talking about damages, Sunil Chaurasia doing enough damage on the golf course today. He's really sneaking up on Dharma and Khalin Joshi. Continuing that streak, makes a four on the ninth hole. I think it'll be an interesting string of holes coming up. In fact, I will be also interested to see the hole number 10th is playing slight amount of downwind. Maybe someone is going to end up taking a driver off the tee. Dharma and Khalin have both picked up a shot on hole number 8 and have gone up to 21 under par. Suneet now trails by 2 shots. Be interesting to see if he can probably pull out a driver on the 10th hole now.
Yes, let's see. But maybe unlikely because obviously it's a very tight green, and as the wind picks up, but some of these players are long enough to maybe get there with a 3 wood because it plays about 310, 320 yards downhill to the left. So you never know.
Just for the viewers to understand what kind of a hole the 10th hole is, it's a dog leg towards the left. It's just about 320 or 330 yards. And if you were to, play it the conventional way, you'd be hitting it straight down the fairway for about 220 yards off the tee box, and then have a wedge in almost a 90-degree kind of a turn on that dog leg. So, everyone's trying to place themselves in a good place to have a good wedge shot in slightly downhillish green. Arjun Sharma there on the 18th hole in the best place to be, swale, and then he can run up his chip. Uh, and some players could actually go on the 10th hole straight, going straight away towards the green. The only problem there is that there's a huge hazard right in the middle. So the player must have enough carry on the ball. Otherwise, it could actually end up, into a really bad decision. Arjun Sharma there not taking advantage of the position that he gave himself.
That's quite a miscue by him over there. I think he was in pole position to hit a good shot, but just shows you that the pin is at the back. So, if you sort of put a little bit too much on your chip, you could end up rolling till the back. What he has done, he's playing alongside Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan. Both of them are playing level par for the day and are 2 under for the tournament. So
I think also as the greens start drying out and the wind picks up, it's very difficult to keep judging, what kind of a release change is happening on the ball. So sometimes you could be thinking that the green's going to spin, but it doesn't. Let's see if Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan actually takes, some learning from Arjun's chip over there and makes that a little better.
his caddy actually pointed out, maybe aim 8 to 9 inches on the right. Now let's see what he does. I think he would have learned a little bit from Arjun's chip, and he's taking the aerial route, it seems, and riskier approach as opposed to chip and run. Seems like he has the skill to back it up.
He's generally a very colorful guy. Has turned out to be absolutely great today.
Is that a reflection of his mood? No, but let's see. I mean, it's good with the short game, good with the shots, and the thing about this tournament is everybody's under par. I think that's the first time I've seen that all the players, so even the players who just made the cut are under par for the week, and that's really testament to the depth of the PGTI. So
Commendable performances, a lot to learn. Clearly, the release on the greens are changing.
Forgettable performance on that chip by Aditya, and that's surprising. And that's a very bad shot.
But just a learning for everyone watching over here. Pro golfers also make mistakes. Judgment is something that along the day can change from time to time, hole to hole, place to place. So it's good to watch that players also do end up making mistakes. It's what they're going to do after that mistake is what really counts. The mistakes are actually you can't really avoid them.
I think if the greens are drying out and the players and the caddies are not able to gauge that, I think that's what's happening because obviously by the time they walk from the tee to the green, the wind has already dried the green up and they have no way to really know that.
100%.
And now, what happens when a golfer sort of is aggressive with the first one, naturally tentative with the next one coming back. But he has to go against his natural instinct and still be aggressive with this one because this is going to be really slow coming up. And if you leave it short, you could end up with a bogey.
Arjun Sharma taking the lead in going with that putter first.
Arjun and Aditya play a lot of cricket also together. Another interesting tidbit for us.
Yes, and you all are on WA Cricket right now watching golf.
And look at that. Oh, almost a VAR birdie. But yes, he'll have his work cut out now, downhill putt. So I think there's a lot of similarity in terms of cricket and golf, and that's why the players actually are able to cross over. A lot of the ex-cricketers are able to play good golf, and a lot of the golfers are very good cricketers in their own right.
I mean, talking about athletes and cricketers, look at the number of cricketers now coming into golf. Of course, Kapil Dev, a very, very fond golfer himself, is actually, with us in the PGTI, and he actually helps support the game. This is truly love for the game that makes him do this. And that is really, really, I really appreciate that fact that he stepped forward and taking the love for another sport instead of just being alongside cricket. And we also have now Sachin Tendulkar plays golf now, and also Ajay Jadeja is a really, really fond golfer, and. We also have Yuvraj Singh in Chandigarh after his retirement has actually started playing a lot of golf along with Adil Bedi and Karandeep Kochar. Uh, that's
As we
he
had said that the first shot is aggressive and the tendency is to be a little timid on the next one. And so in golf, what happens when you're in the midst of it, you can't really think, but that is where you have to be a little conscious about yourself, that okay, I've hit the first one aggressive and I need to be aggressive with this one. So it's like a compounding of errors, and it's very predictable for us, but to be honest, it's very difficult. If we were also in that situation, would end up making the same mistake. And that's why the hard greens of Jaipur golf course, they are such a formidable enemy of the players when they become hard, and that's visible to you now. So both of these players having these tricky putts for pars. So you're looking at birdie, you might walk away with bogey, but yeah, well done. A par for Arjun. Let's see what Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan does here. Uphill, maybe breaking a little left right. That's what his caddy indicates. Will have to be firm. If he is timid on this one, this will probably trail off to the right, and that'll leave a sour taste in the mouth. All right, that's
think it's a good save by Aditya. It's again the same thing goes out. People will miss hits. It's about what they do afterwards that really matters. So he's gone around with a five, and he'll go start his front nine, and maybe pick up a few shots over there. It's okay. You'll have to put this behind you and then keep moving forward.
so. Look at our leader M Dharma.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's good for you all to watch and view our leaders today. I mean, this is an unconventional putting setup, very similar to how Jack Nicklaus and Arnold Palmer used to have it back in the day, and definitely Dharma is one of the better putters on tour.
So he's in fine company for sure, and let's see if he can replicate that kind of putting form. All right, so he should make his par, and that's good enough right now. So he's going to make the turn in 21 under par, tied with Khalin Joshi, Sunil Chaurasia, who's two shots behind, and Viraj Madappa and Veer Alawat rounding up the top five.
Veer Elawat keeping himself steady at 1 under par for the day. He is minus 17 in total until now. He's finished 8 holes for the day. Will be putting now, right after Khalin Joshi. Khalin Joshi, of course, is at 21 under par and 2 under for the day. Uh, Khalin and M. Dharma actually play a lot of golf together. They are both from the KGA club in Bangalore, and definitely taking their friendship and rivalry both together on the golf course. It's interesting mix up of players this week. We have a little bit of experience on that board. We also have a little bit of youth on that board. So we've got a lot of interesting stuff going on the golf course, and definitely the number of under pars over there, that's baffling, absolutely baffling. The quality of golf on the PGTI is on the rise. Ladies and gentlemen, you can just watch PGTI Golf now live on WAC Cricket by ABP News Network. You don't even need to, stay up all night and watch a PGA Tour event. I mean, that's how good the competition has become at the Tata Steel PGTI. Colin Joshi attempting his birdie putt on the ninth hole. And like I said, there's a little ridge under the hole. It's very difficult at that last moment. How that ball is going to behave is really going to be the key. I know this hole because I played it. It's got a little bit of a cornering around the hole. So if the putt is too fast or too slow, it just moves off one direction or the other, and you're unable to keep it on that line. Veer Elawat now putting for birdie on the ninth hole. He is one under for the day, total at minus 17, just 4 shots shy of the lead. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, 4 shots in these conditions is not very difficult because a guy like Veer, he's going into the back nine now with 3 par 5s in front of him, and anything can happen. All three of them can be reached by a person who hits it as long as Veer. There you go. Again, it's a very solid putt by Veer, but it just ends up moving off to the side of the hole and brushing the edge. Knocks it in for a par, and I think they're all going to move up to the 10th tee box now. That's our leader group, ladies and gentlemen, coming off the ninth hole. There we have a look at the live leaderboard. Dharma sitting pretty atop with Colin Joshi. Sunit Chaurasia trailing them. Definitely, Sunit is making them feel the heat as we speak.
Bro, we're going to disappear as well. This place is haunted.
Don't be a chicken, man. Listen, isn't this the same place where the girl had died?
Where are you guys from? Delhi. We are from Delhi as well.
To Binoy, Rajasthan seemed a bit like this.
माटी बांधे पैंजनी बकरी पहले बादड़ी टेढ़ो टेढ़ो बावड़ो
Hey! Hey, guys! Get the bags! Hurry up!
Come, please sit.
Come, have a seat.
To Arya, Rajasthan seemed a bit like this.
Wow, we'll all fit? All of us?
माटी बांधे पैंजनी बकरी पहले बादड़ी टेढ़ो टेढ़ो बावड़ो
Being done by the gentleman on the course today. Rajasthan Tourism, of course, is a sponsor at this event, and also the Rajasthan State Sports Council, along with Hilton Jaipur, the official hospitality partner this week. PGTI really turning itself into an international standard golf tour with the quality of courses, the price purses increasing, and of course, the quality of play, the amount of underpars that you see on the board, ladies and gentlemen, that's no small thing to be considered.
Absolutely. We're seeing a lot of growth in the game of golf in India, and a lot of that can be attributed to PGTI and obviously the players, the team, the sponsors. It's a cohesive effort of everyone to get the game out there, and I think they're doing a brilliant job. And for those of us who are just joining us right now, we're live at Rambagh Golf Club, Jaipur, for the PGTI Jaipur Open 2021, presented by Rajasthan Tourism and Hilton Hotels. And bringing you this exciting action are your hosts Shaurya Singh and Rahul Bajaj. So Rahul, how has it been this week? I think we've seen a lot of good scores.
Absolutely. In fact, I'm a little taken aback as well. I'm thinking, oh my God, it's a jungle out there, and these guys are really wild.
Yes, the scores are amazing. Obviously, for our viewers who play golf, they see these kind of numbers, maybe not even on the PGA Tour. But in all fairness, obviously the golf course is playing maybe half a shot easy because of the softer conditions of the rain. But that can't be, you can't take away from the talent these players have. The cut has gone at 3 under, and some really good players have missed that. They're really not giving an inch. and that's visible in the performance. M. Dharma, Karan Joshi, all of them, the younger lot, Sunil Chaurasia, as you can see, the leaderboard, just peppered with talent.
See, you can be assured that the Jaipur Golf Club is not the longest golf course that you're going to play. But one thing is for sure that even if a golf course is not the lengthiest one, when the wind picks up, when the ground becomes a little harder over here, it does have its own challenges. Also, see, no matter how short the course might be, at the end of the day, you've got to still string around and make those birdies.
Yeah, also, I also beg to differ on one point. Obviously, if you look at on paper, maybe a little medium to short golf course, but if you see, it has a lot of long, challenging holes, like the 11th hole, which is a par three, which is well over 200 yards with a very small green, and then on the back nine, you have the 15th hole, which is a very formidable hole, which plays to almost, I think 420 or 440 yards, where you can't hit a driver, which is turning to the left. So there are many challenging holes here.
100% sure, you hit the nail on the head. To be very honest, the 11th and the 15th actually give me sleepless nights, especially that draw shot on the 15 tee box that needs to be hit. I just don't know how to hit one. I'm a fade player day in and day out, and it calls for a big, big, big draw off the tee box.
Yes, not an easy hole at all. And even the shorter holes do have its challenges. And the par fives, I mean, maybe the players are actually making them look that they're hitting 5 irons, but they're hitting it so far. I can tell you that, from a medium hitter's perspective, that, you hit a driver, then you hit a good three wood, then you may be there in two. But obviously, these players are hitting it so far. And even if you get the best international players, they would be hitting the same clubs. And so the golf course does have some challenge, but obviously the wind not being there has kind of made it a little manageable for the players.
In fact, that 16th hole is a par 3. It hardly plays to a tune of 140 to 150 yards, depending on the flag location. But it's extremely difficult to judge how that shot is going to react because the green actually plays slightly downhill off that tee box. So it can really end up challenging how good a control on the wedge you really have.
Yes, absolutely. I think, and also there's a water body there right in front of the green, and you can end up there as well. So there are challenges, and there are opportunities aplenty as well. And obviously, our players on the PGTI are very good at, picking up those opportunities. This week, unfortunately, the foreign contingent has not been able to make the cut. Anyone from the foreign contingent has not been able to make the cut, but that also shows you the testament to Indian players. But we do have a lot of good foreign players last week would make the cut from Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and so on and so forth. I'm sure they will be back in force the next week.
It's interesting to also note that there are a lot of tough flags on the golf course today. The ninth hole had a top left flag. Again, one of the places where if you miss it just a tad left of the green, you end up going into the rough. And no other choice, but actually the ball will bounce off in there. And of course, Mr. Sampachari has decided to put the pin on the 18th hole almost into the bunker. And if he had his way, he'd probably put it on the left of that also. So that's going to be a little bit of a challenge for all of the players to reach up to that flag and definitely make it a little difficult, especially for an eagle opportunity.
Absolutely. Our referees do a very good task of selecting the flag position. As you can see on the 18th hole, it looks benign enough. And to be honest, at the back of the green on a par five, for the longer hitters, actually, seems easy. But as there's a little bit of a trail off area on the 18th, it's turning out to be quite a challenge. And as we see the back nine, we've not seen much of the back nine today in today's coverage. And we're obviously going to see that as our leader group goes there on the back nine. I'm sure there'll be a lot of hidden challenges there for the players. So we have two tied atop the leaderboard as Cullen and M. Dharma, and Suneet at 19 under par. So it's obviously making for interesting viewing. And I think it's tough to call who the winner is going to be. Obviously, Suneet. Also, there's a point that when you've already played so well in the front nine, it's tough to continue. I mean, he's already 5 under par. He would maybe make two or three birdies more. I mean, in all possibility. But Suneet has previously shot very low scores. I remember at Chandigarh, he had shot 10 under par on that very formidable golf course. I think that's a round of a lifetime. So if he can do it there, he can do it here. And I mean, that's just the depth of the field that you have.
In the way that Chandigarh Golf Club plays, to play a 10 under round in Chandigarh Golf Club is no mean feat. It's long, very, very challenging golf course. So definitely, with Sunny Chaurasia having done that on that golf course, I'm pretty sure that he can take his game even forward over here. Looking at the way he has started the day, I think he's going to be the most challenging candidate today for this title.
Absolutely, and Dharma is also, he's just raring to go. He's level par for the day, and let's see what he can do after 9 holes. He's level par, so maybe he saved the best for last. That's what champions do.
Also, it's interesting to notice, what happens is that the people who are leading the tournament actually do tend to come in with a slightly softer, take towards the game when they start the round, while the person who is behind is actually coming in with all guns blazing because he just wants to go straight up towards the lead, and the guy in the lead is generally, he's very less number of people go all guns blazing when they're already in the lead. They're already trying to protect it.
Yeah, that's why at times, yeah, some players actually prefer to be in the penultimate group as opposed to the leader group, because the limelight is on the leader group, the pressure is there, and you can't really undermine pressure. We can't. It's not visible, it's not perceptible, but to be honest, trust us, it's always there. You can feel the nerves. If I make a little bit of an abstract comparison, when I played my first Indian Open, I was really tense, and you could actually feel your hand shaking, and it happens. You try to take a deep breath or this or that, but eventually you do feel the nerves, and I'm sure even the calm exterior, they would, their heart would be pounding.
Talking about blossoming, definitely Sunny Chaurasia in the penultimate group is enjoying his stint.
Yes, doing really well today, 5 under par. So let's also have a look at some noteworthy names low down the leaderboard who are doing well. We have Ravi Kumar, who shot a 3 under par today. He was a 3 under and 6 under for the tournament. Tappy guy, who we just saw at 7 under for the tournament, 4 under for the day. And then we also have Amrit Lal, who's at 3 under for the day and 8 under for the tournament. A lot of good scores. And, Arjun Prasad doing really well. He's at 7 under for the day, and he shot 300 today, yesterday. So he's at 14 under. I think it's players are playing well, and it's to be honest, it's quite tough to separate yourself from this quality field. So even the smallest of mistakes, like a missed putt or an errant tee shot, can actually cost you a lot of positions. Like the 50th position right now, which is occupied by Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan, who's at 1 under par. So he's playing well. I mean, under par scores are good, but he finds himself in the 50th position. I mean, what do you do in such a situation?
This is just the quality of the game, and we have to just continuously keep reinventing ourselves and keep getting better at the sport. There's pretty much no other way to go about this. Looking at Arjun Prasad and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, they seem to be taking their diets very, very seriously because they're at -7 and -6 for the day, really building up on that confidence and the good play that these guys have been showing over the past few weeks, and really going from strength to strength. Both tied at 14 under par now at tied 10th position.
Absolutely, and I think Yuvraj's father, with him, would like to take a couple of photographs because this could be a memorable day for him.
Absolutely. I mean, we were looking at, I was saying 12 to 14 under should be able to make it into the top 10, ladies and gentlemen, but I don't think so. We're already at 14 under par, is in tied 10 position. I think maybe this will go at about 16 under par for the 10th position itself. So you can well imagine the quality of golf being played over here. It's honestly speaking, is becoming a little worrisome for me.
And ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are just joining us, we're live at the Jaipur Open 2021, presented by Rajasthan Tourism, live from Rambagh Golf Club. And also one of our partners is Hilton.
To Meera, Rajasthan seemed a bit like this.
माटी बांधे पैंजरी पगड़ी पहने बादड़ी
To Huan, Rajasthan seemed something like this. To Jane, Rajasthan seemed something like this.
Listen, isn't this the same place where the girl had died?
Where are you guys from?
Delhi.
We are from Delhi as well.
To Binoy, Rajasthan seemed a bit like this.
Hey! Hey, guys! Get the bags! Hurry up!
Come, please sit.
Come, have a seat.
To Arya, Rajasthan seemed a bit like this.
Wow, we'll all fit? All of us?
To Meera, Rajasthan seemed a bit like this. To Huan, Rajasthan seemed something like this. To Jane, Rajasthan seemed something like this.
Don't be a chicken, man. Listen, isn't this the same place where the girl had died?
Where are you guys from?
Delhi.
We are from Delhi as well.
To Binoy, Rajasthan seemed a bit like this.
Hey! Hey, guys! Get the bags! Hurry up!
Come, please sit.
Come, have a seat.
To Arya, Rajasthan seemed a bit like this.
Wow, we'll all fit? All of us?
To Meera, Rajasthan seemed a bit like this. Something like this. To Jane, Rajasthan seemed something like this.
As well, this place is haunted.
Don't be a chicken, man. Listen, isn't this the same place where the girl had died?
Where are you guys from?
Delhi.
We are from Delhi as well.
To Binoy, Rajasthan seemed a bit like this.
Hey! Hey, guys! Get the bags! Hurry up!
Come, please sit.
Come, have a seat.
To Arya, Rajasthan seemed a bit like this.
Wow, we'll all fit? All of us?
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are live back at the Rambagh Golf Club for the PGTI Jaipur Open 2021, brought to you by Hilton Hotels, Jaipur, and in association with Rajasthan Tourism. So, we're here at hole number 9, where we can see Arjun Prasad. Sorry, hole number 18. We can see the group of Arjun Prasad who teed off. Lot of low scores on display today. The leaderboard is at the current moment. Kalyan Joshi is leading the leaderboard at 21 under par. M Dharma is tied with him. Kalyan Joshi is 2 under par for the day after 10 holes, and M Dharma is level par. So obviously M Dharma is looking to, gain up some ground and make a few birdies. Sunit Chaurasia at 19 under par total, and Viraj Marappa and Veer Alawat at 17 under par each, and Harindra Gupta at 16 under par. Udyan Mane, Sachin Besoya, Karandeep Kochar rounding up to make the top 9 at 15 under par. So at the current moment, we have 6 players within 9 players, mind you, within 6 players or 6 shots of the lead, and it's a wide open leaderboard. And here's a look at the 18th hole. One of the interesting facts about this golf club is that it's a par 70. Normally, you can have a golf course which can, normally you have golf courses which are par 72, but you also have championship golf courses which are par 70. So the difference between that is that the stipulated amount of shots that you have to finish the round on this golf course is 70. So if you score 69, you score 1 under par, and if you score 71, you score 1 over par. So obviously players understand that and strategize accordingly. And here we have a look at the 18th hole. For those of you who are just joining us, we are live on the final day of the Jaipur Open, presented by Rajasthan Tourism, live from Rambagh Golf Club. And it's shaping up to be a very interesting battle between the creme de la creme of Indian golf, led by Kalyan Joshi and M Dharma. M Dharma, incidentally, had 2 phenomenal first 2 days, was 16 under par, had catapulted himself with a handsome lead. But obviously, the chasing pack had other intentions, and now they've caught up with him. And this is, looking like a very interesting competition. The leaderboard right there being updated in real time by the staff of PGTI and the golf club. And this can actually, the leaderboard helps the players to actually gauge where they are. It's placed on the 18th, the 9th, 6th, and different intervals. And what it helps is that players who are in and around the leaderboard who want to make a challenge, they can actually just see the leaderboard and then strategize accordingly. Because in golf, you're not really allowed to use your cell phone unless supervised, and there are a lot of stipulated rules in tournament golf. You can't really use your phone to make a phone call unless it's to the referee, and obviously it's governed by your playing partner. So if there's an emergency or you need to call the referee, then you can do so. So the leaderboard here, the physical leaderboard, is actually very important for the players to understand where they're lying in the day's course of events. A golf course is also home to a lot of different species of birds, flora, fauna, animals, and that just adds to the colorful environment on a golf course. So that's a birdie, and maybe that's how the name came about. So birdies are something that the players would really readily welcome at this point in time. Well, let's see who the birdie favors. Look at Shivinder. He's taking a preferred lie, trying to get a better angle into the green. And that's a luxury that the players are being afforded this week because, due to the rain that was received by the golf course in the previous days, there is a little bit of mud that is sticking onto the ball, and we want the conditions to be equal for all of the players, and hence they've been afforded this luxury. And so a player can actually place the ball one side to within one club length and not nearer to the hole. And that's what you see the player doing over there. Shivendra, one of the longer hitters on tour, so should be able to go for this green in two. And what we're seeing is the 18th hole, the par 5. There we have his co-player, Karthik Sharma. Shivendra is currently at 9 under par and Karthik is at 8 under par. So both of them are doing pretty well, almost at the at 20th position. Looking on anxiously. Looks to have hit it to the right. We'll know when they walk up to the green. Shivender not taking much time, just getting ready with it. He also seems to have a utility club. Obviously, this hole playing a little longer than it was yesterday. The wind is not as severe as it was yesterday. So they're having to pull out longer clubs, held the finish. And that's a very good shot, it seems, because he's following it, and we'll soon find out where there is. Also, a notable mention to some of the players who are really climbing up the leaderboard is Arjun Prasad, who's at 7 under for the day and 14 under for the tournament. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, 6 under for the day, 14 under for the tournament. Yuvraj has been playing really well. Even the previous week, he did well, and obviously carrying in that rich vein of form that is serving him well to climb up the leaderboards. Abhijit Singh Chadda, who we saw earlier, a long hitter, he's at 5 under for the day, 13 under for the tournament. And Aman Raj tied at 22nd position, 4 under for the day, and 9 under for the tournament. And obviously, there are a couple of players. Abhishek Kuhar not having the best of days today, but I'm sure he'll bounce back later. Chika Rangappa also surprisingly off color today with a 3 over par and 2 under for the tournament. Now we have a look at Arjun. So what it seems to be, he has laid up on this hole, probably found some trouble off the tee, and now will be looking to make birdie the conventional way, wedge it close to the flag, and then try to make the putt. Arjun plays his golf out of Gurugram, and a very proficient worker, spends a lot of time on the practice range trying to hone his skill. As Ben Hogan used to say, the answer lies in the dirt, and obviously Arjun embodies that. Uh, and the practice is doing him well with such competition which is there on the PGTI. It's imperative that the players spend a lot of time practicing and improving their art. And look, for all our viewers, is look at the lines. They're very parallel. He has a very good stance, conventional, not slouching over, very athletic, and that's something that our viewers can emulate. What a nice flowing finish. And left a little short, so he'll have some work there. Seems to be about 35 to 40 feet short. Let's see what he does from there. Has pulled out the putter, and now we'll enjoy his walk up to the green. As we look at the leaders are still tied at 21 under par, and that is Khalin Joshi and M. Dharma. Suni Chaurasia at third position at 18 under par. He has dropped a shot, so he's doing really well. So seems to have dropped a shot at the turn at the 10th hole. And Viraj Madappa, the champion from last week event, is at 17 under par, tied alongside Veer Alawat. Look at Karthik Sharma now. as we spoke about it earlier, that the preferred lie. So this is somewhere that the player definitely has been able to use this rule to his advantage. Otherwise, he would have been hitting off a downhill lie, and that would have been a very different shot with a different complexion altogether. So yes, the preferred lie rule does make things a little easier, and so he can sort of decide what shot he wants to hit. So to this back flag, look for this to maybe be a little short. If the caddy has done his homework, because we saw the past few groups, the green is sort of firming up, and if he's aggressive with this, he could roll to the back of the green, and that's what he's going to gauge now. You can't really test the condition with your hand, so you have to just walk and sort of get the feel. You're not allowed to brush the grass with your palm or just do any sort of overt action to gain an advantage. So you have to just gauge by walking on the green and seeing how the ball is reacting from the other player's shots. They normally say that left-handed southpaw players are more creative, and obviously Phil Mickelson being a prime example, one of the best proponents of short game in the world, and I think Karthik also has a very good setup and good with the short game. Obviously, he's a good hitter as well. You can see now he's imagining that shot, even though it's a very short shot, so as to speak. He's just picked his spot and he'll pitch that and trying to run it up to the hole. So as we wait with bated breath, let's see what happens here. He'll be looking to make birdie for sure. And now this should release up. So see, that's what sets him apart. Now he walked up to the green and was able to gauge the speed and the firmness. And that's what good professionals do. Good homework and then good execution means he'll walk away with a birdie.
So, a big warm wish for the Sarah for all of our viewers today on YouTube and Facebook watching us live on WAR Cricket, powered by ABP News Network. We are now here on the 18th green, where the first group, which teed off from the first hole at 8 a.m., Arjun Prasad, Shivendra Singh Sisodia, and Karthik Sharma making their way to finish the 72-hole tournament. Mind you, this isn't over yet because the players will actually be staying back in Jaipur for another day to play the Pro-Am and help to promote the game of golf in Jaipur along the golfing communities of the city. So Arjun Prasad there.
So as we have a look at Arjun, I think we're still not sure whether that's an eagle putt or a birdie putt. More likely to be a birdie, as we saw him very far down the fairway. But if it is an eagle putt, then he was able to hit a drive of 360 odd yards, which he is capable of doing. Also, another very long hitter, and he uses a low degree driver with a very light shaft and stiff shaft, and is able to hit the ball on a very penetrating low ball flight, and that can actually roll a long way. So maybe he's here for eagle. We'll soon find out.
Arjun has actually jumped up 16 spots on this day. He's -7 for the day through 15 holes. So we will just await the final confirmation on the score he has shot at the end of this hole. But definitely a good outing for Arjun, and always good to shoot a deep number to finish the tournament so that you can pick up some confidence and keep it with you for the upcoming tournaments. And clearly, as we have already spoken about earlier, the number of events coming up from the PGTI, and a couple of them worth 1.5 CR in prize purse. So cleaning up, Arjun definitely has got good touch in his hands, and that's why from the front of the green also he managed to give himself just a tap in for that putt. It's a good thing to note over here. Its speed control is going to be very, very important when it comes to a long putt for any level of a golfer. Of course, speed, direction, both are important, but on a longer putt, speed definitely wins the race there. Shivendra Singh Sisodia put himself into a position where he has to chip it onto the green.
So he can't use the preferred lie rule here because he's off the fairway. The preferred lie rule only applies to the short grass. So this is going to test his skill. And he has skill aplenty. So should make that putt. and walk away with his birdie.
Shivendra Singh Sisodia going over the green in two shots. And now just little tap in just with the same wedge. Don't need to take the putter. Definitely do not try this at home, ladies and gentlemen. These players are highly skilled, so they can do this very, very effectively, very, very easily. We also have players who are just putting with one hand, talking about Amardeep Malik. So, really speaking, do not try these antics at home. Karthik Sharma, of course, prefers to use two hands.
And that's the way we recommend. Golf is hard enough as it is, and let's not do anything to make it harder than it is. Good birdie, cleaning up well. So this group has done well. A lot of good scores here.
A good showing by all of these players. You're still awaiting the final confirmation of the scores for the entire group, but definitely a good showing by most of these guys. Karthik Sharma, of course, didn't have the most favorable round today. He's been at even par through 15 holes, but hopefully he's made a couple of birdies on the 16th, 17th, and 18th to have finished at a red number. Aman Raj, of course, playing very well today. He's at -4 for the day through 15 holes. We have now the group of Abhishek Kuhar, Abhijit Singh Chadda on the 18th fairway. They're
Surprising
playing
to see.
alongside Pawan Kumar from Delhi.
Pawan is also quite a good hitter of the ball, but he's a good 20 yards behind the duo of Abhishek Kohar and Vijay Chadha, who are extremely long hitters. So
But I think Pawan can really give them a run for their money when it comes to around the greens and iron play. He's very, very steady. So Pawan could hit it 20 yards shorter than them, but he would keep it in the fairway all day long. And, that's how he uses his potential to maximize his outputs.
absolutely. And he's playing alongside one of the longest hitters on tour, so no mean feat. And look at that swing. Ball taking off on a good, nice flight, and he's holding his ground, so should be comfortable. That's a telltale sign when a player is just standing and staring at the ball. So that means that hit a good shot, and if he's anxious, you'd be able to make out from here.
So as you can tell, Abhijit Singh Chadda is actually going with a long iron now into the 18th green. He's of course one of the longer hitters on tour, so he needn't worry about hitting fairway woods onto this green. He is at 5 under par for the day and a total of -13 until now through 15 holes for the day today. So we're awaiting the confirmation of what he's done on the last 3 holes to be able to tell you what his total finish is. Of course, going with that long iron onto the green. Solid swing there by Abhijit Chadda.
Was
He
it?
likes it.
That should be good. Look at that.
Solid shot by Abhijit Singh Chadda.
That's actually right next to the pin because we can see the shadow of the pin. And look at that goal.
Lovely. Abhijit has actually left himself hardly 8 feet for an eagle attempt, and Pawan Kumar's ball is also now visible on the left front edge of the green. Abhishek Kuhar giving it a big whack and staring it down. Abhishek Kuhar also giving himself a good 20 feet away from the flag for eagle. Lovely shots by this group. As we move up the leaderboard and the leader groups coming into the 18th hole, we can see that the quality of play and the aggression is just continuously becoming better and better.
I think as the players, as the leader groups come down to the 18th, you're seeing the difference in standard and quality. Although it's not easy at all, trust me, they're hitting these shots from over 200 yards, 220, and they're just looking at making it look so easy. That's a testament to the quality that the tour has.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, this leaderboard is no mean feat. We've got tons of good players up here. Really, really good scoring this week. Very commendable by all of them. Gaurav Pratap Singh also playing a steady round. He's at 2 under par for the day through 12 holes and at -13 total. So that's a good showing for Gaurav Pratap Singh. He's been trying to find his form for a couple of weeks now. He's been up and down, doing the normal ebbs and flows of this game, and seriously seeming to look at good numbers now. He's shot 66, 68, and 65 over the last 3 days, and -2 right now for the day.
For our viewers who are just joining us, we're live at the Jaipur Open 2021, presented by Rajasthan Tourism, live from Rambagh Golf Club and in association with Hilton Hotel. So, a little bit about how we came about this tournament. Obviously, the PGTI has had a brief hiatus due to the COVID situation, and the players are back on the greens after a little bit of a break for the second week in a row. And it's also a historic moment for us because we are live, and that's thanks to our association with ABP News Network. And as you can see, we are on live on VAR Cricket. And golf has close association with cricket, as we already told our viewers. A lot of our golfers are good cricketers. In fact, Abhishek does not play cricket himself, but we always see him there at the matches. We have cricket matches on the weekends, and Abhishek is there cheering his friends on. So that's how that all sports are intertwined with each other.
Absolutely, and not to forget that a lot of cricketers do play golf and really enjoy the sport. In fact, they're really good at it. I think the skill set is already halfway embedded into them because of the hand-eye coordination that they possess. And then when they come to the golf course, they don't take too long to become single-digit handicappers, and that's
Absolutely.
superb. Pavan Kumar now lining up for that long attempt for eagle that he has on the 18th hole.
You see that he'll have to judge the speed. Unfortunately, he won't have the luxury of having to look at his playing partners play from that side of the green, and he wouldn't have any way of knowing that the green is actually playing fast. So this is just purely about his communication with his caddy and what kind of homework they've done, and if they're able to understand that the green is firming up now and the wind is picking up. So he has to judge this perfectly, otherwise it can roll 12 to 15 feet past and sort of undo his good work that he's done by two good shots.
Another notable mention to my friend Divyanshu Bajaj, who is playing 2 under par for the day through 15 holes and keeping himself at 9 under par for a total score. Pavan Kumar not having the best outing today. He's at 3 over par for the day. So he's definitely looking forward to make this birdie, at least salvage something for the day and jump up a few spots. Making this should take him up to jump him about 4 to 5 positions above the others.
So this is a very important shot for him. I mean, those couple of positions could be the difference between a lot of prize money.
Pawan is going for a chip and run kind of a shot here, keeping it very upright and moving it without any wrists. Not a bad shot by Pavan Kumar, but definitely the release on the green seems to be increasing as we've spoken about earlier, with the sun coming right up over the heads and the greens drying up for the day. So that is definitely going to become a challenge as the day keeps moving on. Abhishek Kohar, of course, has given himself a lovely opportunity and a look at eagle. It'll be interesting to watch which one of these two guys actually does end up making an eagle on this hole. Both of them long hitters, both of them with their long iron shots onto this 18th green.
Exactly. That's interesting viewing. Abhishek also surveying his putt. Normally, he's almost ready to fire when it's his turn. So I think he wants to make an eagle, and that's evident by the effort he's taking into reading this putt. Very good putter as well, and very good short game. That's normally a quality that is not associated with a long hitter, but Abhishek spends a lot of time in Gurugram at the Harmony golf facility. You see him around the greens, always trying to hone his art and improve his short game.
Yeah, I think Abhishek should be, should have way more good finishes than he does on his resume so far. He's I think a terrific ball striker and also definitely more or less an all-round player even around the greens. So I would love to see Abhishek actually get more good finishes. Finishes up with a 4 with that tap in on the 18th hole. We will inform you of the final scores of this group as the cards get submitted.
Yes, and Abhishek is also a good TT player, mind you. So I think hand-eye coordination is obviously key in golf and any sport like badminton, TT, cricket, anything that you play actually adds to your repertoire and helps you perform better in golf.
It's good to note that Karthik Sharma in the group before this has actually finished his round at -3. So he submitted his scorecard, and after 72 holes, he has actually finished 11 under par in total for this tournament, finishing at 20th spot.
So this part is extremely important for Abhijit Singh Chadda because that can, move him up to a tie for eighth. And you never know with the wind going up, and that tie for eighth might even become a tie for fifth and help him get those all elusive world ranking points. So there's a lot hanging on the line here.
Absolutely. In fact, Abhijit is a solid player, and I think he can make this spot. I'd be looking forward to that. Good to see some Eagles coming in. Misreads that a little bit and definitely not enough speed on that putt for Abhishek. So Abhijit, and Abhijit will be finishing this round with a birdie on his scorecard. It'll be interesting to see if he made a birdie on 17, the par 5 as well, to see his total finishing score.
both of them missed the putt on the right. So obviously, the read is tough when one player misses it and the other follows suit. It's normally that there's something in the green which is not perceptible to the naked eye, and you tend to underread the putt and hence end up missing it. So obviously, a lot more than just your putting stroke. Your skill is also really important.
So one of the things that I remember from playing my rounds at Jaipur back in the day is that Jaipur has a lot of subtle slopes on the green. So sometimes it can be also very difficult to tell where the hole is placed. The hole could be placed on such a small and subtle slope that players can't really tell that there is a slope next to the hole which will take the ball away.
Yes, absolutely. Now let's see what Pawan is able to do. Let's see if he can make his birdie and end on a good note. He's had a hard day, and maybe this can be the silver lining that he needs.
Very steady putting stroke, worth mentioning. Pawan, what a
That's really
lovely
well done.
birdie by Pawan Kumar. Makes that 6 footer and a nice chip and run shot that he had there. Definitely showcasing his shot game prowess. And also hitting wise, you see, he's hit some two steady shots, hit a nice chip and run. All players at the end of this 18th hole playing after their 72 holes of the Jaipur Open 2021. Kalin Joshi, our leader at 21 under par after 11 holes, joined by M. Dharma at 20 under. Sunil Chaurasia has dropped a shot and is at 18 under par along with Harinder Gupta. Veer Alawat Viraj Madappa trail at 17 under par. Sachin Besoya at 16 under par. Really, really good showing here by all the golfers and very, very tough challenge. We have Dhruv Shoran now on the 18th.
Oh, he's given it a good whack.
Dhruv Shoran is playing alongside Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Rashid Khan, two of whom seem to have already hit their tee shots.
So I think Dhruv Sharan should be able to go for the green in two.
Dhruv Shoran is currently at tied 14th position with a score of -3 for the day and a total of -13 for the tournament after 15 holes. We will only be able to confirm this as the players finish the 18th. Until then, we will keep a lookout on what they do on their second shots on this hole. Back to the leaderboard.
Very jam-packed leaderboard. A lot of traffic on that leaderboard. There's not much separating the players, and I think that is how the game is changing now. I think in years past, you would see a lot of difference in the scores. The field would still have 126 golfers, but the leaders and the top two, three players would really be able to separate themselves by almost 10 shots sometimes over 4 days. But that's not the case now. The margins are very fine, so you really need to have your wits about yourself for the entirety of the tournament in order to stand on top.
Amrit Lal also taking his game from strength to strength. He's at 5 under par for the day through 15 holes for his final round and a total of -10. So, a notable performance here by Amrit Lal. Always good to see good deep numbers on the scorecard. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, of course, maintaining himself at -6. Arjun Prasad has actually finished the round at -8 with a total of -15 for the tournament. So, commendable performance there by Arjun Prasad. Also, Sunil Chaurasia has dropped to 4 under par for the day from 5 under par earlier.
Phenomenal performance by Arjun Prasad, 8 under par, taking him to 15 under, and that maybe could be good enough for the top five position. We'll know as the day wears on.
Good because Arjun has actually been working very hard on his game, and it's good to see that he's been able to put some good scores here together over the course of the tournament. He didn't have the best showing on day two. I'm pretty sure he was gutted about that. Jumped up 17 positions today with that 8 under par. Abhijit Singh Chadda, as we are hearing now, has also shot 8 under par and has finished at -16 for the tournament. So commendable performance there by Abhijit Singh Chadda as well, taking advantage of the length and the entire solidity of his entire game.
They're making it look really easy. These rounds are actually once in a lifetime rounds, 8 under par, even for the best of professionals, and there's so many of them. So obviously,
I agree. I think the quality of golf is absolutely incredible this week, just like Incredible India.
absolutely. And our sponsors this week is Rajasthan Tourism, and there's so much to do here in this beautiful state. And I think golf is a part of that. And you could even have a look at the surroundings, maybe have a look at the polo matches. There's just a lot that a person can do. The historic sites around here, the delectable, delicacies that are available all over the state is just, I mean, it's endless what all you can do here.
I actually enjoy the culture of Rajasthan quite a bit. In fact, the entire city has a completely different vibe to it. You've got the old city, which is, flanked by the pink-colored buildings. That's why it's called the Pink City. And then you also have the new modern Jaipur, which is just outside of that pink city. And that this whole entirety actually encompasses the entire city, all in all, and making it, a rich culture as well as a modern town.
Absolutely. And look at the 18th hole here. And the par five is going to be determining a lot of fortunes today. I think the tournament might be decided on the 18th. What do you feel?
Absolutely. I also liked where Yuvraj Singh Sandhu has placed his golf ball. He's slightly off into the first cut, but a good angle from there because he can now start the ball just on the right edge of the green and let the wind do a little bit of the job, and he could probably help it with a little bit of draw himself.
And I think the good point about being in just in the first cut is that the ball actually gets a little bit of cushion from the grass. If you're not in the rough and in the first cut, your ball actually tends to go a little bit longer than what it would if you were in the fairway because it's perched atop maybe half an inch of grass, and so makes the shot a little bit easier in terms of how long you want to hit it. Obviously, the control is reduced, but it's a long shot. He can actually just pitch it onto the front of the green, maybe going with a 4 iron here, and have a realistic shot at eagle.
I also think that on the flip side, though, when you miss it into the first cut, we can see the ball over here up above the grass, so it's a pretty decent lie. But there you go, he's aligned way right. So, yeah, as we can see the ball perched up onto that grass, if the same ball was just sitting slightly inside, that just becomes an absolutely treacherous shot for the player to be able to get any sort of club on the ball. Then he'll probably have to, get an 8 iron or a 9 iron into that mix because you cannot hit a long iron when the ball's really nestled down into that grass.
Absolutely, and that's how it's becoming a strength game because if your ball is in the rough, the only thing technique doesn't really come into play there. It's just about pure brute strength, and that's how you saw Tiger change the game. That he could actually hit it 200 yards from the rough, or maybe even more, and the other players in the bigger tournaments were just hacking out onto the fairway. So for the younger players who are picking up the game, or even the weekend players, if you really want to get better, try to get stronger if that's a possibility, or maybe use clubs that allow you to generate a little bit more club hit speed if you are frequenting into the rough. So that would be my advice.
Another thing that I note, Shaurya, is that there's sea change in what is going on the PGTI over the last couple of years, and I think over the lockdowns as well from the COVID situation, I sense that a lot of players have been working stupendously hard on their fitness and their game and their skill levels because clearly the scores are just talking a different language altogether. We have Dhruv Shuran there, found a little bit of trouble. We'll have to see what he ends up doing.
You will require some imagination here. I think he's just laying up, so can't really go for the green. Will have to lay up and then try his luck with the shorter club.
Dhruv Shuran also is bestowed with a very good short game. He does put in a lot of work in there and has good putting and short game skills.
Yes. And now we see Yuvraj and Rashid, who we've not seen too much of today.
All smiles for Khan walking up the 18th hole. He's at -3 for the day and a total of -11 for the tournament through 15 holes. And I would assume that Rashid would have tried to make his birdies on 16th, 17th, and 18th as well. So he'll only know once the scorecard is submitted.
Not a great week by standards, but definitely has scored well. But unfortunately, you tend to look at the competitors how they're scoring. But I think he should not feel too bad about his performance. 11 under par is a valiant effort, nevertheless.
My chat with Rashid last week, and he was telling me how he was working on a different kind of a swing change, and for that he was, struggling to hit his driver. And even though he was struggling with that, he gave it a shot on that 18th hole on the final day, which was the 72nd hole of the tournament. He missed it that, and ended up making a double bogey. But it's commendable the heart that you have to have, no matter what kind of a situation you're in. You've got to go for it at times, and you just go for it.
I think he's an embodiment of the statement: if you don't buy a ticket, you don't win the raffle. So,
There you go.
so you just got to take the risk, otherwise you'll never win. So and you have to back it up. So let's see what he does here. Incredible short game he has. Look for some spin on this as well. Came out a little high. Couple of bounces should stop now, but the greens have firmed up, and that's a good effort, I think.
Good shot
We'll
there
have
by
more.
Rashid Khan. Should be giving himself a 6 to 8 footer there for birdie, and knowing his putting prowess, you can be rest assured that he's probably going to knock it in. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu walking up the green. We are still not sure where his golf ball has landed up. We can definitely tell Dhruv Shoran has gone over the trees and given himself about similar yardage, just like Rashid Khan. Rashid should be able to make that putt considering he's given himself a good opportunity. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu is two on the green because he's comfortably taken out his putter, and definitely by the look on his face when he was after the shot uh, on the fairway, he didn't seem too worried about it, so we can assume that he's on the green now. Dhruv Shoran, of course, pacing it up and down, needs to make that up and down.
So Dhruv is currently at 13 under par. So you'll be looking to move up the leaderboard. And our leaders, Kalin Joshi is at 21 under par, and Dharma is second at 20 under par, followed by Sunil Chaurasia and Harinder Gupta and Veer Alawat at tied third, 18 under par. There's a lot to play for all the players, and I expect the next leg will be in Chandigarh, and that's a big prize money event. A lot of the players would first and foremost be looking to make the cut, because the cut is a very unforgiving cull that happens after 2 days, and if you don't make it, you just go empty-handed. Because the last player also would make the cut in that event, maybe getting away with a handsome check.
I'm really looking over here at Harinder Gupta now. He's at 18 under par, -3 for the day. Harinder Gupta and Veer Alawat, both of them, in fact, even Sunil Chaurasia, all these three guys could actually make this entire thing very interesting come the 14th, 17th, and the 18th, the par fives on the back nine.
What a brilliant shot! A lot of purchase on that, just able to stop it after two bounces. And as I said, Dhruv has a lot of compression on the ball, very low hitter, and we see that in two hops and a skip and stops. That's a very tough art, but obviously he's practiced that a lot.
That's a great shot from where he was. Not many people have been able to put too much a spin on the ball on the 18th hole. But Dhruv, of course, he's an anomaly and he's been able to capitalize on that.
Absolutely. And I think that obviously is due to the hard greens. As the wind picks up, the greens get firmer and it gets tougher to put any spin on the ball. And spin is also correlated to the swing speed that you have. And, one thing that a longer hitter actually has an advantage, even in the short game, because he's able to put higher speed on the shorter shots and more spin.
Udayan Mane, the Olympian, also had 5 under par for the day with a total of -16 for the tournament through 15 holes. So Udayan, of course, also charging up that leaderboard, and he should be able to finish even better than this if we are to expect that of him. We also have Sachin Basoya at 4 under par. Abhijit Singh Chadda, ladies and gentlemen, has actually finished at -9 for the tournament for the day and -17 for the tournament. My apologies, there's an update there. Rashid Khan, of course, making that birdie extremely easily. This guy really makes it look like doesn't take much effort to do this, but don't believe him.
But just look at that, around -9. I think that might as well be the course record here, is it? I think we'll have to research that a bit, but it will be very close to that. -9 is just a phenomenal round by Abhijit Singh Chadda, moving him up to 17 under par. That's a valiant effort, nevertheless.
I can't wait to see M. Dharma make a few birdies out there. He's at 1 over par for the day. Really not the kind of start he wanted into this final round of the Jaipur Open. He's really been playing well. Even last week at Delhi Golf Club, he put up a really good show for 4 days, and all the way till 70th hole, and only the last two holes were a little bit of a blemish for him, which made him not finish at the position that he would have liked to.
I really doubt that the enormity of the situation would have gotten to M. Dharma, but it's very peculiar that he's off color today, not really making any birdies, and just waiting for the chasing pack to sort of catch up, and he has to do something soon. Otherwise, the tournament will slip from his grasp.
Very steady putt there by Yuvraj Singh. Sandhu appears to have made an eagle. A lot of fist pumps and high fives and low fives being given out there. Definitely not keeping his emotions very contained. Doesn't need to also. It's a 70-second hole and he's finished the round.
Absolutely. Now look at Dhruv after that very good shot from about 50 yards out. He looked to make birdie as well. Surveying his putt. They should break a little from left, or what do you reckon?
I think this is a slight left righter, but it's going to be inside the hole itself because Yuvraj's putt hardly moved anywhere. It did toggle around a little bit, but then stayed in. So I think this is going to be inside the hole. Maybe the left center or the left in is probably where he needs to aim this. Dhruv Shoran.
Currently at 13 under par. So if he holds that, he moves up to 14 under par, and then he would move into a tie for 12th. And that would mean a good sizable increase in the prize money. So he would definitely want to make this putt.
Ever smiling Dhruv Shoran.
Yes, a very good disposition about himself. Oh, we got it wrong. It
You got it
actually
wrong,
moved
yeah.
right left. Yeah. So it just proves to you that everybody gets it wrong.
But good news is that he didn't hear us. So he did play right center.
Exactly.
Yeah. Good putt though by Dhruv Shoran. Maybe a little bit of an underread there for him.
The greens are deceptive, and I think that's why they're facing a little bit of difficulty coming down the stretch.
Yeah, interesting stuff going on here at the Jaipur Open 2021, presented to you by Rajasthan Tourism. We are here at the Rambagh Golf Club, this picturesque setting with all the historical monuments right around this golf course. And the polo ground, of course, just on the right side of the screen is the polo ground, mind you, ladies and gentlemen. It used to actually develop as the driving range back in the day, until before the new layout of the golf course was set up.
Absolutely, and a lot of rich history here, and how the two games are so closely related, and that just shows you that the golf and the history that it has is rich, and it's like a tapestry of colors. And let's have a look at the leaderboard now. Cullen at 21 under par, Dharma at 20, Suneet at 19 under par, and then a three-way tie for the fourth position with Harindra, Veer, and Viraj.
We also have now coming on the 18th hole, the 8:30 tee time, Om Prakash Chauhan, Abhinav Lohan, and C. Muniappa walking down that 18th fairway as we speak. Our latest update is that Sunny Chaurasia is at 18 under par, so he's 3 shots off the pace.
And the leader group has 5 more holes to go. So I think it's clearly a 4 horse race now. Maybe Veer Alawat also joining them, and let's see what happens. Interesting times ahead.
I definitely think that Suneet, Harinder, as well as Beer have got a chance at this title because the last few holes can really change the game. Om Prakash Chauhan pacing up and down the fairway, trying to get the yardage for that up and down. And C. Muniappa seems to have found a little bit of trouble. He was also in a similar position yesterday. He leaked out his second shot off to the right side and seems like he's making a happy hunting ground that side.
Muniappa not having the best of days, 3 over today. Form, finding some form, and I think he'll take heart from the fact that he's made cut and will finish in and around the 30th position. This shot quite important if he wants to break into the top 30.
C. Muniappa, ladies and gentlemen, is the former Indian Open champion back in 2009. Unfortunately, with a few injuries and stuff, he's just found it difficult to find his form back again after that win.
Exactly. So I think this week is still a positive for him, movement in the right direction. Flag not fluttering much today, not much wind. What's your take on that, Raul? I mean, how's that going to change the last 5 holes? If the wind is not that much, does it favor the leader or the chasing pack, or what is the dynamic?
Actually, I think only the hardness of the greens is the one that is going to play a part right now. The wind is not doing too much. In fact, the 18th hole will become slightly more difficult because the wind is not playing too much. The flag on the 18th is about 30 paces inside, while yesterday's wind could have definitely helped, get a ball from the right side of the green and, sort of let the wind do its job and get it close enough. But clearly today has not been a similar kind of a case. I'm going through Abhijit Chadda's scorecard, and Abhijit Chadda has made 7 birdies and an eagle today for his round of -9. That is absolutely phenomenal golf. And in fact, on the back nine itself, he has made one eagle and 5 birdies, 4 of them on a trot with the eagle to start with.
Also,
Amazing golf round.
fantastic finish by him. He's actually gone eagle, birdie, 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 birdie. So he actually is 5 under through his last 4 holes. What an effort.
Om Prakash Chauhan now showcasing his short game skills. What a great shot by OP. Dropped it just about a yard lesser. He could have been absolutely dead to the flag, but a great shot. Leaves himself about 5 to 6 feet for that birdie.
Wizard of the short game is OP. A lot of hands involved, a lot of imagination in that shot makes it look very easy, but believe you me, it is not. That can easily take a bounce and go over the green. So he's practiced that a lot.
Abhinav Lohan as well. He was on the right side of the green and probably chipped it on or from the bunker. I'm not certain. But I did see his ball come up once he was closer to the green, which means he's there in three. Abhinav is playing -1 for the day and a total of -11 for the tournament through 15 holes. Waiting to watch what he does on that putt. He's a very good putter, so these long putts should usually not be an issue for him.
Yeah, that's quite a long putt that he has facing himself. Should make 2 putt, and then I think that could realistically be for eagle. I think it is quite far away. Nice printed shirt and somber colors today, mixing up with the color of the trees.
A little bit about the venue that we're at. We're at Rambagh Golf Club, a premier golfing venue of Rajasthan, challenging past 70 championship course with a yardage of 6,303 yards. The course is strategically designed on sandy loam soil and has a picturesque location with beautiful surroundings. Moving around the course, one is afforded with a view of the Rambagh Palace Hotel, Moti Dungri Fort, Nahargarh Fort, and the Birla Planetarium. Of course, there's a lot more culture to be experienced in Jaipur and the entire Rajasthan, including all the folk dances and various streets to be had, and of course, the famous block prints and the pink city of Jaipur.
And the Jaipur Open 2021 is being supported by our associate partner, Rajasthan State Sports Council. We would like to thank Sri Ashok Chandana, Honorable Minister of State for Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of Rajasthan, for lending his support to this event. Sri Ashok Chandana is an all-round sportsman. He has represented Rajasthan in swimming and has played for the Bhilwara cricket team. He's also a polo player of great repute, and he leads the Chandna Group polo team, which has won several trophies in the past. So obviously, a lot of strong sporting heritage.
Stunning effort there by Abhinav Lohan on that final hole. Definitely deserved to go in the hole, but would brush off the side of the hole and get by.
And look at Muniappa lining up for his birdie putt using a conventional putter and getting almost made the birdie, but should clean up for his par. A forgettable round, but a decent week for our Indian Open champion. Look at the 18th hole. A very nice hole to culminate the round. An opportunity for players to make a birdie and turn their fortunes around, or at least go back with a good feeling to the club. And the good thing is that the players have been able to navigate it really well. There's trouble lurking on the left and the right, but that doesn't seem to factor into the players because they're so good that they've been able to negate that. And the lack of very strong wind has also helped them. And now OP, after his brilliant shot,
We, Interesting factoid for our viewers would be that Om Prakash Chauhan is actually -3 for the day and has dropped 2 positions on the leaderboard. So you can well imagine the quality of golf being exhibited over here. Hope he misses that putt for birdie and would be absolutely gutted with that effort of his. Never a nice feeling to miss a 5 footer, no matter what hole number you're really on.
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely. But a 3 under par is a good round. The fact that he's dropped positions obviously is owing to the quality of golf being exhibited by our field.
100%. In fact, Abhinav Lohan also has dropped 6 positions, and he's actually at 1 under par for the day. So incredible performances here, and notable mention. So we'll just have a look at Muniappa now once he finishes.
Should make that putt. Straightforward, maybe a little bit of right to left break on that.
Well, shouldn't be.
All right, good par by him.
Pretty straight putt there for Muniappa. Abhinav Lohan now will just clean up for his finish. Abhinav Lohan is from Faridabad, of course, former Asian Games medalist, really, really solid golfer. Uh, Quick mention to all of our tour partners: American Express, Incredible India, Amritanjan Fruitnik, Tata Steel, and Rolex. We also have the PGTI partners who come and support the tour, who's Golf Plus Monthly and Athletic Drive. And of course, this week we have Rajasthan Tourism as the main supporter of this tournament, along with Hilton Jaipur as the hospitality partner, and Rajasthan State Sports Council, which is involved with development and coaching of sports for all the youth of the state.
Absolutely. Their support goes a long way for helping these players being able to compete on the national platform.
Pukrat Singh Gill actually taking things strength to strength. He's at 4 under par through 15 holes and a total of 14 under par. It's nice to see him actually playing well all around over the entirety of the tournament.
He's unleashed on that drive and anxiously looking at it, but maybe has missed the fairway.
Udayan Mane himself at 5 under par for the day, so he's also making solid amends to his game. He's up to 16 under par for the tournament, waiting to see what number he actually finishes on.
As you saw when the players were walking down the 18, there was a hut on the left hand side. That's where the players can take a little bit of a break and refresh themselves. And that's actually a hut which is much loved by the members, where they can actually get together in between a round, take a break, and discuss and fraternize with each other.
Usually, for a professional golfer playing a tournament, it'll be very difficult to take a stop anywhere because of the pace of the game. There's very stringent rules and regulations that a round must be finished within 4 hours, 10 minutes, or 4 hours, 20 minutes, depending on the length of the golf course. And the tournament committees are actually very, very staunch about these rules, and it's extremely important as a professional to be able to follow them.
Actually, and there are also steep penalties for playing slow.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me just give a notable mention to Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who shot 10 under par today to finish with a total of 18 under for the tournament. What a terrific round by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh, and Singh Chadda also from Chandigarh, who shot 9 under par. Really, these guys are making this golf course and the tournament look like, it's just a birdie fest out there.
I think definitely there's something in the water from that place. Chandigarh players are hitting it a mile and shooting these deep numbers. 10 under par, I mean, that's just phenomenal. I think that would definitely be the course record here. 10 under par is a phenomenal round. Again, a very strong finish by Yuvraj. A birdie, eagle. They're making it look really easy. These kind of rounds were unheard of. They were probably career rounds. I mean, even if you watch golf on the PGA Tour, rarely would you hear of such rounds.
I mean, looking at Yuvraj's scorecard, he's made a birdie on the 14th hole, ended up making a bogey on the 15th hole, and then looks like that set him up on fire, and he made the birdie, and an eagle to finish the round at 10 under par. What an incredible performance. Started the tournament with 67s, two 67s, with a 68 yesterday and a 60 today. So definitely kept himself steady and caught fire when he did, and he kept going with the flow. Amazing playing by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Super stellar stuff.
Rajasthan seemed a bit like this.
माटी बांधे पेंजड़ी पगड़ी पहने बादड़ी
To Huan, Rajasthan seemed something like this.
माटी बांधे पेंजड़ी पगड़ी पहने बादड़ी डेड़ो डेड़ो बावड़ो होड़ मथोड़ पावड़ी
To Jane, Rajasthan seemed something like this.
माटी बांधे पेंजड़ी पगड़ी पहने बादड़ी
Bro, we're going to disappear as well. This place is haunted.
Don't be a chicken, man. Listen, isn't this the same place where the girl had died?
Where are you guys from?
Delhi.
We are from Delhi as well.
To Binoy, Rajasthan seemed a bit like this.
माटी बांधे पेंजड़ी पगड़ी पहने बादड़ी डेड़ो डेड़ो बावड़ो होड़
Hey! Hey, hey, guys! Get the bags! Hurry up! Come on!
Come, please sit.
Come, have a seat.
To Arya, Rajasthan seemed a bit like this.
Wow, we'll all fit? All of us?
माटी बांधे पेंजड़ी पगड़ी पहने बादड़ी डेड़ो डेड़ो बावड़ो होड़
To Meera, Rajasthan seemed a bit like this.
माटी बांधे पेंजड़ी पगड़ी पहने बादड़ी
To Huan, Rajasthan seemed something like this.
माटी बांधे पेंजड़ी पगड़ी पहने बादड़ी डेड़ो डेड़ो बावड़ो होड़ मथोड़ पावड़ी
To Jane, Rajasthan seemed something like this.
माटी बांधे पेंजड़ी पगड़ी पहने बादड़ी
Golf club, we have now Udayan Mane, Ajay Besoya on the fairway at the 18th, vying to go for the green in 2 shots.
Those are some big drives there. I think Udyan is obviously a very strong player of the tee and looking to end his round in style.
Now, one of the few tour bags you see actually out on tour. Usually, you'd see most of the players carry stand bags with them because they're just lighter and easier to carry through their flight schedules. One of the few pro bags that you would see over there. I think the stand bags makes so much easier for the players to travel around with a compact setup for themselves.
Yes, but you see a lot more tour bags on the international tour. Actually, the tour bag has a different feel to it. How the club makes a sound when you put it inside. So even these small things make a difference. But obviously, for the caddy, I think his percentage goes up because he's really towing that heavy load. A full size bag can weigh up to I think 12 to 14 kgs when full. So that's a lot of work and physical work being done by the caddy. So I'm sure he should be rewarded accordingly.
I took a tour bag on the tour for a couple of tournaments, and I swear my caddy said, "Boss, I'll have to resign if you go like this."
I didn't have a tour bag, but my caddy resigned. Nevertheless, I think he went to another player. So that's not a good story. He said, "I'm resigning. I'm not caddying anymore." And the next week, I see him with a top player, and I was gutted.
It must be a heartbreaking moment.
Absolutely, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I
It's
don't
like
want
that
to.
breakup you have and you don't have a reason for it.
I don't want to get into that. Let's just look at the bright golf and feel happy about things.
And that too, we have Odi and Mane now on that fairway, definitely choosing much more bold colors for himself this week. Odi and Mane is going for the green. Definitely doesn't look like a big club, of course, because he's so big himself. It doesn't look like he's using a big iron off that fairway.
Could it be that he's two there? Maybe. I mean, it looks like he only has a lob wedge. Yeah, so I think he chipped out, must have mishit his drive, and just a short little. So they have to lay up also really far back, and that's a good shot because the pin is at the back, and he's done well. Maybe about 25 feet for his birdie.
I'm
Pukaraj is already
actually
there.
pretty certain that Udan was there with his drive because if a player can actually drop that ball at about 275, 280 off the tee box, he could really get a good bounce
You think
into the
that?
fairway.
I mean, time will tell. But if that is a drive, that is just Herculean.
Absolutely, he is Herculean. Have a look at that guy. He's a pretty big guy.
Absolutely. And he uses all of that size to very good effect and produces a lot of power. And that's, a very important facet of his game. Now we have a look at Pukraj, who has his work cut out. A very tough shot, a lot of rough, no preferred lie here. So just play the ball as it lies. And I mean, this could come out hot running. And this is where judgment and a lot of touch comes into play. I always found these shots could separate the good players from the best.
Absolutely, they're not easy. You need good technique and also you need good judgment on these shots. Really to rescue it from that fescue is not an easy job. Then definitely, really, really loose sand underneath. That doesn't make the shot any good fun. Pukraj, of course, unable to manage a good shot there, but should be able to make an up and down, maybe even chip in for that birdie.
You said it almost on a musical note. Rescue from the fescue. Yes, I think I'll take that. That's a very good one. I think a lot of imagination being used up in the commentary box here as well. Do spare a thought for us. We are here with you for 6 hours continuously. So in
Yes,
fact, we are here before the first player and after the last player.
Not much skill left in my shot game, so I better add some skill to my commentary.
I think so far you're doing well. You're under par for the day.
So I'm one with the field. Ajay Besoya also 1 under par for the day at 12 under par in total for the tournament. He did get off to a much better start, but hasn't been able to capitalize much on it. Although we will know what he ends up today at. Rashid Khan, of course, has finished his round at 5 under for the day and 13 under for the tournament with a total of 267 over 72 holes. Dhruv Shorin also finished with an under par round of -3 with a total of -13 to finish off. And we are also now looking at the leaders. Kalin Joshi has gone up to 22 under on the leaderboard, and M. Dharma is 2 shots behind the lead. So this definitely seems like things have changed immensely on that leaderboard. Sunil Chaurasia is at 19 under par. He has also picked up a shot as we move along. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, of course, the most notable mention so far on this board. We've got a 10 under par score from him. This is commendable performance. I'm supremely impressed by the quality of play that we are getting to see over here. Honestly speaking, even though I have played professional golf, watching the scoring this week is absolutely incredible. Now awaiting Pukraj to come back up onto the green while Ajay Besoya seems like he is ready to putt. Well, Sachin Besoya, his brother, is still at -4 for the day and -17 for the tournament. So he's trying to keep it steady, tied for 8th position as of now. Veer Elawat is lurking behind at 18 under, but knowing the length of off the tee and off his iron shots that he has, and also a solid short game, I would think that Veer Alawat can still do a lot of damage coming into the final few holes. Viraj Madappa as well, he's at 18 under par. And Viraj, of course, is, he's no stranger to success. He can definitely do some damage over the last couple of par fives that are going to be coming up now. Harindra Gupta also finally putting up a good performance after a very long time for himself. He's at 18 under par in total on that leaderboard, tied for fourth position. Hilton Jaipur, of course, is the partner for this week's hotel. A lot of players these days also opting for sneaker-like golf shoes. Nice attempt there by Ajay Besoya, runs it by about 3 feet. So, players are now moving into more of sneaker-like golf shoes. So they've got spikes underneath, but they offer the comfort that a sports shoe gives. And I think this trend really started from the likes of Freddie Couples and Matt Kuchar actually beginning to wear these kind of spikeless shoes, which were more comfortable, so you could wear them on and off the golf course as well. Pukrat Singh Gill making a solid attempt to make that putt, just about grazes it by, should tap it in and finish off for a five. Really good performance here by Pukrat Singh Gill, finishing the round with that tap in. Udayan Mane now getting ready for his attempt, what I think is an eagle, but we cannot be really sure unless and until we get the scores at the end of the hole. We'll await those while the Olympian gets ready to make that putt. You viewers will notice that a lot of players actually do not ask the lines from their caddies. What they're essentially doing is that they're going to read their lines themselves and sort of trust their putts, the line that they have read. Getting too many options of the line is something that they do not want to get confused with. So they try to keep it simple and move it on their own. Udayan Mane now on the 18th, ready to make his putt. Good shot by him. He's left himself at a very nice pin high location. Using another one of those high MOI putters is definitely not the kind of putt he would have liked, and definitely looked like a bit of a misread because his putt started off just right of the hole while the ball also moved towards the right. It is difficult to read these lines in Jaipur with slight amount of these undulations out there on the greens, and usually the holes will be perched upon these tiny little slopes.
Ajay Besoya there. Yeah, Udayan Mane.
I think it's a birdie putt.
Udayan lining up for his birdie putt and looks to be all of 2.5 to 3 feet, so he should make that and move up the leaderboard.
Further down, actually, Gaurav Pratap Singh needs another birdie between the 16th, 17th, and 18th. If he can make two of them, that'll be even better to secure himself a top 10 finish this week. Arjun Prasad, it's amazing that he's actually shot an 8 under par today with a total of 15 under, but currently lurking behind by one position and has not made his way to the top 10 yet. Pukrat Singh Gill awaiting Udayan's finish, and Udayan's finished his round now. All of the three players greeting each other.
So Cullen has opened up a sizable two-shot lead, and I think it's not unassailable, but by the way of things, the way they look, I think he's primed to win this tournament.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think Colin has now separated himself, and going forward, he's got good holes coming up, and he can hit the draw very well. So unlike me, so he can muscle that 15th hole with a good drive off the tee box. Other than that, 16th, 17th, and 18th, I think will offer him good spots to be able to attack some flags. Those par
Absolutely.
fives coming in.
So who's the sponsor?
So we are honored to have legendary cricketer Mr. Kapil Dev join us here in the commentary booth, and we're excited. Obviously, the standard of golf is amazing, and who better to embody standard of sports in this country than you, sir? So tell us, how do you feel joining us here right now?
I think wonderful to see that golf is covered on television. The boys must be very happy. That's more important. Yes, I think the gap of two years almost, I can say that the boys must be struggling. And they must be very exciting to play the game because, as a sportsman, when you're 20 years, 25 years, only one thing you want to do is you want to play. And sometime you want to play for money, but most of the time it's your passion which you want to express. I think it's a wonderful.
So, what do you attribute to your longevity in cricket? Obviously, your achievements are well known to this country, if not the world. You've been one of the best cricketers and sportsmen and ambassador for sport for this country. And what are some of the tips? You're still in, tip-top shape physically. We would like to know because fitness is a very important part of life.
I think more important is first you should be passionate about the thing what you're doing, and after that you have to think about your own body. Most of the time you try to follow somebody. You have to follow your body, which is the most important thing. I personally feel every cricketer, every golfer, every sports person should know. Sometime you can pick up. You have to know your body, and that will give you the strength.
So, sir, going forward, you've been associated with golf for quite some time now. Not only are you associated with the PGTI, but you've also been a good golfer yourself, and you still hold a single-digit handicap. So, how is this love for your game, for the game of golf, actually helping you to help the PGTI and the players move forward here on?
I think when you played cricket up to that level, then you have to go into their shoes and try to understand what they are looking for. Every golfer, cricketer, everybody would like to see their face on television. They're coming and they're enjoying. They're making a life out of that, and that's very very important. If they can do that, you feel very happy and proud about that. And my being association with the PGTI is the only thing. I want to bring more money to PGTI and more recognition around the country, around by these golfer, because they feel very happy and proud once they see themselves playing. I think this is the passion they have.
So, Very well said, sir. In fact, one of the things that a lot of people can take away from this is that not only are you a top sportsman, but also, the top sportsman also must have empathy and love for fellow sportsmen, right? And that's what you're bringing to the table over here. That's what you're getting your heart into the game, and not just Kapil Dev.
No, I think it's just a passion. I feel I don't know nothing more than to sports, and when I go out and play, and when I spend time with different sports people, I like to come to know their mind basically because cricketer have their mindset, have their own mindset, and I think golfer also. So it's just my education to meet a golfer uh, and trying to understand how they think, how they try to become a world champion.
Lovely. In fact, sir, I'm well aware that you are also participating in senior amateur golf tournaments. And, how do you prepare yourself for that? And how excited do you still become to compete? It's a different sport altogether from the profession you've had for the rest of your life.
I think once you go on to the golf course, it's your cricketing thing, whatever you learn there, you come back to that and start planning yourself. Uh, I just feel when I go into the golf course is can I do better than yesterday? And that's my aim. Winning and losing is important, but to me, it's very important if I can represent the country in happiness. Yes, I am still representing my country.
Lovely. In fact, a couple of, a lot of junior golfers and club amateurs are viewing the tournament right now live on YouTube as well as on Facebook. And, what would be your message to them? Is about playing golf, whether it is having fun with golf, whether it is about professional golf, what is it that you would actually advise people or tell them to take away from what is happening today on the PGTI? We're also seeing some really, really stellar golf. We've got the leader up at 22 under par.
I mean, this is what we were talking about in the beginning. If these boys are playing 20 under or 22 or 18 or 15, it's not a joke. It's easy to say that. So we have the quality of players. We have to give them more and more opportunity, and that's what matters. I hope one day they go and win European Open or British Open or American US Open. Why not? They have the capability. And second thing you ask about the youngster, look at how they prepare. And you have to prepare yourself. It's the final exam for everybody. So if you want to become a sportsman, your focus and your I mean, look at what I see that when they are walking, how they stand, how they posture is there, not a lazy posture. They can still win the tournament, but that thing carry on in the life. I really get impressed by somebody whose mannerism and whose manners on the golf course. How good is that?
So lovely. That could be a great tip for all the junior golfers having a look at this. They could learn some things, of course, from watching the players on television, and of course, we know that Mr. Kapil Dev is also telling you that this is the word of advice to follow.
So about obviously coming back to the tournament as well, you follow golf very keenly, and I know you take a keen interest in the game of golf. You see the scoring. What do you have to say about the standard of golf? It's really mind-bogglingly good scores.
Oh, unbelievable, and couple of tournaments, you can say Chandigarh or you can say Srinagar they played, and they played here in Delhi. I think fabulous. The scoring, what it's coming, it's really mind-boggling. And these youngsters, they can hit with a 4 iron 250. People like us old people, we can't even hit with a driver. So I really see their strength and their, the golfers also change like cricketers. Their muscle, they are keen about how strong they can become
I think
physically.
you're being modest. You also hit the ball a long way. And just as a parting note for our viewers, I think you won't remember it. I remember it. I played an amateur event with you at Classic Golf Resort, and I remember we were paired together. You were hitting the ball a mile. Probably that was your first foray into golf. So I think you have to make a move now. But thank you so much. From all the golfers and sportsmen of this country, and specifically PGT of India, you've done a lot to support golf, and we hope you continue the same, and you look in fine fettle, and we wish you good health and
come out and do the bigger tournament and bigger prize money. At the moment is 40, 50, 70. I hope one day one tournament Indian will come out with 5 cr, 5 crore, a tournament the players are playing. They have only 10 years to make their life out of that. So I would say all the sponsor and everybody, thank you very much, and we look up to them more money.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here in the commentary box
Thank you.
today for the Jaipur Open 2021.
Thank you very much and good luck. I hope you enjoy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Kapil Dev joining us in the commentary box here in the studios, and it's nice to have him drop by, give us a few words of encouragement, and also towards our junior golfers. You know, there's a lot of stuff that we can learn from people like him. He's an absolute legend of cricket. He's also a terrific golfer, mind you, ladies and gentlemen. He can hit that ball quite far. In fact, still manages to keep himself on a good 2 to 3 handicap and does participate in senior golf tournaments. And what is lovely for me to be able to look at, and even Shaurya for that matter, is that even at this age and after having gone through the really great cricketing career, he loves playing the sport of golf and actually still wants to represent his country and be able to still do that.
I think he's also setting a very good example for others to follow. That okay, he's been successful in every sphere of his life, and he's willing to take the time and effort to support this game which is growing, and not just golf. I think his involvement is there with a lot of other games as well, and obviously we as professional golfers benefit from his interaction with the game. And I think if more people can step ahead, as he just mentioned, there is no stopping Indian players, because I think we are second to none in the world, and that's proven at the previous Olympics. And it's just the start of an era, and it's really exciting times. And we in the booth are excited to have met such a legend, and looking at legends in the making right now on the golf course, as we look at Kshitij, who is trying to cement his place on the leaderboard.
Kshitij Navedkol is currently at 2 under par for the day. Definitely not what he was looking for. That's his score post 15 holes. Gaurav Pratap Singh is putting up a good show today. He's at -4 for his round up till 15, and we will know the last 3 hole scores shortly. But very, very interesting setup of things happening over here. In fact, definitely I was totally off the mark in the morning when I thought that 12 and 14 under is going to make it to the top 10. As of now, at tied ninth position is a score of -17 for the tournament. So you can look at an Indian crop of players, but as good, if not better, than any other international tour.
Absolutely, and it's really a positive movement. The scores are showing that our golfers have worked hard, and they've put in the hard yards, and now they're reaping the rewards. And there's Gaurav Pratap Singh on the 18th hole, looking colourful as always. What I like about this player is the positive disposition he has, and he's always looking forward to the next opportunity.
I mean, looking at the leaderboard now, we have Kalin Joshi atop, of course, at 22 under par. It's followed by Sunil Chaurasia, Harinder Gupta, and M. Dharma at -19. M. Dharma, of course, our leader after the penultimate day at the start of this morning, clearly not being able to capitalize on that. But nonetheless, there is still a lot of golf to be played, and hopefully it can get really interesting from here, considering the last few holes can give you some eagle opportunities. Gaurav Pratap Singh there, wrapping up his round. We will surely update you very shortly as to what he has finished.
I think Dharma has had a very uneventful day. He's not been able to make birdies. Do you think there's a certain set quota of birdies that a person has for 4 days, and he really used up everything for the first 3 days?
First of all, I'd just like to mention that Veer Alawat has also joined everyone at 19 under par, just 3 shots off the pace. Yes, definitely. I'm sure Dharma is a little gutted. He's been playing very, very well. Just sometimes just becoming the closure of the tournament becomes a little bit of an issue, and that seems like it for him right now. It's terribly sad to be seeing him doing this, but 17th and 18th can give him the opportunity to still rake up a good performance and also actually threaten Kalin Joshi.
I think what makes for such an exciting finish here is that the two par fives, and I think he is capable of making birdie on both of them, and Cullen just has to make pars and just sort of stave off his challenge. But you know, Dharma would not be feeling too good right now. Two over par is definitely off color for him. In fact, he's one of the only players in the top 30 who's over par for the day. So could it be that the pressure of the day got to him, or just ran out of steam? What do you think, Rahul?
Possibly could be, and also he's been putting a lot of a good string of under par rounds together. So that could also mean that he's slightly fatigued. But definitely, pressure does play its own part, and it'll show in places, and it'll show in ways that can be totally surprising for the player. Another gentleman who's just finished now is Manu Gandas. He's dropped 11 positions on the day and has ended up with an even par through 15 holes. We're just going to await the final number on that. But through 15 holes, he is at tied 20th position, while he started at the 9th position this morning.
Yes, and we look at the 18th hole, Gaurav Pratap, Kshitij, Navid Kaul, finishing up their rounds. Fist bumps, a lot of positive energy in the group.
Fist bumps are totally a new thing, aren't they? I mean, people used to all shake hands earlier, and suddenly this COVID has made us go with fist bumps.
Absolutely, I think social distancing is the need of the hour, and they're doing their best. And to also tell our viewers that the PGTI makes a lot of effort and to get this tournament together. They've gone through whole a list of things that they've done, like getting the players tested before each event, and even the caddies, the support staff. So it's almost like a bubble. They have to follow these protocols. That's why you're not seeing any visitors on the golf course. That's unfortunate, and I'm hopeful that sooner rather than later we'll come back to normal. But a few visitors that you see on the golf course are patrons of league members who are able to see this tournament up close, and they're lucky that they can see such riveting action so up close and personal.
In the long run, I keep seeing that when you see a superstar and you see humility in them, the way that humility connects, just like what happened with Mr. Kapil Dev just now, the love for sports in general, and the empathy that he has, and the love for playing golf, all of these things, and the humility that he possesses. This is what really makes sportsmen great. It's not just playing the sport, but also how they think for the community, the love for the others that they have, and of course, staying humble through the times. Sportsmen are really the embodiment of true success.
Absolutely, and also I think sports really joins generations and across the board different sports. So he's a great cricketer, a phenomenal ambassador for sport, but he takes a keen interest in golf, and you can see him playing at your home golf club, and I'm sure you've played a lot of golf with him. I gave him a slow introduction into tournament golf when he was paired with me. I still remember he asked me, why are you taking so much time? And that's a story that I relate to a lot of my friends. And I was a little embarrassed, but I I tried my best to speed up. And I think he will remember that day as one of the slowest that he ever played. But coming back to a serious story, that players like him who take a keen interest in this game, they're able to really help sport grow, not just golf in itself. And he follows the game, and he's aware of our top golfers like Gaganjeet Bhullar, Anirban Lahiri. These players are household names, if you speak. Anirban Lahiri in America, Gaganjeet Bhullar, and now Shubhankar Sharma. So we are blessed to have such good sportsmen here now. Now look at the leaderboard. Kalin Joshi has opened a very big lead of 3 shots with only 2 holes to go. So I think it's safe to say that it's in the bag. But the 17th hole, which we can't quite see, is a par 5 with a slight dogleg to the right, and the OB which borders the right hand side. So obviously Kalin can play the safe approach on the other side. But there can be a little bit of a twist in the tail if he sort of makes a mistake on that hole.
17th also on the front of the green, just about 10 yards short next to that bunker, has got a huge tree over there. And that tree really acts as an obstruction when the ball starts to go into its descent onto the green. So the green is not very big, and the players are mostly going in with very long irons on that hole. And even if players end up catching the ball just a tad bit weak, that tree ends up catching the ball and might end up plugging the ball either in the bunker or actually right in its root. So it is a very treacherous second shot, and the players must be extremely accurate to be able to place themselves into a position. It is possible to put yourself into a position, but definitely this is one trouble that everyone is trying to stay away from.
Absolutely. So it's, I mean, there could still be a last, twist in this story, but I think it's fair to say that Cullen has the tournament in the bag safely. Maybe if Dharma can, at least make a birdie finish and put some pressure on Cullen, but at this point in time, it seems like smooth sailing, and he's bent on making amends for the previous week where the victory slipped out of his grasp.
Karandeep Kochar, our order of merit leader on the PGTI currently. It's Sachin Besoya there marking his golf ball at the front of the green. He has reached the green in 2 shots. Sachin is 5 under par for the day through 17 holes and a total of minus 18. One of the better showings for him over the past few years. He's been trying to make his way back up on top of the leaderboards, and he's doing well.
Now look at the 18th hole. Does this hole have more drama for us, more suspense? Is there anything? Is there something that we don't know?
On the 18th hole. On the 18th hole, definitely you're going to see a lot more action for this group and the group coming behind them, and in fact, the group even behind them, which is the leader group. That's because the greens is starting to get a little harder, and it is quite much harder now than before it was. So we are going to be seeing a lot of long birdie putts and eagle attempts. And for the players coming in behind them, the second shot, as I was mentioning earlier, is a tight shot. So each of the players has to start the ball pretty much on a string to be able to keep it up onto the green. Otherwise, definitely, as our viewers can also tell today, not many players who are missing the green are able to make up and down. It's not the easiest flag position for them. Viraj Madappa now on the 18 tee box.
I mean, let's just have a look. Obviously, we're in the midst of a battle, but let's just appreciate this golf swing. This is something that all the youngsters can actually aspire to copy. Very conventional, very good angles, and that's something that we should try and take home as we have a look at Karandeep on the 18th hole from the sand trap, and he's done well. What a good control on that
A
shot.
good shot by Karandeep Kochar. That bunker is right on the front edge of the green and has got a higher lip. So, being able to hit a shot for about 30, 35 yards and making it drop all the way there isn't an easy task. And Karandeep has definitely done that very well.
To tell our viewers, the 40 or the 30-yard bunker shot is considered one of the toughest in golf. And, you can't actually see it, but what Karandeep is seeing is a flag, and behind that is the OB. And, it's a very realistic chance you could actually thin the shot and the ball could go out of bounds. So it's not an easy shot at all.
Absolutely, it's not an easy shot, but definitely, none of the players are actually standing there and wondering if they might thin it. If they did, it'll be a huge problem. But definitely, these players do practice these kind of skills also a hell of a lot. So they would be in a 35 or a 40-yard bunker, trying to hit those shots over and over again when they are practicing, and that's what ends up giving them the confidence to be able to pull it off in a situation like this.
Yes, absolutely. We expect nothing but the best, but obviously it's a treacherous shot and shows you the skill that Karandeep possesses. Because back in the day, once when David Duval was actually leading the British Open, it was a similar shot, and it was not a great fate. But the players now, they're so much smarter. The clubs are fit and they understand what kind of shot they can take on. So Karandeep obviously, just leaving it about 15 feet short, not really going too aggressive on that. So they take calculated risks.
Sachin Besoya could actually finish 20 under par for the tournament if he makes this 100-foot eagle attempt.
That's a long one, but you never know. We've seen stranger things happen.
That's just golf, ladies and gentlemen. Clearly not the best line caught by him. Definitely had speed, but didn't have the right line with him. Sometimes overanalysis can also lead to a little bit of a paralysis. That's where the old saying comes in. So, one has to sort of respect the gut feeling also sometimes when you're walking towards the green. Your gut does actually already tell you what kind of a line you want to play. Sometimes over questioning that also can be a problem. Ankur Chadda not having his best outing. He played a really stellar round yesterday, and I wish he was doing better than this because good rounds backed up by another good round could really pump a player's confidence. He's down at 8 under par in total for the tournament so far after 17 holes and 4 over for the day.
And what our viewers must see that even though the round is, not going according to his liking, he's focused and he's trying to make the most of it. And that's very important. You have to make the best of a bad situation, so as to speak. And that's just a lesson that we have in life. And obviously, golf, as I said before, is a microcosm of life. And, similar values are exhibited here. Look at that brilliant putt. So he should make his birdie and, sort of mitigate the damage that he's suffered today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every shot counts on the golf course, be it a 1 foot putt or be it a 300-yard drive. Each of the shots need to be executed really well. I mean, there is no other way to shoot 10 unders and 9 unders and 8 unders. You have to be on top of your game all day, all night.
I don't know how to shoot a 10 under par. That is, seriously, as I say, out of syllabus for me. But I mean, these players are phenomenal. These kind of rounds are very rarely seen. To be honest, maybe you'll see a handful of 10 under par rounds over the course of an entire year, and these are really memorable days for these players. And the great thing is that Yuvraj, as I stated previously, that his father was there with a camera, and these are moments that they will relish for the rest of their lifetime.
Absolutely, and it's a proud moment for the parents to be actually walking besides their son while he's shooting such a stellar round.
Absolutely. Let's see what Karandeep can do. He's navigated the tough part of this hole. Hit a good bunker shot, has great touch around the green, using the white hot putter, has a softer feel in the face, and then actually gives more feedback to the player and better speed control. So, a lot of them actually go with that. Some go with this hard metal face. So, each to his own. The caddy giving the final instructions, but the player must pull the trigger on his own. Look for this to turn right to left. I think it was. We got it wrong the last time. I think we'll get. we have the luxury of knowing which way it turns. So if we can communicate that to him, just leave it a little bit to the right, and it should turn back and give you a nice little birdie.
Things that experience teaches you, right?
Absolutely. Oh, well, I mean, we
But
couldn't.
good read.
Good read, yeah. So we did well there. We got a good read on that. Unfortunately, he'll have to walk away with the par.
What do you think, Shaurya? Like, we've been talking about Rajasthan and Rajasthan tourism, and what is it that you think that when you go out for a holiday to Rajasthan, what is it that you're going to be looking forward to?
Being a golfer, I think the first thing that I'd actually look for is golf. But I think I won't have my say in that because my wife will ensure that that doesn't happen. Also having gone the family way and having a child now. So we'll probably look for some of the historic forts. Those are the places that I can actually tell you so much about our history, so much about the grandeur of this state. And I think I would definitely visiting all the famous forts and obviously enjoying the delectable food that is on offer.
Absolutely. In fact, the food in Rajasthan is superb, and the history that the city has. In fact, even the culture is just stupendous, and it's a great experience. I think every Indian should also experience it, not only just foreigners. It is mind blowing the kind of architecture that has been done. The old city, of course, is still built like the old city. In fact, it in the beginning used to be painted by handmade colors, natural colors.
That's just amazing that you share that with us. And yes, of course, we have a rich history, and you don't have to travel too far. It's just right here, and thanks to our sponsors, we are able to learn a lot more about that. And they say that history portends to the future. So now back to the action. Let's look for him to make the birdie because he'll not just himself, he'll make his brother happy. I'm sure he works really hard with Ankur, and Ankit, his brother, would be happy to see this go in the hole. All right, and there you have it. A good birdie by Ankur, sort of ending the day on a bright note.
Getting a lot of comments on the YouTube channel where people are enjoying the live telecast of the PGTI. We are glad that you all are. This is only the second tournament being telecasted live, and it's great to know that all of you all are enjoying this. We also have some people gunning and pushing for Dharma and Kalin Joshi, and it's nice to see all the supporters being online and watching the tournament. This is exactly what we want, and we want everyone to be able to enjoy the show and the stellar golf that is being played across the country these days. Look at this leaderboard. It is, everyone's from a different city. Everyone's playing some stellar golf. He's got 22 under, leading the tournament. Sunit Chaurasia is really going at it on Kalin Joshi. He's at 20 under par now. So Sunit is definitely going to be trying to make an eagle coming into this final hole.
Absolutely. Anything's possible. I think he can make eagle. He has the firepower to get there in two. And obviously, the short game touch is there. So an eagle could really make Cullen uneasy because then Cullen would have to attack the last two holes. Because if you get into playoff, then anything is possible. So look at the leaderboard. Cullen leading at 22 under par. You have Sunith at 20 under par. And you have a four-way tie for third. Viraj, Madappa, Harinder Gupta, Veer Alawat, M. Dharma, who's unfortunately not had the best of days today, but obviously he'll learn from this experience, and he still has two holes to go. So maybe there's something that he's hiding from us. And you have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who's coming with the best performance of the day at 10 under par.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is Sunit Chaurasia on the 18th hole, gunning for his second shot.
And an iron in his hand. So look for this to be close. I mean, he's going to be aggressive, and let's see. I think anywhere on the green is a good shot, at least a shot at eagle. Should hope to hit the green, and the caddy is asking for the ball to move left. Let's see if the ball will acquiesce.
Doesn't seem like Sunit has landed up on the green. Appears to be just towards the right side of the putting surface on this final hole. We'll await to see what he does from there. He's playing alongside Harinder Gupta, who's walking down right in front of him at a total score of minus 19.
As we see the players walk up to the 18th, this is the business end of things. Last few holes, and I think with Sunit missing the green, he should be able to make birdie, and that would move him to 21 under par. But as we see our leaderboard, Cullen has just made birdie on the 17th, and that has moved him to 23 under par. So I think that is an unassailable lead, and he should be our champion this week and a worthy champion. And as we look at Viraj Madappa at 19 under par, M. Dharma also incidentally has made birdie on the 17th. So that's good. You want him to finish in second position at least, and he's tied there with Sunit Chaurasia. Also, look at some of the other noteworthy rounds on the bottom of the leaderboard. We had Arjun Sharma, 2 under par today, finishing at 4 under par. And we had Ravi Kumar with the 4 under par today. And now we are live on the 18th hole. A look at Dharma. Let's see what he has in store. He'll obviously want to hit a good drive here and have a shot at eagle. As we speak, he is 3 shots behind, and that is almost a done deal. It's very tough to lose a 3-shot lead. All right, looking anxiously, asking for it to move left, I think. Now we have Veer, the longest hitter in this group. Probably Khalin and Veer both can easily get the ball over 300 yards. In fact, they have about 305 to 310 yards of carry in the air. And when they hit a perfect drive, it can travel all the distance to approximately 340, sometimes even 350 yards. So obviously, these boys are good. And what I really like about Veer is that he's always composed. The finish is there. He's looking a little anxiously. Obviously, when you hit it that far, it's tough to control the distance and the direction at times. But he seems to have done well. He's plucked his tee, and now he's on his way.
Very interesting stuff happening over here, and all the patrons from the Rambagh Golf Club are out there supporting all the players, the pro golfers who have traveled all the way from various cities in India and internationally to support them and also watch the stellar performance going on. It's always nice to see, the Jaipur guys always are forthcoming, come out, they have chats with the players and hang around with them, and this just makes the experience a lot more homely for the players, especially for the amount of weeks that they end up traveling in a year. I think that is always a welcome break for them, the kind of hospitality that Jaipur actually gives them. We have one of the golf balls in the right bunker. It might just be Sunit Chaurasia.
Yeah, yes, he'll have his work cut out from there. I mean, with his short game prowess, should be able to make birdie.
Harendra Gupta seems to have left himself just short of the green, and knowing his short game skills, I think Harendra Gupta can definitely challenge this and go up from 19 under par to 20 or maybe even 21 under par. Uh, Viraj Madappa also striding up and down, trying to find a way to get that ball as quickly possible into the hole. He is also at 19 under par. Colin Joshi, of course, racing forward and is now at 23 under par. This is going to be if for anyone else to now catch up with Cullen, we need Cullen to make a mistake and Sunit or someone else to end up making an eagle. But Cullen is really charging ahead and taking his game from this level to the next.
And for all the players here, obviously, the world ranking points are something that are really important for the top five positions and ties. So they would not want to let go of those. And you will see them focus on this hole and try and make birdie. Like Viraj in our screen is visible right now. He will try to do the same. Imagining his shot right now, I think he has a tricky lie. So we'll look to get within 5 feet. I think that should be a good shot.
Yes, absolutely. Anything between 5 to 6 feet and makeable putt for Viraj should be all right. Of course, anything better than that will be a bonus. Seems to have a little bit of a tough lie there for the ball. That's why he's looking at it again and again, trying to make the right judgment. Considering the green also will release a little bit extra. It's drying up. Also, that he's also stuck a little bit in the thicker rough there.
I think he's at the edge of the bunker, maybe because he's trying to have his left foot a little higher. So a very awkward stance. I think he'd do really well if he makes birdie or gets within 10 to 15 feet. I think it's looking like a tough shot. Camera angle is not really able to show us how tough this golf shot is, but I'm sure it is.
Yeah, and that hit and miss by Cullen last week definitely propelling him into a leading position this week. He's really been playing very well, and definitely looks like he's going to be the one who's going to be closing this in.
What a performance by him! He's
The consistency, most of all, the consistency of his game is really very, very sharp. He's been doing very well. Sunil Chaurasia there, not doing very well from the bunker, leaves himself a good 20 feet for his birdie on this final hole.
I think it's safe to say that Sunit's charge has ended, and I think at best he would make birdie. And Cullen really has to fumble on the final hole, something that you would never want to see. You want a player to earn a tournament, you don't want somebody to falter at the end. But in golf, everything happens. So let's see what happens now.
I think Cullen is a great player, and he's been in this situation multiple number of times. And I'm pretty sure the coming into the last hole isn't going to be a problem for him at all because he's had a great career behind him. Viraj Madappa finding it difficult from that tough lie in the bunker to stop the ball. Going back to Cullen, Cullen has played under pressure situations quite a bit, and he has succeeded among them. So, I'm fairly sure that, in fact, Cullen's going to end up with a birdie or an eagle on the final hole. Nothing less than that.
You think if he hits the fairway as a player, I mean, even if he's down the center, he should actually go for it as opposed to laying up and just ensuring, you never know. You've seen funny things happen like Jean Van de Wel back in the day, giving up a 3 shot lead. And I understand he's a great player, but if you were on his bag right now and with a 3 shot lead, knowing what is happening on the golf tournament and with a good drive, would you recommend him to just lay up or still just hit maybe 1 iron less, play for the front edge? And what would you recommend?
Depends on the club that he has in hand and the wind conditions. But usually speaking, with the yardages that I know on this golf course, he's probably going to be looking at somewhere between a 220 and 240 yard mark into the flag, which means about 220 yard to the front edge and maybe another 30 inside. So in this situation, considering his ball striking, I would actually prefer to make him go for the green. Okay. And the reason for that is that, he's already feeling confident. So, we should keep riding on that confidence instead of making that into a timid action now. Also, there's enough cushion in there. Thirdly, the layup on this hole is extremely weird. You have to lay it up around the 150 or yard marker. Otherwise, the ball can go ahead and hit the trees in the front, even on your third shot. So, it's very difficult to raise the ball that high so quickly with even a 120 yard shot. That's how close you become to the trees. So, all in all, definitely, I would go with something that's going past the trees and definitely for the green. I think with Cullen's ball striking, that should never be a problem.
A very good situational analysis by you, and I think that is what he will end up doing. That's prudent, and I think this sort of a conversation will actually help even aspiring golfers to know what they are supposed to do, play to their strengths, and understand the situation. So maybe safe play is always not the safest option.
Absolutely. In fact, and also look at what Viraj just did over there. You know, he went with a firm attempt on birdie on this final hole. And that's exactly what a good player would do. Try to keep capitalizing on the confidence that he's been building on the golf course. And Cullen, of course, has been playing so solid over the past couple of years. And looking at last week at Delhi Golf Club, I mean, if the man can hit a driver down the first hole and end up taking a mid iron into the green on that tight par five and end up making an eagle, I'm definitely not thinking of making him hold back.
Yes, I think I forgot about that. I mean, if you that was very gutsy, and I think so. Obviously, bravado is in ample quantity with this player, so he would definitely maybe have a grandstand finish, maybe just make eagle and get to 25 under par. Maybe he's thinking the other way.
Very much possible.
Now we have Smith. Let's see if he can hold that to reach 21 under par. Just misses that. So should finish his week at 20 under par.
A lot of players misreading that line. You know, it does appear that that ball might move off the right, and we saw a couple of other players also misreading it. They all start the ball off a little bit towards the right side, and it seems like the ball ends up drifting a little more right.
Absolutely. I think the golf course is starting to bite back.
Yeah, yeah. I think also Mr. Chari has found some really good pin positions for this final day, and giving a little bit extra challenge to the players.
Actually a big, a round of thank you to him and all the other staff, and especially the team of PGTI and the referees. They do a brilliant job trying to understand the situation. And I think even the small thing like a pin position actually determines how the round will go. So, they've been very meticulous in their preparation and flawless in their execution.
I think it's important to mention Harinder Gupta, of course, making a birdie there on that final hole, and he would finish with a total of 20 under par for the Jaipur Open after 72 holes. Viraj Madappa just cleaning up for the par on this 18th hole.
Harindra has gone about his business very quietly and actually crept up to second position. That can happen.
Yes, and that's again something about consistency. He's just kept it all together. He shot 63, 65, 67, and a 5 under today, which is another 65. And that's what really makes the total of his score to go to 20 under par. So going back, to the PGTI and the players, there we have Veer Alawat in the fairway on the 18th, going for it with his long iron.
Aggressive swing.
Absolutely. In fact, Veer is one of those people who definitely can get this really close to the hole at the back of the green.
Veer Allow is also part of that quartet who's at 19 under par. So he'd be looking to distance himself and try and get a solo third or second finish, depending on how he plays this hole. Now, I look at the patrons, how they're walking down the 18th. This is going to be mostly comprising of the members here. Normally, you'd see galleries probably 10 or maybe even 50 folds in a regular tournament when our visitors are freely allowed, and that's another great aspect of golf. For all of you who are watching this, when the tour rolls by in your city, in most of the tournaments, I think majority, may if not all, there are no tickets to watch golf. It's free. So just get onto the website PGT of India, get your information from there, register, and you can just go watch an event.
Absolutely. In fact, you can also follow PGT of India on social media handles. They have got on Facebook, Twitter, as well as on Instagram, and they do regular updates of scores, videos, and all of that. So it'll be nice to keep in touch with all that is happening in Indian golf today. M. Dharma has left himself in the front bunker on the 18th hole. He was our leader from yesterday and is up to 20 under par now. He has made a birdie on the 17th hole to get back one shot from the drops he has had. And Cullen still leads at 23 under par. Of course, the patrons, there for the support of the players and, of course, enjoying a sunny day out in Jaipur city.
This bunker is seeing a lot of traffic. I think obviously the players are happier to miss it on the right as opposed to the left. I think they've done a very good job of navigating this hole. It's not as easy as it looks. It's a long hole, mind you, ladies and gentlemen, almost 550 yards, and you have Obi running alongside the left side, and water on the right, and there's Obi behind the green as well. There are trees, but all of this does not really impede our players. They're playing really well, and obviously when you are on song, you only look at the flagstick. It's like
Colin Joshi, our leader, is just about 25 yards short of the green, should have approximately a 45 to 50-yard pitch shot here. Clearly, he has taken the route over the trees and given himself a little bit of a chip or a pitch and run into the green. Colin Joshi is also number 5 on the order of merit currently on the PGTI. He's played 14 tournaments and made 13 cuts, and he's had 10 top 10s out of that.
So, these top quality players, they rarely miss the weekend. They almost make all of their cuts, maybe one odd miss in a whole year. And that's just testament to their standard and also consistency. What a shot.
What a great shot there by Colin Joshi, really showing us why he is leading the tournament at 23 under par. What a lovely performance there by Colin. He's got like a 4 to 5 footer now to make a birdie on the final hole.
Absolutely. So I think this pretty much seals it for him. So he should make that putt, and let's see what if Dharma can finish in style. We would really want that for him. It's he's been off color, and today the game has certainly not been one of his best.
A birdie here or an eagle will take him to the second position. So yes, definitely that putt from about 10 feet. If he makes that, that'll take him to a solo second. Otherwise, he is currently at tied second position with Sunil Chaurasia and Harinder Gupta.
It's tough to keep that standard high for all 4 days. It's he's still done well. The bad round has been one over. Unfortunately, it came at a time when he needed a good round. But I think he can take heart from the fact that he's really improved, and he can move on to bigger and better things. And I think I think he has some status on the Asian tour, and maybe he can go play the qualifying school again. I think with that kind of a game, he can play anywhere in the world.
And Dharma is definitely a winning person. He's got all the capabilities that the game requires to be able to win tournaments. It's just a matter of time, I guess. Sometimes it just you just need to put those 4 rounds together. So definitely, his game is definitely trending in the right direction. We'll only have to wait and watch when it actually culminates into a victory. Yes, definitely, it's testing Dharma's patience, as we can tell. Veer Alawat from the bunker on the right side of the green.
This is a bunker which is actually on the back behind the green, and maybe only the longer hitters are actually able to reach here into. He's done well. He's rolling by about 10 feet.
So, ladies and gentlemen, our leader group is on the 18th green now. We are here at the Jaipur Open 2021 at the Rambagh Golf Club, Jaipur, presented to you by Rajasthan Tourism, Rajasthan Sports Council, and a hospitality partner in Hilton, Jaipur. And our leader group here today comprises of Veer Lawat, Kalin Joshi, and M. Dharma. Of course, M. Dharma started with the lead, but Kalin Joshi has picked up pace, and he is at 23 under par with a 4-footer now to convert another birdie on the 18th hole. Whether he makes it or he doesn't make it, he's still winning the tournament. And definitely a superb performance. Big thanks to our tour partners, American Express, Incredible India, Amrutanjan Electro Plus, Tata Steel, Rolex, Golf Plus Monthly, and Athletic Drive. It's been great to have new supporters of the tour and help us to take this from strength to strength. And of course, a big thanks to also PGTI for all the work that they've been doing behind the scenes to conduct these tournaments and of course put up a great calendar for the players. Also, a big thanks to the Rambagh Golf Club because of the conditions that they've been able to maintain and the hospitality that they give to the players when they come there. So definitely, all of these things are a welcome for the players and everyone else watching tournaments. Most importantly, we must thank the players for putting up such a stellar performance out here at the Rambagh Golf Club with definitely the picturesque scenes of Jaipur, which are in the background of the golf course. The performances on the golf course, of course, of 10 under par, 9 under par, 23 under par by Cullen so far. This is just commendable. This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is incredible golf in incredible India.
Absolutely. And Veer seems to be faltering at the final hurdle. I think this is where the focus sort of goes away a little bit. He was too aggressive with that birdie putt. Now he'll have to gather himself and make that 5-footer to make sure he doesn't drop a shot, because that could actually mean that he would, fall out of that elusive top five, and that could really hurt his chances to pick up the world ranking points. And here, M Dharma, let's hope that he makes the putt and ends it on a high. A good bunker shot by him, mind you, and that's a long bunker shot that we were talking about, and you saw previously also in the previous group, the player was at the same place, just maybe a little bit of a safe approach, 15 feet, and try to make birdie, not miss par.
In fact, it's even a deep bunker, and the sand that the players face in Jaipur is like a red-colored sand, and it's very difficult for players to hit long bunker shots out of that because of the looseness of it. So it's commendable the kind of shot he's hit. He's almost at about 8 to 10 feet, and from the front of the green, it's a difficult shot because the pin's almost 30 paces in.
Very peculiar grip, lower left hand down, and also the way he grips the putter is very different, and it seems to be working really well for him. And let's hope that it pays him dividends again. Yes,
Oh, very well done by M. Dharma there, finishing with a birdie and a high note for this round. That will take him to a solo second position at 21 under par.
that's a very good effort, and we're happy to see that because he was the leader and he's done well. I think a solo second is a very commendable finish. Cullen proving to be a
Absolutely.
very worthy opponent.
Yeah, just not Dharma's day, but we are very happy to see that he's been able to finish off in solo second. Veer Lawat there cleaning up.
As I said, the focus just goes away in the end, and this is what you have to guard against because it's not over till it's over. So I would really recommend that he take a little more time and gather himself. And okay, so that's a drop shot. It's not going to be happy about it, but it happens because cumulatively you've played so much golf. The practice round, you almost played 100 holes, if you may.
Absolutely. That would actually
So
take Veer Lawat from the tied fifth position into a tie for the eighth position. So that's going to be a missed opportunity for Veer Alawat. We have now our leader, Kalin Joshi, getting ready to line up for that birdie about 4 to 5 feet, just past the hole. Incredible golf today by Kalin, very steady playing and kept it together all through and through. He's at 23 under par, ladies and gentlemen, and just about to finish the
this is
Jaipur Open 2021.
this is an ideal position. He can actually two putt and just win this tournament comfortably. What a moment for this young man! Phenomenal performance, and he's just been a front runner this week and saving the best for last. And we're really happy for this player from Bengaluru. Doing his city proud, doing his country proud, and obviously earning a handsome check and a lot of world ranking points. As I said, he can take two more. There's nothing to feel bad about. He should take his time and hold that, and so that would mean that he would end up at 23 under par once he makes that putt. So the commentators curse,
Kalin
but
Joshi
still wins it
finishing
at 22 under par.
finishing at 22 under
No
par to
harm
win the
done. That's a
tournament.
brilliant. As I said, the end you get a little loose. You tend to lose your focus. But what a winner! I mean, amazing golf.
Absolutely. I mean, he had a good three-shot cushion, so it really didn't matter how many putts he took over there. At the end of the day, he is your Jaipur Open champion for 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been live from Rambagh Golf Club in Jaipur, Rajasthan. This tournament has been presented to you by Rajasthan Tourism. We also have the support of the Rajasthan State Sports Council as well as the Hilton Jaipur, and of course, to our partners in American Express, Incredible India, Amrutanjan Electro Plus, Tata Steel, Rolex, Golf Plus Monthly, and Athletic Drive as the PGTI partners.
And just to remind our viewers, we will be live again next month at Chandigarh for the Take Jeev Milka Singh Open. And we thank you for joining us. And we would encourage you to maybe watch the highlights as well later and just revel in this great festival of golf that we witnessed over 4 days in this wonderful city. And we thank everyone involved with this tournament. And till next time, it's over and out from Shaurya and Rahul.
Thank you so much for all of you to be watching this PGTI tournament live here, and I hope that you have enjoyed all the experience starting from 8 a.m. all the way till the final hole. Thank you so much for joining us. Over and out from our side. We are here at the Jaipur Open 2021 with our winner for 2021's championship is Khalin Joshi with a total of minus 22 for 72 holes. We have M. Dharma right behind him at 21 under par, followed closely by Harinder Gupta and Sunil Chaurasia finishing for a tie for third position. Good performances all round by players like Sachin Besoya, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Viraj Madappa again, playing very, very consistently through the times because he won last week's tournament and this week also has put up a good performance in a total of 18 under par. We also have Veer Alawat, Abhijit Singh Chadda and Udayan Mane, and I would like to give a special mention, in fact, to Abhijit Chadda and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu for their stellar rounds today, shooting a 10 under par for Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and a 9 under par for Abhijit Singh Chadda. Really commendable performances. I think we have seen some of the most fine golf across the nation here in Jaipur, and great support from all the sponsors, the golf club, and all of you all who've been watching this show live on your YouTube and Facebook and through the various other online channels by VAR Cricket, which is from the ABP News Network. Here we are going to be awaiting now for the prize presentation, which will be starting shortly, and we appreciate that you all are sticking with us and waiting to see the winner take his trophy.
2021, presented by Rajasthan Tourism here at the Rambagh Golf Club. When we did come to Rambagh a couple of days back, about 6 or 7 days back, the first thing I did was to meet the committee members.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from Rambagh Golf Club now, ready for the prize presentation for the PGTI Jaipur Open.
I'm sure that they've done a fantastic job. I don't think the golf course we have seen it in any better condition than what it is today here. Thank you very much for your efforts that you put in. I mean, I'm not joking. The golf course is today absolutely wonderful. You know, we just had the unfortunate part of playing, preferred light because we had to. It was too soft. Because the overnight rain that we've had for the last couple of seasons. The greens were very good. The fairways were very good. The greens committee has done a fantastic job, and people behind the scene, Anantara and Steve, I think they did an excellent job too. We gave us the golf course every morning, and that's the way we wanted, and I think we owe a lot of success to them for this job. May I request the following gentlemen to kindly join me up here, please. Shri Uttam Singh Mundi, CEO PGTI. Shri Vishal Gupta, General Manager, Hilton Jaipur. Shri Jagat Kishore Derawala, Chairman, JKD Group. Shri Kunal Singh, Treasurer, Rambagh. Shri Sandeep Sharma, Chairman Tournaments, Rambagh Golf Club. And Dr. Ashok Gupta, Captain, Rambagh Golf Club. Gentlemen. Uttam, this place, you should have seen it a week back. You should have just seen what it was. I saw you walking around on the golf course. And let me tell you, amazing changes that we've had the last couple of days.
Thanks, MP. Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. It's been actually a fantastic week. To sum it all, I think the scores speak for themselves. Some excellent golf being displayed by these young professionals. I mean, the scores have been actually crazy. 16 under par after 2 days actually goes to show the depth of professional golf, the kind of golf that they are putting up, and also goes to complement the golf course, which is actually playable for them to shoot those kind of scores. First, we'd like to take this opportunity and thanking on behalf of all the players, PGTI. I'd like to thank Rajasthan Tourism for being one of our partners, for being a presenting partner for this event. I guess without sponsors, we would not have events like this. So a big thank you to Rajasthan Tourism. Also to Rajasthan Sports Council, for whom I guess unfortunately we couldn't have them here today because of their busy schedule, but a big thank you to them as well. At least I'm glad that everyone is getting involved in the sport, and that's what our endeavor has been, to put this event here and try and make this sport popular here so that it's the prize money keeps going up every year. So we are always hopeful for the next year. I'd also like to thank Hilton. So thank you very much for your support. You've been partnering with us for the past few years, and thank you very much. I guess it goes a long way for us, for the professionals. So thank you very much. Well, we come back to the golf club. Sampath has spoken about the golf club. Firstly, of course, the captain, Dr. Gupta, thank you very much. It's your team that have actually put this whole thing together. The course has been fantastic. I guess you've already got comments from all the professionals, so that says a lot about the golf course. I'd like to thank Sandeep. Thank you very much, Kunal, for your support. You've also been very, very kind in putting things together, and of course making players' hospitality a part of the. Thank you very much. Colonel J.B. Singh, wherever he is. Yes. Colonel J.B. Singh, thank you very much, sir. I guess a big thank you to you as well. Thank you very much. Harish, I don't see Harish here. Harish, thank you very much, sir. A salute to you. Thank you, and I'm sure that we'll see a lot more in years to come. I'd like to also thank the media for the kind of coverage that they've been giving us. We have actually gone with live streaming the last 2 days, so I'd like to thank ABP as well for their kind of support, and we have tied up with them for the rest of the year. So you'll see live streaming for every tournament in the last 2 rounds, so you can sit and watch all your favorite players sitting at home. So hope to see you all. I think most of you will probably be seeing you tomorrow for the program. So thank you very much for once again for all your support.
Thank you, Uttam. And may I now request Dr. Ashok Gupta to say a few words, sir. But just one thing before I do that, you know, this Anantram and Dinesh, they've been very scary saying, yeah, score please tak jane mat dena. So I just have to tell them, good scores, you know, it just means the golf course is in great shape. And this week we've had a tremendous amount of talent on the Indian golf scene. We are a very, very strong field and we're all out here. So hats off to you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Sampath, for your kind words. And on behalf of the Rambagh Golf Club, I would like to express my thanks to the organization PGTI, which has really brought such a nice golf to Jaipur. It is, if you look at the gallery, it's never been the never kind of people who've been here watching the players do so well. So it's been very exciting, and it's been a big stimulus to golf in the city of Jaipur and the state of Rajasthan. And really personal thanks to Uttam, Amit, and Sampath. You have been a big support. Honestly, when we thought of this PGTI, I was really nervous because we were having a tough time with the course. And so we wanted to live up to your expectations, and I'm happy that Colonel Singh has been able to, with his team of the leaders, Harish Joshi, Vikram Joshi, and everybody else, the whole board worked very hard to see that we deliver the right place for good golf. And honestly, the kind of scores certainly speak very high, because the whole number 17 that we were really worried on day one, I received a message that almost 53 birdies and 4 eagles on that green. So it's unbelievable. The class of players has been tremendous, and I believe at the Rambagh Golf Club we would look forward to having such events more often to stimulate and to support the golf. And we also at our own end trying to bring in young players to come up. We are trying to look for school children to get into golf. And we are also trying to network with the government to get big financial support. And Derewalaji is a member of our club too. So it's not only Hilton, he represents the Rambagh Golf Club. So another reason that he is with you. So once again, congratulations to the all the players who have done a great job. And I think from the perspective of the organization, I feel that's been our biggest success, to find the best players to come here and to give us a treat to watch. And also I'd like to thank my members who've been very patient, very tolerant. You know, anybody who is into golf, if he has to miss golf for 5 days, it's impossible. So I just want to thank my members. They've been unbelievably good. They've been supportive, and at no point they ever made any complaint against this. So thank you, sir, and thank you, everybody. And I hope we continue to have a good association. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. And for all of you not being staying at the Hilton, right, you possibly have the score going at 2600. We were so comfortable, you know, during our entire week at the Hilton. It was fabulous, sir. Wonderful hotel, and we totally enjoyed your hospitality. I request you, Mr. Vishal Gupta, to kindly say a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, we're very happy COVID is gone and PGTI is back in the Jaipur Open in Jaipur. Yeah, Rambagh Golfers, you guys are just awesome all the time, and thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to host you guys. It's a great association from last 3 years, and we want to carry that forward as much as we can. Kalin, you scared us, but you know what? Great victory. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And now for the prize distribution function, the main prizes, may I request Shri Kunal Singh, Treasurer, Rambagh, Shri Sandeep Sharma, Chairman, Tournaments, Rambagh Golf Club, and Shri Vishal Gupta, GM, Hilton, Jaipur, to give away the runner-up prize to the professional in second place with scores of 62, 62, 65, and a 70 today, for a total of 21 under, 259 M. Dharma. Dharma wins 4,46,600 rupees. Well done, Dharma. Thank you, gentlemen. And may I request Dr. Ashok Gupta, Captain, Rambagh Golf Club, Shri Jugal Kishore Devawala, Chairman, JKD Group, and Shri Uttam Singh Mundi, CEO, PGTI, to present the championship trophy and the winner's check of rupees 6,46,600 to the champion Kalin Joshi with a round of 61, 66, 64, and 67, a total of 22 under par. Well done, Kalin.
I'm happy as long as the Joshi is winning.
Gentlemen, I was called for a small ruling on the 18th hole by Kalin. I was wondering what the issue was. He said, man, the last time I saw a crowd like this was when I was watching TV at the US Open. It's amazing. So, well done, Kalin, and your choice of tournament.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, thank you so much for coming out and supporting all of us golfers. It's been difficult times for all of us, and to have a tournament like this, and we have a lot of tournaments going forward. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank the golf club, all the tour sponsors, the tournament sponsors. Obviously, the golf course was playing in fabulous shape. I wasn't to be very honest, I wasn't expecting. After last week, we played a fabulous golf course in Delhi, and I wasn't expecting to play a golf course as good. But this obviously, this golf course surprised all of us. So the green, all the committee members, all the the green staff and everybody, hats off to you all. Great stuff. Keep up the good work. It's been really long since my last win. Obviously, obviously this game. Shows you the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. So just very happy to, be back in the winner's circle, especially after, contending last week. So I want to thank my whole team. Babu especially, he's my caddy. He's he's been waiting for a win for a very long time. So thanks, Babu. My coach, Lawrence, he's been a great support. I know I haven't seen him in a while because of COVID and stuff, but he's been really helping me out, and thanks so much. My sponsor, the Bagmane Group, personal friend Aditya, thanks for everything. Obviously, Dharma played really well, so we play a lot of golf together. So congratulated him as well. I had great support. Obviously, great friends, Viraj, Shika, all these guys really supported me. Like last week, obviously he got the better of me, but well done, Viraj, as always. Nitika, thanks so much for everything this week. The hospitality from her side and her whole family was obviously, great. Love them. So thank you so much, and hope to come back here more often. Thank you.
Very well said, Kalin. And gentlemen, I don't know whether you did realize, as players especially, I don't think there was one single GUI on the golf course that speaks volumes for what the golf course has been. We did give those, the relief for those plants and saplings which we wanted to preserve. Otherwise, on the golf course, there was not one white mark, and that speaks volumes for the club. Thank you very much, sir. And our sincere thanks also go out to all our representing partners, Rajasthan Tourism, Associate Partner, Incredible India, Rajasthan State Sports Council, Government of Rajasthan, and on behalf of all the golfers and all the players out here, thank you very much, and wish you a very happy Diwali.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us for the live coverage of the Jaipur Open 2021 and sticking around for the prize presentation. Our winner there was Kalin Joshi with the runner-up in M. Dharma. We will be back live again with the penultimate day and the final day of the next tournament, which is going to be held in Chandigarh about a month from now. And